Good morning, sir. May Ms Vennells be sworn, please?
Yes.
Place you do that in your right hand. Repeat after me, please. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before Mr. Beer begins to ask you questions, Ms Vennells, I think it appropriate to give you a direction about self-incrimination. You may know or may have heard that I've given this direction on a number of occasions. And although I'm sure with the legal advice you've had, it's been explained to you, it's only right that I should do it publicly, all right? So under our law, a witness at a public inquiry has the right to decline to answer a question put to her by counsel to the inquiry, by any legal representative, or by me, if there is a risk that the answer to that question would incriminate the witness. In shorthand form, this legal principle is known as the privilege against self-incrimination. I consider that fairness demands that I remind you of that principle before you begin your evidence. I should tell you that it is for you to make it clear to me in respect of any question put to you that it is your wish to rely upon the privilege against self-incrimination. If, therefore, questions are put to you by any of the lawyers or by me which you do not wish to answer, you must tell me immediately after such question is put. At that point, I will consider your objection and thereafter rule upon whether your objection should be upheld. I know that you are represented by experienced lawyers here today. No doubt, if the issue relating to self-incrimination arises, they will assist you if you need their assistance. So if at any stage during the questioning you wish to consult your lawyers about privilege against self-incrimination, you must tell me so that I can consider what appropriate action to take. Do you understand all that?
Thank you, Sir Wynne, and I plan to answer all the questions.
Right, fine. Over to you, Mr. Beer.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Ms Vennells. My name is Jason Beer. Can you give us your full name, please?
Paula Vennells.
Thank you for providing 2 witness statements to the inquiry and for attending today. Can we deal with your witness statements first, please? The first of them is dated the 8th of March 2024, and the URN for it is WITN 0102 0100. I wonder whether we could have that on the screen, please. It's 775 pages long, and I think there are 3 corrections that you wish to make to it. Can we deal with those first? Page 15, please. It will be brought up on the screen for you.
Thank you.
At paragraph 34, in the second line, it says, if this including personal relations issues, the marketing director would be consulted. Should that read public relations issues?
It should.
Thank you. Secondly, page 130. Do you see in the third line where it says questions 53 and 54 omitted as general questions? Should that read questions 53 and 54 are dealt with elsewhere in the statement?
It should.
Thank you. And then thirdly, page 194. B at the top, which is part of paragraph 405, it reads in the second line, too much reliance on the recollection of the mediation scheme's applicants. Instead of mediation scheme's applicants, should that read of sub-postmasters?
It should.
Thank you. Can we turn to page 775, please? That's the statement of truth page. Did you sign that via DocuSign or some other electronic means?
I did.
And were the contents true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. Can we turn to your second witness statement, please? WITN 0102 0200. This is your second witness statement. It's dated the 8th of April 2024. Is 23 pages long. Again, can we turn to page 23, please? And scroll down. Did you sign this witness statement using DocuSign or a similar electronic means?
I did.
And are the contents of that witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Thank you. That they can be put to one side. Those witness statements are going to be uploaded to the inquiry's website. I'm not going to ask you questions about the contents of either of them in detail, in particular your first witness statement, because it's a very long witness statement, 775 pages, and in large measure narrates a number of documents that we have sent to you, and I'm interested in your personal recollection rather than what the documents show, if you understand. Before we address the issues of substance, which I'm going to do thematically rather than chronologically, I'd like, if I may, to address some overarching themes with you, and there are 7 of them.
Mr. Beer, I did want to make a short statement first, if I could.
Absolutely, you go ahead.
Right, thank you. I would just like to say, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to do this in person, how sorry I am for all that sub-postmasters and their families and others have suffered as a result of all of the matters that the inquiry has been looking into for so long. I followed and listened to all of the human impact statements, and I was very affected by them. I remember listening to one postmaster whose name I noted, who said that he would like somebody to go and stand outside his old post office with him so he could tell them exactly what he'd been through. I would do that. I am very, very sorry. I would also like to repeat the apology which is in my witness statement to Alan Bates, to Ron Warmington and Ian Henderson from Second Sight, and to Lord Arbuthnot. I and those I worked with made their work so much harder, and I'm very, very sorry for that. My third apology is really about today, because I will answer the questions truthfully, and I'm very aware that they will be difficult to listen to for you and for me, and I ask your understanding in advance of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I should say there's going to be a fire alarm
Yes.
at 10 o'clock, and we're just going to sit here all together and listen to it and then carry on afterwards. So some general issues, if I may. Ms Vennells, in the light of the information that you tell us in your witness statement you weren't given, in the light of the documents that you tell us in your witness statement that you didn't see, and in the light of the assurances that you tell us about in your witness statement that you were given by Post Office staff, do you think you're the unluckiest CEO in the United Kingdom?
I was given much information, and as the inquiry has heard, there was information that I wasn't given and others didn't receive as well. One of my reflections on all of this is that I was too trusting. I did probe and I did ask questions, and I'm disappointed where information wasn't shared, and it has been a very important time for me as I have gone through all of the documentation that I've seen since, to plug some of those gaps and to remind me what I did see and perhaps hadn't remembered.
Can I run through with you? I don't want to display them on the screen in the interest of time, but take it from me that these are accurate, short summaries of what you say in your witness statement. The things that you say that you weren't told and that you didn't see. Paragraph 104 on page 39. Nobody at the post office told you that there were bugs, errors or defects in Horizon, or that it lacked integrity, or even that there were allegations to that effect when you joined the post office in January 2007. Yes?
Yes.
Paragraph 109 on page 41. When you joined, you weren't briefed on the contract with Fujitsu, correct?
Correct.
Paragraph 114 on page 43. When Computer Weekly published its article in May 2009, you were told by Mike Young, the then operations director, that the magazine didn't know what it was talking about in relation to Horizon and assured you that there was nothing wrong with the Horizon system, correct?
Yes.
Paragraph 129 on page 50. You did not know at the time of the Computer Weekly article in May 2009 of the Calendar Square bug. You didn't know of the remming out bug. You didn't know about the reversals bug, the data tree failure bug, the phantom transactions bug, the concurrent logins bug, or the bureau de change bug, because nobody had told you about them, correct?
Correct.
Paragraph 133 on page 52. You were not made aware of the receipts and payments mismatch bug when it was discovered in September or October 2010. The first that you knew about it was in May 2013, correct?
Correct.
Paragraph 154 on page 61. You were not aware of the remming in bug, the local suspense account bug, the recovery bug, the withdrawn discrepancies bug, or the Leica top-up bug when you became managing director in October 2010, because nobody told you about them.
Correct.
Paragraphs 180 and 181 on page 75. You had no understanding of how suspense accounts operated during your time as network director or managing director, and if there were issues with suspense accounts, then you weren't made aware of them, correct?
Correct.
Paragraph 309 on page 143. You were not made aware of Richard Morgan KC's advice that if an independent expert examined Horizon and found faults with it, then that would open the floodgates to damages claims by convicted sub-postmasters. You weren't told about that. Paragraph 388 on page 183. Your understanding until May 2013 was that no bugs had been found in Horizon, because that is what you had been told by a series of senior IT managers over the years.
Correct.
Paragraph 502 on page 246. Your incorrect understanding of the operation of the settle centrally function, in particular, that it operated like a suspense account, allowing time for disputes to be resolved, came from reliance on incorrect information that you had been given by others in the post office.
Yes.
Paragraph 563 on page 271. You did not see Simon Clark's advice of the 15th of July 2013 until after you left the post office. Indeed, not until it was made public until 2021.
Yes.
Paragraph 564 on page 271. You did not see Simon Clark's advice of the 2nd of August 2013 about the head of security's instructions to shred documents relevant to Horizon bugs until after you had left the post office. Indeed,
Yes.
again, not until it was made public in 2021.
That's right.
Paragraph 568, page 273.
Attention, please. Attention, please. This is the test of the fire and voice.
Fenny Compton. This essentially is the place where all of this started. We're in the village hall in Fenny Compton, which is where Alan Bates called a meeting of affected sub-postmasters, and essentially that's where this long fight for justice began. Today is a significant moment in that fight for justice. Our national correspondent, Tom Parmenter, is here with me. Tom, just remind us of what we're witnessing today.
We've just witnessed, I think, one of the most important moments in the unravelling of this scandal that has shocked the nation, it's fair to say, over the course of everything that's happened from this village hall throughout the campaigning, the court cases, the ITV drama that has laid bare this scandal. And we now have Paula Vennells issuing her biggest apology so far, a three-pronged apology in which she apologises to the postmasters, some of which are in the hall, we're about to hear from them, and also to the people at the heart of unravelling that scandal, and also an apology for the evidence that she's about to get into today. A really significant moment.
Well, let's talk to some of the postmasters who have gathered here today to watch the evidence. They didn't want to watch it at home on their own. They couldn't travel to London. They wanted to be together because, as I said, this is a significant day in their fight for justice. I'm going to come to Teji first. Teji, good to see you. We've spoken before on Sky News about...
Page 273, you did not see, nor were you briefed about, Brian Altman Casey's advice of the 2nd of August 2013.
Correct.
Paragraph 686 on page 321, you did not read Brian Altman Casey's general review of the 15th of October 2013 until you were provided it with a copy of it in the course of this inquiry by the inquiry.
That's right.
Paragraph 842, page 376, you were involved only to a limited extent in commissioning and reviewing advice from Linklater solicitors.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yes. You were involved only to a limited extent in commissioning and then reviewing advice from Linklater solicitors.
I think that depends on which you're referring to. There was a report produced by Linklaters which came to the board, which was discussed. And in the preparation for that, I worked with a small group of colleagues from the EXCO and chased down a list of questions from the board. But my involvement in the formulation of the instructions, I had no involvement in the final formulation of the instructions.
Thank you. Paragraph 896, page 400, you say, although the failure to discuss the impact of Deloitte's 2014 report seems surprising now, you trusted Chris Oyard, Rod Williams and Linklaters to have advised you about the impact on criminal convictions, and they did not.
I'm so sorry. Could you say that one again, please? Because
yes.
That was quite an important...
You say that although the failure to discuss the impact of Deloitte's 2014 report on criminal convictions seems surprising to you, you trusted Chris Oyard, Rod Williams and Linklaters to have advised you about this, that it was necessary to do so.
In that respect, yes. Yes.
And they did not do so.
Yes.
Paragraph 1155, you say that you did not see Brian Altman Casey's advice of the 8th of March 2015.
I didn't see any advices, so I assume that's correct. I can't remember that one specifically.
Paragraph 1251, page 533, you did not see Jonathan Swift's written review of the 8th of February 2016
That's
at the
correct.
time. Paragraph 1341, page 579, you were not on the steering group for the group litigation, and Jane McLeod was instead responsible for briefing the board about it.
That's correct. I was on the board subcommittee.
If all of the facts and matters that I've just described are true, and if what you say is reliable, was there a conspiracy at the post office which lasted for nearly 12 years, involving a wide range of people, differing over time, to deny you information and to deny you documents and to falsely give you reassurance?
No, I don't believe that was the case. you've covered a range of different issues. I have been disappointed, particularly more recently, listening to evidence at the inquiry where I think I have learned that people knew more than perhaps either they remembered at the time or I knew of at the time. I have no sense that there was any conspiracy at all. My deep sorrow in this is that I think that individuals, myself included, made mistakes, didn't see things, didn't hear things. I may be wrong, but that wasn't the impression that I had at the time. I have more questions now, but conspiracy feels too far-fetched.
There wouldn't be a motive for such people to deny you information, deny you documents, and falsely to give you reassurance where it wasn't warranted, would there?
I think you conflate too many different things, if I may, because you've covered bugs and IT, you've covered legal advices, the chairman's report by Jonathan Swift. I can't see that over that period of time that individuals working on all of those documents could have conspired or had a reason to withhold them. The inquiry heard from Susan Crichton, and this is a serious governance lesson, that it was not the practice in the Post Office and the legal team and in Royal Mail Group previously to share legal advices. They may have had very good reasons for that, some of which I'm sure were related to legal privilege, but they were not shared, and as Susan explained, the outcomes were discussed. So as we go through some of those documents, which we may do, I'm sure that I will recognise some of the recommendations. I have to say, having read some of them, particularly one of the Brian Altman advices, where he was, as he was reviewing prosecution policy, he was hugely critical of, prior to 2012-13, the documentation, the policies in place, the approach. That advice was never shared with me, with the group executive, with the board. Had we seen it, we may well have asked very, very different questions. What was shared was the outcome of that advice, and different policies and procedures were put in place. But I think there is too much reliance, or there was too much reliance, on the lead general counsels in that case, and I'm not particularly making a point about general counsels, but to take a decision as to what was shared from those reports, because what happened is they were then, as the inquiry has seen, they were then reproduced into board documents, which were shared, but the original advice would have been so much more useful. And one of the biggest lessons for me in this is that advices should be, that boards, chief executives and group executives should know when advices are commissioned. They should know when they're received, because some were received that were not commissioned, and they should see them.
You focused on legal advice. I've asked you about a range of things, including the contract with Fujitsu, the information about bugs, errors and defects. If there isn't a conspiracy operative to deny you this information, what's the reason that so much of it didn't reach you?
The contract with Fujitsu would not have been... the contract with Fujitsu, sorry, let me start again, existed over a very, very long period of time, as the inquiry knows. I was involved with reviewing the strategy and some of the content of the contract with Fujitsu as we prepared to retender the Horizon system in up and during 2015. The original contract with Fujitsu and versions before that would not have crossed my desk as network director or as managing director. What should have happened is the service level agreements within that contract should have been reported on differently than they were. And that also might point to some of your points about bugs, errors and defects. Because if I turn to those, the reporting that the group executive, the chief executive and the board received, and the inquiry heard this from Leslie Sewell as well, was at different levels. So I think we had a level 0 and a level 1 that came to my level and to the board. Issues that cropped up below that were not reported. One of the biggest challenges as I have been going through all of this documentation is realising how much went on at an individual postmaster level. So when a bug affected large numbers of post offices, or there was an outage which affected large numbers of post offices, or a network failure, they were raised. But if a single sub-postmaster made a call X number of times to a service centre, it wouldn't have been picked up. And I think from a governance point of view, there is, and the point has been made previously, a very important lesson around the issue of the institution and the individual. How does somebody, as a chief executive of an institution this large and complex, have sight to what happens to an individual if they are affected by a bug? The only thing I can think about is that it ought to be possible to have data which reports the number of times a postmaster may complain about something, the number of disputes that have not been resolved, age disputes, disputes where postmasters have challenged them.
Isn't all this really obvious?
It is, and it wasn't in place, and it should have been.
If it was really obvious, why wasn't it in place?
I think because of the way that the reporting had been planned. Management information across many areas of a business tends to be written in layers of escalation. And the layers of escalation that were selected around IT and Fujitsu were such that it didn't. And I think this probably happens in many, many other large institutions too. It didn't give you, on a board, a line of sight to what happened to an individual. And we are seeing the terrible impact of that today.
So is the overall answer to my question that you don't believe that there was a conspiracy to deny you information and documents? The reason such information and documents didn't reach you was the way that the company was organised and structured?
I think in the majority of cases, yes, that is true.
And who was responsible for organising and structuring the company?
Sorry, if I may just say, the other point is that I have seen documents and I have heard evidence where I think colleagues did know more information than was shared, and in those cases either mistakes were made or they decided it wasn't appropriate to do so. To your first point, in terms of... Sorry, could you say that again?
Yes. If it was the organisation and structure of the company that prevented this information and these documents from reaching you, who was responsible for organising and structuring the company after you became CEO?
I was responsible for... As CEO, you're accountable for everything. You have experts who report to you. So the decision on what would have been reported on IT, for instance, would have been decided by the IT director. When I was chief executive, in an attempt to get more on top of some of the issues that were reported, I asked Alistair Cameron, for instance, to put in place an operations board where it began to review some of those things that were raised. But in terms of what you put in a report, the IT reports the post office had were not that different from ones I've seen in other big corporate companies. The difference for the post office, as a result of what we're discussing here today, is that it somehow did... It was... At the time, it did not see what was happening in an individual post office, if that was... it was just at a level that didn't reach us, and that was wrong. And there needs to be different sort of reporting that would have flagged that.
In a note that Alice Perkins wrote before the departure of Susan Crichton to you, she said, quote, "It's the fact that she, that's Susan, sees so much as beyond her control that's the problem. It's her alibi." Do you think the same could be said of you?
No, definitely not. I asked questions, I oversaw the strategy which would have introduced changes where we felt it was appropriate to the organisation. I probed, I worked in a structured way and an informal way. I would walk around the desks in the organisation and talk to people just to find out what was going on. I was sometimes criticised in team development events for being too curious and stepping too much into people's territory. I don't think that's a criticism that could have been levelled at me.
You tell us that you always enjoyed a good relationship with Moya Greene, the Chief Executive of Royal Mail Group, in your witness statement.
Yeah, we had a good working relationship.
You say, no need to turn it up, paragraph 259 on page 114, I got on very well with Moya.
I got on very well with most of the people I work with, yeah.
I'm focusing on Moya Greene at the moment. She overlapped very extensively as Chief Executive of Royal Mail Group, with your holding the most senior positions in the Post Office. Yes?
Yes.
She became CEO of Royal Mail Group in July 2010. You became MD of Post Office in October 2010.
Yes.
She left in 2018 and you left in early 2019.
Yes.
So a very substantial period of overlap. Can we look, please, at PVEN 50532? This is a new document for the inquiry, having been properly disclosed by you recently. It's an iMessage exchange with Moya Greene, and I think you'll be familiar with it.
What was the reference again, Mr. Beer? Sorry.
PVEN 50532.
Thank you.
Can you help us to date it, please?
I think this is January this year.
You'll see that the way you've screenshotted it includes the words yesterday at 6:46. That doesn't literally mean yesterday from the day that you disclosed it to us. It was that captures.
I think Moya had been away. She had come back to the UK. I have a sense this is around January time because I think it was at the time of the ITV drama.
That would make sense because in the third paragraph it says Nick was a poor witness, chairman gone. That's a reference to Mr. Staunton, yes?
I believe so.
And he resigned, I think, or was required to resign on the 27th of January 2024.
Yes.
Let's just read through it. Paula, I'm just back in the UK. What I have learned from the inquiry / parliamentary committee questions is very damaging. Nick, that's Nick Reed, yes?
Yes.
Nick Reed was a poor witness. Chairman, as we've established, that's Mr. Henry Staunton, correct, yes? Has gone. He will be next. When it was clear the system was at fault, the Post Office should have raised a red flag, stopped all proceedings, given people back their money, and then tried to compensate them from the ruin this caused in their lives. Moya. And then if we go down, please, the next page. Keep going. You say in reply, yes, I agree. This is taking too long, Moya. The toll on everyone affected is dreadful. I hope you had a good break and are well. Best wishes, Paula. Moya Greene. I don't know what to say. I think you knew. Moya. You reply, no, Moya, that isn't the case. She replies, I want to believe you. I asked you twice. I suggested you get an independent review, reporting to you. I was afraid you were being lied to. You said the system had already been reviewed multiple times. How could you not have known? Over the page. And scroll down. Moya, the mechanism for getting to the bottom of this is the inquiry. I've made it my priority to support it fully. Moya Greene. The Post Office did not. They dragged their heels. They did not deliver documents. They did not compensate people. Paula, you appealed the judge's decision. I'm sorry. I can't now support you. I've supported you all these years to my own detriment. I can't support you now after what I have learned at Moya. You'll see in the course of that exchange, Moya Greene accuses you of knowing.
Yes.
Did you understand that to be an accusation that you knew about bugs, errors and defects in Horizon?
No, I understood this to be Moya, and there is a further series of exchanges of text where Moya steps back a little bit from the challenges that she's putting here. I understood that Moya had returned to the country earlier this year, that she had been listening to all of the information in the inquiry, and she was trying to square her memory with what she was hearing. That's
If we go up a page, please. She says in the second text down there, I think you knew, and you say that isn't the case. What did you think you were denying?
I think Moya was possibly suggesting there that there was some conspiracy, as you mentioned earlier, and as I said, I didn't believe that was the case. She may have been saying that I knew. No, I think it's the same thing. I was going to say about a cover-up, but the same thing.
At the text at the foot of the page, she asks you the question, how could you not have known? And your reply, if we scroll down, you don't answer that question, do you?
No, and I didn't not answer that question. I was very concerned because I was aware that it is not good practice to be exchanging texts in the middle of an inquiry. And so I simply wanted to say to her that the place for resolving all of this was the inquiry. It wasn't that I should or shouldn't have answered her question.
Ms Vennells, we've got a lot of your text messages.
Yes.
You have been exchanging text messages with a lot of people, including in the currency of this inquiry, haven't you?
Not since the inquiry became a public inquiry. I exchanged texts in relation to the Select Committee in 2020 and...
The setting up of the inquiry.
And when the inquiry was non-statutory. And then I understood... And the reason I exchanged those texts was to try to help to give good information to the Select Committee and to the inquiry. The intention of all of those texts that were exchanged was entirely positive.
You don't answer the question, how could you not have known? What's the answer to that question that the Chief Executive of Royal Mail Group is asking you? How could you not have known?
This is a situation that is so complex. It's a question I have asked myself as well. I have learned some things that I didn't know as a result of the inquiry. And I imagine that we will go into some of the detail of that. I wished I had known.
That's not the issue. The question is, how come you didn't?
I think the question then is which question am I trying to answer? That the inquiry... that there were two trials. There was the Common Issues trial and there was the Horizon Issues trial. If I take the Common Issues trial, I did know a number of aspects that came up during that trial and where Judge Fraser found that the Post Office needed to change its practices and its contract. In terms of the onerous nature of the contract, I was in the board meeting where the board reviewed that contract as a result of the Linklaters advice, which we touched on previously, and we were given very straightforward advice that the contract was an acceptable contract. One of my regrets is, and it's in my statement, is that during that meeting, a relational contract was mentioned, and I remember thinking, that is the nature of the way I would like the Post Office to work with its sub-postmasters. And I believed that that was what we were doing, and therefore the legal advice with continuing with the agency contract could be followed. In terms of the IT side, that I think is much more difficult. I wish I had known more on that. I did not know until 2018 when Mr. Coyne submitted his evidence on the numbers of bugs in the system, and the serious numbers of bugs in the system, and the interventions going on. And I should have known about that.
But why didn't? That's what I'm asking, not whether you wish.
Yes.
You had known. It's why didn't you?
That goes back to my earlier point, I believe, around management information, around possibly Fujitsu not sharing as much as it could or should have done, around possibly people knowing that the system itself lacked integrity, around corporate memory. One of the biggest lessons for governance in this was when I joined the Post Office in 2007, there was absolutely no corporate memory alive, at least, of the inception of the Horizon system. I had no idea that it was a system that had been designed for a completely different purpose, that the Post Office had had to struggle to take it on, that the decisions...
How come we've been able to find it out? Just by asking for the documents? Thousands of documents about the birth of Horizon, the involvement of the DWP and the benefits agency, the splitting off, the contract, the acceptance incidents. You say that corporate memory didn't exist. All of the documents were there. We've got them. We've looked at them. We spent 5 months looking at them.
You're right, and I didn't. There is an issue of unknown unknowns. If you don't know something exists, it's difficult to ask questions about it. That is why the importance of governance, particularly around corporate memory on bad things rather than good things, there was plenty of good corporate memory in the Post Office, is important to have. I simply didn't have that information.
Cutting through this exchange reveals that even the chief executive of the Royal Mail Group, who supported you over all those years, doesn't believe you, does she?
That's what this particular text says. Whether Moya still feels the same, I'm not sure, and you would have to ask her.
You point in this exchange to the importance of the inquiry, and can I turn to that now as a second general topic? Can we look at pages 2 and 3 of your witness statement, please? Paragraph 5, which is at the bottom. You say, I'd like to offer my genuine and unreserved apologies to all those affected by the matters giving rise to this inquiry. I apologise that I and those working for me failed the sub-postmasters and their families. I'm deeply sorry they've suffered in such a distressing way. I watched the inquiry's human impact evidence and heard sub-postmasters describe what they had been through, how isolated they felt, and how they had been unsupported by the Post Office. They described the life-changing experiences they and their families have endured for so many years. I am so very sorry that so much of this happened whilst I was a member of the senior management team and then CEO. I also offer my apologies to Alan Bates, Ian Henderson, Ron Warmington, Lord Arbuthnot, and all those who worked with them to secure justice for the sub-postmasters. They had the right insights. They were right to persevere. I'm sorry for where I made their task harder. Some of which you said first thing this morning. And then can we go forward, please, to page 774? And paragraph 1800. You say, I've been asked to reflect on my time at the Post Office and to set out whether there's anything I would have handled differently with hindsight. And then 1801, as a result of my commitment to this statement and to the work of the inquiry, which has been my priority, I've had much to consider. With the benefit of hindsight, there are many things I and the Post Office should have done differently. I'm now reflecting with care on these matters and will expand upon them and answer as fully as possible when I give my evidence to the inquiry. These reflections will demonstrate my deep remorse. So our request, which was made in August 2023, so 7 months before you provided this witness statement, was for you to, quote, reflect on your time at the Post Office and set out whether there was anything you would have handled differently with hindsight. Yes? You explain in paragraph 1801 that there are many things you would have done, that you should have done differently, and the Post Office should have done differently, and you will expand upon them and answer them fully when you give your evidence in May, i.e. today. Given you provided a 775-page witness statement that took 7 months to write, could you not have reflected on what you should have done fully and differently within the witness statement?
Yes, I could have put more into it. And I'm sorry if that wasn't helpful. I read so many documents and worked a long time to try and prepare this, and disclosures are coming out all the time. I would be very happy to tell the inquiry now. I have a list of things in my head, and I hope that I will be able to bring them out as we went through the statement. Equally, I would be more than happy to submit a further statement to set that out.
But given that you took 775 pages and 7 months to write this, why didn't you do so then, given that we'd ask you that direct question? Were you adopting a wait-and-see approach? Let's see what comes out in evidence, see what I've got to admit, and then I'll admit that.
No, not at all, Mr. Beard. That's not the way I work.
So why didn't you assist us by setting out in this document what your reflections were?
It was simply a matter of time. The inquiry asked me, I think, over 600 questions, two or 300 with sub-questions in each. I went through probably hundreds of thousands of documents, and my memory was not very good at the beginning of this process. It has improved as I've gone through the documentation, and that was important. And by the time I got to December last year, when the draft went in, I had simply run out of time to answer these questions properly. They are very serious questions. Questions 189 and 190 in the list that the inquiry sent to me. I would be happy to write them up in much more detail, or I would be happy to share with you now or as we go through those reflections. It was absolutely not a wait and see.
Can I turn to the third topic, please, which is what you think went wrong? Can we go back to paragraph 4 of your witness statement, please, which I think is on page 2. And if we scroll down, please, you say you have been shown and read thousands of documents from the inquiry's disclosure when you were writing this witness statement, yes?
Yes.
And you've done your best to refer to all relevant documents and answer all questions fully?
Yes.
But you're sure you may have missed some or overlooked some inadvertently?
Yes.
And then can we go forwards, please, to page 774? And paragraph 1802. Thank you. In the second line, you say, I'm genuinely sorry. I finished this statement by repeating my apologies to the sub-postmasters and their families and to all who have suffered so much from this terrible miscarriage of justice. And then this, their lives were torn apart by being wrongly accused and wrongly prosecuted as a result of the Horizon system. I just want to focus on the words, as a result of the Horizon system. Even after all the inquiry has revealed, and after all of the documents, thousands that you've read, do you continue to think that the issue was with the computer system, the Horizon system, as opposed to the conduct, competence and ethics of those within the Post Office?
No, not at all. And apologies that that's not clear. There were numbers of debates about what the Horizon system meant. No, what I meant to say, or what I should have said, is as a result of all of the matters relating to Horizon and all of the issues that were discussed that the inquiry is looking at.
This suggests that you think that the issue was with the system, not the people that were responsible for the conduct of prosecutions, the people that were responsible for the conduct of investigations, and indeed those responsible for their supervision, oversight and governance, doesn't it?
That was not what I intended to convey at all.
Is this a perpetuation, what we see in this simple sentence here, of a culture that ran through the Post Office, of failing to take responsibility for the use of powers that it elected to use, and indeed use robustly, and instead blame the IT?
No, it isn't that at all, and I completely agree with what is contained in your question. The tragedy that we're dealing with today is a result of something much, much broader than an IT system. Yes, that underpinned some of it, but the issues are much, much broader.
The words that you finished the statement with here, this last two sentences, are exactly the same words that you used, they're a cut and paste, when you were announcing that you were returning your CBE to the King, correct?
I don't recall that, but if you say so, yes.
Yes, they're a cut and paste. I
Right.
looked online to see the words that you delivered when apologising and explaining the return of the CBE. Is that how you thought then? That it's the computer system that was the problem, not the people?
No, Mr. Beer, I didn't. I've just explained it. It was a poor use of words. This was far more complicated than just the Horizon system.
Does it reflect a fundamental failure to understand how profound a power the Post Office chose to exercise when it prosecuted people at scale, and how serious and broad the use of that power was?
No, because I wrote this in hindsight. I think at the time your question is valid. The Post Office didn't realise all of that.
Can I turn to the fourth topic, please, which is whether your priority in your time at the Post Office was to protect the business? Can we turn up, please, poll 0010 2438. Can you see an email exchange between you and Jane McLeod, Mark Davis and Alistair Cameron, with other people copied in,
Yes.
of the 3rd of August 2015? You say, I've listed below some questions and requests. And then in the second paragraph, you say this, as presumably per my earlier note, our priority is to protect the business and the thousands who operated under the same rules and didn't get into difficulties. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
By this stage, as I think we're going to see, August 2015, the Post Office and you personally were aware of at least 3 bugs that had impacted on sub-postmaster balances in different ways, correct?
Yes.
Why were you still happy to identify as a priority to wheel out the message again that because many branches had not complained, that supported the Post Office position that those who were complaining, their complaints shouldn't really be attributed to Horizon?
I'm sorry, first of all, because this reads badly today. At this point in time, my recollection is that the Post Office team working on the cases of the sub-postmasters, there were 136, I think, that went into the scheme and were being investigated. I had, and the board had been given the information that no issue had been found that had caused the problems for those sub-postmasters, either as a result of the Horizon system, or, and I'm sure in some cases that they had found something that the Post Office itself had not done correctly. But in my mind, I was of the understanding that the cases we were looking at were a minority, and the vast majority of those operating in the business had not encountered the same issues. That I wasn't saying...
Can I just test you on
Yes.
your logic there? Why does that logic follow? There are lots of sub-postmasters for whom Horizon is working. We should concentrate on them. They're our priority, not the people for whom it's not working, who complain about a bug, error or defect.
Two responses to that, if I may. The latter one is we were concentrating on those who had raised issues individually, and that was part of the scheme.
That's not your
And
priority, according to this.
Then this is this is badly worded because
Why is it badly worded?
I'm juggling two priorities, and I'm only talking about one here.
You don't say that here. That would have been a more acceptable way to say things.
It would have been a more acceptable thing
and
to
no
say.
doubt you wish you had, but you didn't.
No, I didn't.
You said our priority is to protect the people who aren't complaining.
That wasn't how I intended it to be read. We had just spent 3 years investigating with Second Sight, and I accept all of the things that went wrong through that process, which I'm sure we will come to. But we had prioritised more than any other time in the Post Office looking into issues raised by individuals. I had been told, and the Inquirer has heard other people say the same, that nothing had been found. And so my understanding at this time was that the way the business was operating was an acceptable way. And what I was trying to say here is that we needed to make sure that the business as it was operating remained a priority for us. I wasn't excluding the other, but it can be read that way, and I accept it.
Was this a message that was also disseminated within the business, and in particular to those who worked the help desks, when they responded to calls from distressed sub-postmasters? The system works for everyone else. It's just you that's the problem, not the system.
Oh, no. There's no way that the organisation would have disseminated something like that. The people who worked in the call centres, and I visited on a number of occasions and listened into calls, were very keen to make sure that they gave the help to the people who phoned in. But I am very sorry, because I'm very aware that so many sub-postmasters phoned in so many times and didn't, and we're talking over a 20-year period, but phoned in so many times and were not given the help they needed.
Well, worse than that, they were told that you're the problem, the sub-postmaster.
Yes, I've heard
You're
that.
the only person that's complaining about this.
I have heard that. I can't comment on individual cases, and I'm very sorry that was the case.
Separately, by this time, August 15, you hadn't seen the Clark advice of the 15th of July about
No.
Gareth Jenkins, 2013, but you had, I think, been made aware that there was a problem with the Fujitsu expert, which problem could create a duty of further disclosure that might undermine past criminal convictions? I'm summarising what you say in your statement.
Yes, yes.
Was that not a cause for concern when there were repeated complaints in respect of Horizon? i.e., I've been told that there has been an issue raised about the evidence given by the Fujitsu expert, which may create a duty of further disclosure. Why would your priority still be on protecting the business in the light of that?
My priority, I had a number of priorities as chief executive. To your question about the Simon Clarke advice and Gareth Jenkins, the way that had been explained to me was that Gareth Jenkins had not disclosed, and I can't remember whether it was 1 or 2 bugs, which were not relevant to the case that he had been giving evidence on. And I can remember a conversation with Leslie Sewell very clearly, because she was incredibly frustrated that he was now going to be stood down as what we understood at the time to be an expert witness, having not shared information which was not relevant to a case. And the logic didn't seem to stand scrutiny, but what was explained by the lawyers is that because he had done that, he then had to be stood down. I don't think that had any...
Sorry, just we're going to come back to this in detail
right,
whilst you're on it. Is that your memory of it?
Yes.
Of what you were told?
Yes.
That this was completely illogical? Why are we standing down this Fujitsu man?
Yes, I had 2 conversations. I don't know if you want to cover that now or later.
Well, just briefly now to get your evidence. Neither of these conversations are documented, correct?
I think they're in my statement, actually.
Yeah.
Yes,
What you said now.
There's no further documentation
No.
of them, no. So the first I learned was I bumped into Leslie Sewell in the corridor. She was looking particularly grumpy, and I said, "What's the matter?" And she said, "I've just found out that..." And I didn't remember the name, and there's documentation that shows I didn't, but that she probably would have said that the Fujitsu expert had been stood down because he hadn't disclosed 2 bugs which were not relevant in a case where he had given evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I then had a further conversation with Susan Crichton to say, this doesn't quite make sense to me. Why is he being stood down? And she explained that there was a duty of disclosure now, that what we had to do was to go back over the cases where he had given evidence and inform them of this event.
And just, again, capturing things, we know that there was a written advice
Yes.
from an independent barrister.
Yes.
Do you know why neither of them said, "Paula, it's all explained here," which would have told you a very different story?
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea, and I find it unacceptable.
Do you think they were trying to protect you from information that you would find difficult to hear?
No,
We best not tell the boss.
no, absolutely not.
Because the account that you've given is very different from what the documents reveal.
Yes, I agree. I should have seen them. The board should have seen them. Susan Crichton explained to the inquiry that it was not the way of working in the post office to disclose legal advice as they should have been. And to your point about people hiding bad news from me, no. On the contrary, I put in place a campaign at one stage which was called Bad News is Good News, to encourage people to come to share difficult information, because it's very important when you're running an organisation, particularly at the level of chief executive, that sort of information is shared with you.
Can I move to my 5th topic then, please? You knew, that can come down that document, thank you. You knew and worked very closely with Alistair Cameron for a number of years, didn't you?
Yes.
And presumably you trusted him.
Yes.
He told us last week, from the time that he joined the business, that's January 15, until the time that you left, that's April 2019, that you did not believe that there had been any miscarriages of justice. In his words, quote, "You could not get there emotionally." Did you believe, right up until the point at which you left the business, that there had been no miscarriages of justice?
I was told multiple times, and I'm very aware of the questions that have been asked around the Select Committee in 2015, that there had been no evidence found. The inquiry heard from Patrick Bork, I think last week or the week before, where Fujitsu records had been checked to see if there was a scar and everything was golden. I was told that there had been, that nothing had been found.
So is the answer that you did believe, right until you left the business in April 2019, that there had been no miscarriages of justice?
I think that's right.
Was that because you could not, at an emotional level, reach the opposite view?
No, you will see there are 2 or 3 examples in documentation where even in 2016, I received a communication from Tim McCormack, who I did speak to or communicate with. And Tim pointed out that that Mrs. Misra's case had now been referred, I think, or the police had been brought in to look at whether post office investigators had not operated correctly in her case. I don't remember the detail, and I don't think there was matters of detail in his email. I immediately reacted to that by asking Tom Weschler to look into it, and in the email I say, I want you to suspend any, these may not be the right words, but I want you to suspend any judgment around Sparrow, and that we will take whatever conclusion comes from this. What actually happened is that Mrs. Misra's case had gone to the CCRC, and so that it was left with the CCRC to look through. But no, absolutely not.
So Mr. Cameron's wrong to suggest that you believed there had been no miscarriages of justice because you could not reach the opposite view at an emotional level.
You can't be a chief executive and rely solely on your emotions, no.
Mr. Cameron told us that you were clear in your conviction from the day he joined until the day that you left, that nothing had gone wrong. Is that correct? Was that your belief?
I don't think he's right in that view.
Were you clear in your convictions that nothing had gone wrong in your time at the post office, so far as Horizon was concerned and the prosecution of sub-postmasters was concerned?
No, not at all. There were problems with Horizon all the way through my tenure.
Mr. Cameron told us that you never deviated from or seemed to doubt that. Is that right, that you never deviated from your path?
No, he's completely wrong.
Can we turn, please, to JARB 601? These are the notes of a meeting between you, we can just see you at the foot of the screen there, other post office personnel, and a group of MPs, including Lord Arbuthnot. Yes?
Yes.
It's dated the 18th of June 2012. And can we look, please, at page 2, where you're recorded as saying, Paula Vennells continued, she said that temptation is an issue, but that trust in the post office brand is absolutely paramount. The post office needs competent, trustworthy people on staff, and its processes and systems must be transparent and work well. Of the 1,800 sub-postmasters and mistresses currently employed, only a tiny number are presenting cases where there is an issue of alleged fraud involving the Horizon system. The problem, therefore, is relatively small.
I think you actually said 1,800, but it's 11,800.
Thank you, sir. The problem is, therefore, relatively small. The Horizon system is very secure. Every keystroke used by anyone using the system is recorded and auditable. When things go wrong in a sub-post office, there is a helpline which staff can call 7 days per week during office hours, and backup staff who will help further if things go wrong. It's here that issues are normally resolved. It appears that some sub-postmasters have been borrowing money from the post office account or till in the same way they might do in a retail business, but this isn't how the post office works. Post office cash is public money, and the post office must recover it if any goes missing. And then this, every case taken to prosecution that involves the Horizon system thus far has found in favour of the Post Office. And then a similar line, if we can remember that one, to go over to page 3. Just at the foot of the screen there, you are recorded as saying, going back to Andrew Brigham's question, there had not been a case investigated where the Horizon system had been found to be at fault. Is what we read here, every case taken to prosecution has found in favour of the Post Office, there hasn't been a case investigated where the Horizon system has been found to be at fault, a reflection of the unwavering belief that Mr. Cameron spoke about, that nothing had gone wrong, there had been no miscarriages of justice, and you refused to deviate from those lines?
It isn't a representation of that. It is, though, a representation of the information that I was given. In, I think, January 2012, the General Counsel told the board exactly this, and the inquiry has seen this statement, I think, made by other colleagues. It was an understanding in the organisation which I now know is completely incorrect.
You know it's incorrect because you know that by the time you were speaking here, Nicola Arch, the branch manager at Chalford Hill Post Office in Stroud, Gloucestershire, having been accused of stealing £24,000, had been acquitted by a jury in April 2012, having blamed Horizon for the alleged shortfalls at her branch, don't you?
I didn't know that information.
You know now.
I know now, yes.
You know now that Maureen McKelvey, the sub-postmistress at Clannabogan in Omagh, accused of stealing £30,000, had been acquitted by a jury, having blamed Horizon for the cause of losses of money of which she was accused of stealing. You know that now.
I know that now.
You know now that Susan Palmer, the sub-postmistress at Grange Post Office in Rayleigh, had been acquitted by a jury in January 2007, Mrs. Palmer having blamed Horizon at trial for the losses said to have been attributable to her. Why were you telling these parliamentarians that every prosecution involving the Horizon system had been successful and had found in favour of the Post Office?
I fully accept now that the Post Office, excuse me, the Post Office knew that. I completely accepted. Personally, I didn't know that, and I'm incredibly sorry that that happened to those people and to so many others.
You'd received a detailed briefing for the purposes of this meeting, hadn't you?
Yes, I had.
There had been successive drafts of a briefing pack prepared for you. And it was about 20 pages long, the briefing pack.
Yes, I can remember it.
Can we look, please, at poll 309 6640? This is the final version of the briefing pack for this very meeting. We're familiar with it. If we go to page 2, we can see the agenda and how the meeting was chunked up, who was going to speak to which issue. And you were going to speak at point 3 to the background.
Yeah.
And then if we go over the page to page 3, we can see what Alice Perkins was going to deliver as key messages. And then over the page to page 4, we can see your section.
Yeah.
Yes? Topic 3, background. And we can see all of the bullet points in detail on that page, yes?
Yes.
Where does it say there that every case taken to prosecution that involves the Horizon system has been found in favour of the Post Office?
I'm not sure that it does it?
It doesn't.
No.
Where does it say there that there had not been a case investigated where the Horizon system had been found to be at fault?
I don't see it.
Where does it say there anything about temptation and sub-postmasters having their hands in the till, treating it like a retail business?
That, I remember, was discussed in the meeting.
Yes, where does it say it here?
If it isn't there, Mr. Beer, I'd take your
Where
word
does it
for
say here that every keystroke is recorded?
I believe that was picked up by Leslie Sewell.
Yes, where does it say here?
If it isn't there, it isn't there.
No. So why are the things that postmasters have been led into temptation, that every case that has been prosecuted we've won, not appear in your briefing for this meeting, but are the very things that you said to this group of parliamentarians?
When you're in a meeting, you take the briefing in with you, and then you supplement it or raise things that you consider also appropriate in the meeting.
Isn't the purpose of a briefing that it's gone through a process, that the right people have been involved in it? I mean, we've seen the back issues of this, the email exchanges between the relevant people, IT and legal, to get the key messages recorded right. Are you saying that you put this to one side and you freestyle in the meeting?
No, not at all. I would have used the briefing and I would have added in, as anybody does, I think, given a briefing, to further information that I thought was relevant. What I did want to see, because I can see Mrs. Hamilton sitting there, is that I did not realise at the time, when the details of her case were presented in this meeting, that the Post Office had more detail in the prosecution file than was shared with us at the time, and I'm very sorry about that.
Very slowly, I'm being attacked by drips. And I mean drips in the proper sense of the word.
Yes. I
noticed
of water.
that something landed on my face, then my hand, now my book. But please carry on till the break, and then we'll see if I can avoid the drips.
So I don't think that's tolerable for you, a form of Chinese water.
How far away are we?
Let's take the break now, sir, and we'll see whether we can get that sorted.
All right, thank you.
Can we say until 5:15, please?
Yeah, fine. You go with the usher, Ms Vennells, and I'll follow you.
What's camera one? That one. Well, it is one of the most important days at the Post Office inquiry so far. We're following it live all day here on Sky News. Former Chief Executive Paula Vennells has begun to give evidence for the first time. I'm here in Fenny Compton today, along with many of the sub-postmasters affected by this scandal and their families. They have waited for years to see Paula Vennells face questions over what she knew and when. Just a bit of a scene setter. We're in Fenny Compton because it was this tiny village in Warwickshire where the fight for justice began. Hundreds of sub-postmasters falsely accused. They began their fight back right here in this village hall against the Post Office. Well, we've heard a lot so far this morning since Paula Vennells began giving evidence at 10 o'clock. Let's give you a recap of what's happened so far at the inquiry today, just to warn you that there is some flash photography coming up. Well, this was Paula Vennells arriving at Aldwych House in central London at around 7:45 this morning. As you can see, plenty of cameras and reporters. At that point, though, she wasn't answering any questions as she walked that short distance from her car to the venue. Well, before she started giving evidence, Ms Vennells was sworn in.
I swear by Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Paula Vennells began her evidence today by apologising to the sub-postmasters who were affected by the Horizon IT system.
I would just like to say, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to do this in person, how sorry I am for all that sub-postmasters and their families and others have suffered as a result of all of the matters that the inquiry has been looking into for so long. I followed and listened to all of the human impact statements, and I was very affected by them.
Well, that was the apology from Paula Vennells. How did it go down here in Fenny Compton with the former sub-postmasters and mistresses here with us when they heard it? Lots of head shaking, people with their heads in their hands over their mouths, and even some laughter in sheer disbelief at what they had just heard. Well, Paula Vennells began to cry during questioning. This particular point was about a meeting with MPs back in 2012. Now, during that meeting, a document shows that Paula Vennells said the Post Office needed trustworthy and competent staff. She also said the Horizon system is very secure.
I fully accept now that the Post Office, excuse me, the Post Office knew that. I completely accepted. Personally, I didn't know that, and I'm incredibly sorry that that happened to those people and to so many others.
Well, it has to be said, very little sympathy for Paula Vennells in this village hall. This was the reaction of those gathered here today when those tears were shed after she was questioned on false claims that all false prosecutions had been successful. Well, our national correspondent, Tom Parminter, is with me now. Oh, Tom, it's hard to put into words the significance of this day, not just for the scandal, but for the people here in this room. We've already been through a roller coaster of emotions, and we've only been hearing evidence for just over an hour.
Yeah, some extraordinary moments this morning that I think will come to be replayed many times through the course of the telling of the rest of this scandal, which, of course, everyone knows about now, but has been such a part of the lives of the sub-postmasters for decades now. Many people not here to see this day because they have died in the intervening years. And so there is such a swell of emotion and anger and just raw frustration at what they've heard today and also have heard for many, many years. I think we should probably have a chat with a few of them.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Vijay Parekh, who I know well because we've spoken so many times on Sky News. It's good to see you here, Vijay, today. And I know that so many of you wanted to be here to watch this together. Just talk to me about what today means to you.
Well, getting to the bottom of the truth, what she knows and what she's going to say. Whether she's going to tell the truth, we'll find out at the end.
Yeah, this is the beginning of 3 days of evidence for Paula Vennells. It started with an apology, Vijay, and there was mixed reaction in this room from laughter to guffaws to just, you know, shouts of incredulity at what she was saying. How did you react to what she said?
I'm not really, I don't accept her apology at all, and I don't think any of the other rest of postmasters will accept her apology for what they've done to us. And she's the one to blame from, as the head of the Post Office at that time, and she's the only one to blame with the rest of the staff she had under her.
Sally, I'm going to come to you because we've been giving a live shot of everyone's reaction here to some of the evidence given. And you were very animated. And just in terms of that apology, she was pulled up on that by the KC questioning her, saying you seem to be apologising for the IT system rather than the actions of the people at the Post Office and what happened afterwards.
Yeah, she's very good, isn't she, at passing the buck. It's the classic not me, Gov. I mean, her whole operation, the time she was there, is dysfunctional to the core. She has run a dysfunctional company, like it or lump it, for years. And I just hoped today would be a day where she would tell the truth. And she's not, you know, she is blatantly and utterly lying. And it's got to stop because the people here, we want the truth out of this. You know, it's not difficult. The QCs and Jason Beer will get to the bottom of this. Yeah. And, you know, the tears, oh dear, what a shame, You know, she can put that on as much as she likes because it doesn't rest with me. She is as guilty as the rest of them. And I want some decent statements out of her today and also tomorrow and on Friday.
Yeah. Understandable anger here. Yeah. You speak for so many people here today, Sally. I'm going to come to you, Teju. There's a lot of anger, but there was quite a bit of laughter as well when the KC here questioning Paula Vennells said, you know, when we talk about documents that weren't passed on to you or you didn't see or you weren't aware of, are you the unluckiest CEO in history? I mean, that pretty much sums up how everyone feels here when you hear from people at this inquiry and they say, I can't recall, it wasn't in my job remit. How have you felt so far?
So far, I'm actually very angry with the whole lot of them, to be honest with you, because they are still doing it. And I'm going to take my example and 2 other people that they put under public interest, knowing that she knew what she knew. And they did that for 3 years. And also, they wrote a submission to Sir Williams on me, still slandering me and assassinating my character. I am actually sitting here fuming. And I don't think whatever she's saying, I'm accepting it. I demand a public apology on behalf of every one of us. Serious one, not the one Tim Parker wrote to us when it was overturned, and not the one that they've been throwing about. We want them to stand up and say, we are truly sorry for what we have done to you and your family.
I mean, you've summed it up there perfectly for so many of us in this hall. I'm going to come to Damien if I can. Damien, over here. It's worth just reminding people watching at home, when you all sit here and we say you've been impacted, affected by what's happened, just give me your story, what this did to you and your life, because you spent time in prison. You missed your child's first birthday.
Well, it's the little things to take away that, you don't really, you can't compensate for. Children's first birthdays, well, it just, it's taken away a lot of human aspects from life, whereas you maybe, I don't know, well, have a job and, you've got security, and they take that away, and then every time you apply for a job, there it is. The first thing that comes up is, on a Google of my name, is this post office. It still says post office committed for fraud.
But you were branded as a criminal.
Well, yeah, and that's never going to go away. And had to live
your life as such.
Yeah. But it's something you can't take back. It's there, and I don't think any apology or any anything's going to sort that out. But the least she can do is come on here, fess up to what she's actually done, which is actually fraud, take the consequences of her actions, and actually deal with it.
They can't take it back, but what can they do? The nature of public inquiry is it can't apportion blame, it cannot recommend criminal proceedings, but so many of you will be following this so closely, looking for evidence, looking for names of who knew what when, in terms of holding people to account. And whether that is, I've spoken to many of you here today, not just today, but over the course of weeks, months, years, saying you spent time in prison and the people that put you there wrongly, they should go to prison.
Well, they should, and it should start with her, because I firmly believe, it's my own opinion, it's not endorsed by that Sky News, that she knew the whole story anyway. She knew all the evidence she's been denying that she knew today, and probably a whole lot more that's been misplaced or shredded or hidden. Whether it'll come out or not, and whether she'll admit to anything in the end, I don't know.
I'm going to come to Marion, because Marion, you're here representing your son, your husband Peter, who sadly passed away before his name could be cleared. There was an exchange of messages between Paula Vennells and another former CEO, and that former CEO, Moya Greene, Dame Moya Greene, as part of that exchange said, I think you knew. And she was pushed hard on that today, and there was an audible reaction here, an angry reaction, because, for you, that one line sums up everything.
If she didn't know, she should have done. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. I've been self-employed all my life, and I don't necessarily understand large corporate companies, but the boss is
the end of the line.
Well, Paula Vennells said, the CEO of a company, takes
the buck stops
responsibility,
there.
takes
That's why she was
accountability.
getting paid. So she should have known if she didn't know. To say she didn't know, is, to my mind, is no excuse whatsoever.
When she started with that apology, there was a final line where she said, essentially what she was going to say was going to be uncomfortable for her, for everyone involved, and for all the sub-postmasters and mistresses, some of who are here today. Some have made that journey to central London. Others will be watching at home with their families. I don't know what you took from that line, but I did suddenly think, and maybe some of you did as well, maybe we're a bit naive, that, hang on a second, maybe we will get full disclosure here. Maybe it will be a cards on the table moment. Have you got a sense of that so far?
No, because, yes, I thought the same, but what she's saying now isn't backing that up. She's still referring back, well, it was Fujitsu's fault. It was everybody's fault but her own.
She's been questioned on the culture, hasn't she, in terms of it's all been blamed on the IT system, but, that was one thing. But as we've spoken to so many of you over the years on Sky News, it was the actions that were taken by the Post Office and the investigators afterwards that affected your life.
Didn't prosecute us. It was the Post Office that prosecuted us. So if they relied on Fujitsu evidence, they should have made sure that they knew that that was true, that that was right. You can't take the blame away from the Post Office. Yes, Fujitsu had a hand in it, but the Post Office were the ones who finally did the prosecuting.
OK. All right. Well, Marianne, we'll leave it there for the moment. We'll be talking to all of you throughout the course of the day here on Sky News, because there's much more from the inquiry to come. This is just day 1 of 3 of Paula Vennells giving evidence to the Post Office inquiry. Let's speak to our business correspondent, Paul Kelso, who was there at the inquiry in central London. Paul.
Yeah, hi, Sarah-Jane. Very interesting to hear the accounts from in the room with you. There are around 150 sub-postmasters in the inquiry room itself, and it's fair to say that Paula Vennells' evidence has gone down about as well here as it did there when she began crying towards the end of her evidence this morning, choking back tears. One sub-postmaster sitting near me said under his breath, "Here we go." There have been scoffs of incredulity, one assumes, and some laughter at some of her evidence. And I should say, to my mind, Jason Beer, KC, asking questions for the inquiry this morning, has dismantled Paula Vennells' competence, if not her character, and we certainly haven't got onto her motivation, but his questioning beginning with the list of things in her 775-page witness statement that she says she didn't know, everything from the bugs, errors and defects in Horizon to instructions to shred documents. He asked her if there was a conspiracy to keep things from her running over the 12 years she worked at the Post Office. She seemed to miss the irony in the question. His point, of course, is about how the organisation was run by her. And time and again, he came back to the question of how she ran the business, and she really had nowhere to go. One very damaging bit of new evidence we had today was text messages exchanged between Paula Vennells this year and Moya Greene, who was the chief executive of the Royal Mail Group and a close ally, in which Ms Greene said to Paula Vennells, "I've supported you throughout, but I can no longer support you on the basis of what I now know." She's doing, "You must have known," the reference there being to the errors in the Horizon system and the fact that there were clearly unsafe convictions. So we have a very close ally, a very senior business figure, very recently withdrawing their support for Vennells. Perhaps it's no surprise, come the end of that first hour and a quarter or so, that she ended up in tears. That was a very, very tough session of questioning, and time and again she wasn't able to answer why she had taken the course of action she had, not least talking to those MPs, which prompted that bout of tears, but also her fundamental position. She says that she was concerned about the sub-postmasters. She was shown a document in which she said her priority was to protect the business. Jason Beer asked her, "It says the business, not the people." She said, "I had 2 things in mind, but I only put one of them down on paper." And that's not how it was supposed to read. The evidence in front of the inquiry is at odds with Paula Vennells' position now. She has begun just begun, return to the inquiry to continue with her evidence. There is a small delay between what we hear live in the room and what's broadcast, but I don't expect the next hour and beyond will be much easier for Paula Vennells. She has another 2 3/4 days of this, and she is trapped by the evidence, that what she's written in her witness statement, and by the very obvious questions which flow from it about her conduct. We'll go back to her very shortly.
Yes, Mr. Vere.
So I hope that
We're about to start now. Thank you, Mr. Vere.
I hope that issue has resolved itself, sir, or somebody has resolved it for you.
Drip-free, apparently.
Yes. Ms Vennells, can we return to where we were, which was what you told a group of parliamentarians on the 18th of June 2012 about postmasters and mistresses having been tempted to put their hands in the till and treat it like a lending facility, as some retail businesses did, that the Post Office had never lost a case, and that whenever Horizon had been investigated, it was found not to have been at fault. We established that none of those three things were in the briefing prepared specifically for the purposes of this meeting. And I think you said that you drew these things from other sources. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
One of them, I think you said that you drew from a board meeting in January of that year, January 2012.
I believe that's right, yes.
Can we look at that, please? Poll 302-1503. This is a board meeting of the 12th of January that year. Excuse me, we can see that you're present, as is, amongst other people, Susan Crichton.
Yes.
Can we go forward, please, to page 6? And the foot of the page, a significant litigation report. And in the second paragraph, it is recorded that Susan Crichton explained that the sub-postmasters were challenging the integrity of the Horizon system. However, the system had been audited by Royal Mail Group internal audit, with the reports reviewed by Deloitte. The audit report was very positive. I'm not going to examine at the moment whether any of that's true. But then this, the business had also won every criminal prosecution in which it had used evidence based on the Horizon system's integrity. Is that the occasion that you're referring to?
It is, as I said earlier, and that view was understood in the Post Office generally.
What do you mean that view was understood in the Post Office generally?
That Susan had... Well, my recollection was that, from seeing the documentation, it wasn't a memory, that Susan had said that in that board meeting. And I don't think it was a surprise when she said it, because it was an assumption, it was an understanding in the organisation that this was the case.
That the Post Office had a 100% hit rate?
I don't think it was mentioned in that way, but yes, in terms of the way that it's described here. And clearly that was completely inaccurate in many different ways, as you drew attention before the break.
When she was asked about this paragraph, Susan Crichton said that she had relied on what Jarnell Singh had told her.
Yes, I heard her say that.
From your perspective, however, you would say that you're entitled to rely on what the General Counsel said in the formal surroundings of a board meeting?
Absolutely.
Were you aware of any... That can come down, thank you. Were you aware of any system in place for cases which did not result in a conviction, or in civil cases did not result in the sub-postmaster being found liable, to be reported back to the board or a subcommittee of the board?
No.
That there was a system in place for a report to be written, I suspect in the business it would have been called a lessons learned report, which it found out what had gone wrong?
Are you telling me there was, or are you asking me if I... Right.
Some people have told us that there was, that in every case that we didn't succeed in, counsel was asked to write essentially
I remember, yes.
a report about what went wrong. We found none of them.
No, that never came to board level or to group executive level.
And was there a system in place that you're aware of where that would have happened if the Post Office had lost any of its cases?
I don't believe there was, and there should have been.
Do you know how it is that you were being given false information at the board meeting and you, on your account, deployed that 6 months later to parliamentarians?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, how did it come about, in your view, that false information was perpetuated, regurgitated, deployed in this way?
It's important to state, first of all, that I didn't believe it was false information, and I don't suppose any board colleague did either. If you're given information, and this is another governance lesson, but if you're given information by the highest lawyer in the organisation, you take it completely as the truth, because you assume that lawyers, and I must be clear, I'm not implying anything here at all in terms of Susan Crichton, but one assumes that lawyers work to a professional code, and the Post Office didn't, I think, with hindsight, have sufficient oversight to check whether that was or wasn't the case. So if that statement was made at a board meeting, if any statement was made at a board meeting, the board would take it as fact and truth.
And when you got to the meeting of the 18th of June, you were essentially deploying your memory, were you, of what had been said at this board meeting 6 months earlier?
I'm sure that was the case.
And what about the postmasters have been led into temptation?
That's a more difficult one to talk about. The first thing I would say on that is to apologise, because I'm very aware that that was not the case, and it was an assumption that I made. That assumption was based on two things. Examples of cases where I was told, and the inquiry has seen this in documentation, that, in theory at least, that took place. But my second evidence base for that was during the rollout of the Horizon Online pilot. Every branch had to be audited in terms of its cash position. And we were dealing with 11,000 post offices. The audit process would not normally be announced, because to do audits, the premise was that you went to audit a branch at a particular moment in time and you found it as it was. As we went into the Horizon Online rollout, I was in a meeting with George Thompson from the NFSP and assumed we would be doing audits in the same way, which is that auditors would turn up to the branches, do an audit unannounced as they normally were. He suggested that that would be a very foolish thing to do, because there may be any number of branches where the cash might be short. George explained that it wasn't a frequent practice, but infrequently, a postmaster may need to nip down to the wholesaler and may borrow cash from the post office account and put it back the next day. There was no suggestion by George that that was done in terms of theft or fraud or anything like that, but that there was an understanding, he led me to believe, that that was a possibility. And so what the post office should do would be to let, and I thought it was sensible, I was shocked when he explained why, but I thought it was sensible that we should at least let people know that auditors were going. So I had that also as an evidence base, that there was, perhaps temptation is too strong a word in some of the cases he was describing, but there might occasionally be circumstances where postmasters had borrowed cash with the very honest intention of putting it back, and it might not have been there.
And is there a written record of what you just said?
I don't believe so, but it was in a meeting with George Thompson and Kevin Gilliland at the time.
Can we turn to a related topic of this theme of whether your intention was to protect, whether your priority was to protect the business? You were involved in correspondence and decision-making following the death of Martin Griffith, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
By way of background, Mr. Griffiths, is this right, had worked for the Post Office in Ellesmere Port in Cheshire for about 20 years, and he was accused of taking, misappropriating, losing some £61,000 after the Horizon system had shown a shortfall. Do you remember?
I understand that's right.
And separately, some £50,000 was stolen from his post office in the course of an armed robbery. Yes?
Yes,
Remember?
I should say that I wasn't aware of that at the time, but there was an email which details some of that I was copied into.
And he was alleged by the post office to be responsible for that loss sustained in the course of the armed robbery, and was required to repay some of it to the post office.
I understand, and he shouldn't have been.
And shortly afterwards, he took his own life. Can we look, please, at poll 0030 1440? And look at the last page, please. If we just scroll to the foot of the page. In fact, it's not signed off. If we scroll up a little bit, please. And a little bit more. And a bit more. We can see the beginning of this chain from Alan Bates at 4:02 on Monday, the 23rd of September. And it's to you and others.
Yes.
And Mr. Bates says, this afternoon I received the following email. It's a prime example of the thuggery being exerted on defenceless sub-postmasters as the post office deny legal representation by arrogant and uncontrolled post office personnel. Despite assurances from on high that this type of thing is in the past, it's clear from post office's actions it's still alive and active through the ranks. And then there's the email. Hello, Alan. I'm writing on behalf of my son-in-law, Martin Griffiths, who's recently been in touch with you about the treatment doled out to him by the hierarchy at the Crown Office in Chester. He had an armed raid in May, and the faceless wonders at Crown Office have intimated he was culpable. Had him at the Kangaroo Court, where he was not allowed any representation of his own. He was a broken man then. However, he was sent for last Friday to attend a meeting with the Crown Office personnel again, and all weekend he's clearly not been himself. This morning he drove off to work, got out of his car and walked in front of a bus. He's dangerously ill in hospital at Liverpool. The post office had driven him to suicide. All the family are at the hospital. I'm alone, waiting by the phone for further news of him. I'd urge you to publicise this, another incident that's been caused by the bully boys at Crown Office. May God forgive them. Mr. Bates continues, I'm aware of Martin's case. I know he was terrified to raise his shortages with the post office because of just this type of thing happening to him, but the post office got him in the end. Regardless of what may or may not have occurred with him, why did the post office have to hound him to the point of trying to take his own life? Why? Despite numerous warnings of never to attend any discussion with post office without legal representation, Martin, trying to be helpful, didn't take anyone with him as per the conditions the post office demand. If the post office cannot control their personnel, then the very least they can do is authorise and insist on a sub-postmaster taking legal representation with them to any meeting with post office. I'm very, very angry about this, and as per the wishes of the family, I'll be contacting many of the media contacts we've built up with over the years. Can we look, please, at poll 0011 6133, please? This is an email chain between you and Susan Crichton that begins on that evening, the evening of the 23rd of September. Can we look at the bottom of page 1, please? Susan Crichton at 9:38 says, confirm I've spoken to Alan Bates, explained that the family had been in touch today and asked for help in branch as the sub-postmaster had been involved in a car accident. I explained Andrew's looking into this. We'll catch up with him tomorrow. Alan has rung back to say the message for a car accident was a miscommunication from a family member and it's definitely a suicide attempt. Angela and I will agree how to handle this tomorrow. As the facts read the sub-postmaster are not as represented by the email. And then if we scroll up, please. We see your, there, thank you. We see your reply at 12 minutes past 10 that night. Thank you. 2 points for me tonight. Firstly, but most importantly in the exchanges, I haven't seen anything re how Martin Griffiths is. Do we know how, are we in the loop? And then if it's an attempted suicide, as we sadly know, there are usually several contributory factors. Are the police involved? And are we in direct contact with the family? At this stage, why were you raising the fact that there were usually several contributory factors involved?
The first thing to say is, as I say in my statement, I am very sorry about this, and that just sounds too shallow. Every email you will see from me about Mr. Griffiths, I start with him and how he was or how his family are. The Post Office took far too long to deal with it. And to answer your question about contributory factors, one of the other things that I had to do as Chief Executive was to understand, if there were details, to understand how this... I would have to communicate something so serious as this to the board, and I think I was trying to find out whether there was anything else behind it. I had a personal experience of a previous Post Office colleague who had took their own lives, and I phoned the family and I spoke to the father, who explained to me that there were other issues involved. And I imagine that, I'm sorry, I imagine that I was probably...
Ms Vennells, just rather than trying to talk through your...
So I beg your pardon.
Just pause.
Yes, okay.
Try and compose yourself if you can, and then continue your evidence, please.
Thank you. In this particular case, I had spoken to the sub-postmaster's father, who had said to me that there were other contributory factors in his son's death, and they were very grateful for the call that I had made. In Mr. Griffith's case, I also offered to do the same, and I was told by the General Manager of the Crown Offices that that wasn't needed and other people were in the loop. I imagine that what I was doing here in this email was recalling that previous incident. But what you will see is that in every email that I wrote on this, my first concern was for Mr. Griffiths and his family. And as I've said in my statement, sorry is an inadequate word. I'm just so sorry that Mr. Griffiths isn't here today.
You say,
Thanks.
Secondly, and very definitely in that order, Alan Bates' email is worrying, especially as we hoped we had a working relationship. He clearly doesn't want to trust us. Who's closest to him, do you think? It would be unfortunate if we lost him at this stage, but equally, we need to be straight about how unhelpful this kind of exchange is.
What I was trying to say there is that Alan was rightly very, very angry about this. His language about post office colleagues was extreme, as we've seen. I knew those post office colleagues, or at least some of them, and didn't believe they were capable of the behaviours that he was suggesting. And so as chief executive, secondly, and very definitely in that order, I wanted to both understand about care for post office colleagues, but also the relationship with Alan, because we were in the process of trying to work with Alan and Second Sight on some of the issues. And so what I was trying to do here was to balance a number of things. But as I say, in every single case, the most important focus was on Mr. Griffiths and his family.
You say in your statement, no need to turn it up, that this was a time of great distress for Mr. Griffiths' family, and I felt that accusations of blame were unhelpful in explaining these lines here. Is that right, that you felt that Mr. Bates's accusations of blame were unhelpful?
I think at this stage, in something as tragic as this, accusations of blame were unhelpful, yes, because the post office needed to respond to this properly, and at that stage, I had no understanding as to what had gone on.
Were you in that third paragraph there? There are usually several contributory factors trying to sow a seed that there may be factors other than those identified by Mr. Bates, i.e. the post office being to blame, that require to be investigated?
No, I don't think I was making that connection at all.
Can we have poll 302 7757 on the screen, please? And look at page 2 at the bottom, please. Thank you. There's an email from Mr. Breeden to Angela Van Bogard and Mr. Chester. We'll see later that you get copied in on this chain. You're not at the moment. This is the 11th of October now at 7:31 in the evening. To confirm our conversation, Glenn, he was the local manager, had spoken to Mr. Griffiths' sister to offer condolences following the very sad news of Mr. Griffiths having passed away this afternoon. Glenn received notification of Mr. Griffiths' death by text message earlier this evening from his sister Jane. The text was worded, "Sadly, my brother Martin passed away this afternoon after being in a coma for 18 days. The family is devastated at such a waste of life and feel the post office has ruined yet another life. Thought you should like to know as you liked my brother." And then if we scroll up, please, we see that that's passed on to you at 8:43. Sadly, Martin Griffiths has passed away this afternoon. Yes?
Yes.
And
yes.
then scroll up, please, to your reply, if we keep going, please. At 9:28 that night, you say, "Thank you for sending over this news. I'm so sorry. Martin's family must be devastating. I know, sadly, from experience in business and personally, that there's rarely a simple explanation for such deaths, even though it's often easier for those so closely affected to look for one. 3 requests. Firstly, if I can help in any way that you're the team dealing with it, ask me. I'd be happy to speak or meet the family if we thought that would help." And I think that's what you were referring to a moment ago.
Yes.
Secondly, that we look after them as much as we can and as they will allow. And thirdly, we look after Glenn. He'll be feeling very bad because he knew Martin and was the person closest to him from the post office. And scrolling down. And then we need to look to the business. To help me brief this properly to the board, can you let me know what background we have on Martin and why this might have happened? And then you say this, "I had heard, but have yet to see a formal report, that there were previous mental health issues and potential family issues." Can you see that?
Yes.
Were you asking your team here to dig into Mr. Griffiths' records to look for information or evidence that he took his life because of mental health issues or family issues?
So first of all, I'm so sorry, because I had, as chief executive, to pass this information on to group executive and to board colleagues. And what I would have expected were the questions that I think I was trying to anticipate here, that Mr. Bates had said that the post office was to blame, and I did know from previous examples and other information that it doesn't matter. I simply should not have said it. I shouldn't have used these words.
Who did you hear? You say, I have heard, or I had heard. From whom did you hear that there were previous mental health issues and potential family issues?
I don't recall. I believed I had also seen something in an email somewhere, but I don't recall.
Was it rumour at this stage if you hadn't seen a formal report?
No, I don't believe so.
Can you help us any more?
No, I can't. The only clear memory I have about this is that the people I was dealing with at the post office were very, very sad about this. And one of my roles as their boss was to try to help them through it as well. But I can't remember. Rumour would be a very inappropriate word.
Can we look, please, bearing in that sentence in mind there, at poll 0039 3535. This is the next day, the Saturday, the 12th, and it's 9:01 in the morning, and you are emailing a group of people. I'm not going to read the chain. But in the third bullet point, under some questions, you say, I possibly heard, but may be confusing with a previous case, that Martin had some mental health issues. How do you possibly hear something?
I think I'm simply stating an uncertainty.
You say you might be confusing it with a previous case. Why were you saying this at all if you might be confusing Mr. Griffith's case with another case?
I'm trying to make sure, I believe, that there isn't confusion. I shared with you earlier that I spoke to the father of a previous colleague, and it may be that I was recalling that.
In your witness statement, there's no need to turn it up. It's paragraph 675 on page 317. You say, I was very aware of the background to suicide. It can be complex and is sometimes not apparent until long after the fact. And there's often a desire by those closely affected by such a death to look for an explanation. By telling us that, is your evidence that you were looking to explain Mr. Griffiths' death for the benefit of his family, and that's why you were asking these questions?
No. I was simply trying to get to understand whether what Mr. Bates had suggested, which is that the post office, i.e. colleagues in the post office, had been responsible for Mr. Griffith's death.
And his sister had said the same.
And his sister had said the same, yes.
You knew it was the family's view that Mr. Griffiths had taken his own life because it had been ruined by the post office, didn't you?
I did see that, yes.
You had just been told about his death, and you were trying to get on the front foot here, weren't you?
No. No, Mr. Beer, that was not the case.
You were trying to find out information. You were tasking the team with finding out information to counter any narrative that the post office was to blame, weren't you?
No, Mr. Beer, I've said that, and you've seen that I asked about the family, and as there are other emails which go through trying to find some payment for Mrs. Griffiths as well. What I was trying to do, quite simply, it was to get the wider picture and not to be, and to understand particularly the very difficult challenges that Mr. Bates had levelled at some post office colleagues.
Thank you, that can come down. Lastly, by way of general questions, I just want to ask you briefly about recollection and failures in recollection. Without turning them up, you say at paragraph 358 of your witness statement in relation to correspondence with Simon Baker and Alwyn Lyons, I'm just picking some examples here. If the conversation was about the bugs, I don't know if I was told about them on that date or later. Paragraph 424, you say you cannot recall what steps were taken to ensure that Second Sight had been informed what Post Office knew about the bug. Paragraph 773, you say, I do not recall the Simon Clark advices being discussed or provided to the board. And they're examples where you say throughout your statements that you lack recollection in relation to facts that might be damaging to the Post Office. Yes? In your witness statement, however, would this be right? You have no problem remembering things that put responsibility or attribute blame to others. So paragraph 192, you say there was a further conversation that isn't noted. I remember that this reassured me that the issue had been resolved. Paragraph 566, I recall telling Susan this was a stupid thing for John Scott to have done. This was in relation to the statement that weekly meetings should be not recorded or that the minutes should be shredded. Paragraph 571, I asked Susan a number of questions about the removal of the Fujitsu expert witness. Why is it that you can remember things that are exculpatory of you, that tend to diminish your blameworthiness?
No, I don't believe that's the way I approach my statement at all, or any of the work to the inquiry. I've approached it with the intention of integrity and truth and honesty.
Why is it that in your witness statement, when you refer to a recollection of a conversation that's unminuted, undocumented, not referred to in any email, there are always things that exculpate you, that reduce your blameworthiness?
That isn't the approach I've taken.
Some might say that that has been an approach by others who have given evidence in the inquiry. They have great difficulty in remembering things unless it paints them in a favourable light. Was there an issue, a systemic issue in the Post Office, that people only looked to the good and forgot the bad?
No, I can't comment on other people, and I give you my word, as I've said earlier today, that I will respond in complete truth to this inquiry and have done in my statement. So my approach to this is, I hope, with integrity. Within the Post Office itself, don't recollect that. And you've already mentioned that there was a positive culture in the organisation of lessons learned. I introduced something...
I don't think I've said that.
No, sorry, you didn't say positive culture. You mentioned lessons learned.
Yeah.
I'm explaining that was a culture in the post office, and there was a positive intention behind that, which was to learn lessons all of the time. I mentioned that I encouraged bad news is good news, and you will see in inquiry documentation that the word pre-mortem is used very often, and that was an attempt to both from lessons learned to read into actions going forwards where things might go wrong. So there was an intention from my leadership, certainly, and I believe the people I worked with, to look for and learn from mistakes.
Thank you. Can I turn then to your background and general knowledge of issues at the Post Office? I think you worked for the Post Office for 12 years in total, is that right?
That's right.
You joined in January 2007.
Yes.
You were made Managing Director in October 2010.
Yes.
And you left as CEO in April 2019.
I did.
On a point of detail, whilst we're dealing with that chronology, when Alan Cook gave evidence last month, he suggested that you may have signed off on the Post Office spending some £300,000 in costs, pursuing a £26,000 debt said to be owed by Lee Castleton. The main hearing in Mr. Castleton's case took place between the 6th and the 13th of January 2006, with the judgment being handed down on the 13th of January 2007. I think you joined the Post Office in the same month, January 2007.
And so I wasn't there to sign off that money. I hadn't joined the organisation. His recollection is incorrect.
So it follows, I think, that you were not responsible for signing off the very substantial legal spend in that case.
No.
Thank you. In terms of your previous career before joining the Post Office, is it right that noticeable features of it are that you had no experience of managing a large IT team?
That's correct.
And you had no experience of an organisation which investigated or prosecuted its staff?
That's correct.
You say in your witness statement on a number of occasions that you put to the fore the suffering of the sub-postmasters. And you say, by comparison, the Post Office's own reputation was of small import or importance compared to protecting the trust built up daily by colleagues working in post offices across the country.
That's correct.
That's paragraph,
the two are connected.
That's paragraph 47. And in your statement, you refer numerous times to the importance of protecting public money.
Yes.
That's paragraphs 40, 48B, 265B, 270, 383, and 736. Were you preoccupied with the notion of protecting public money?
Not preoccupied with it, no, but as part of the governance of working for a public sector organisation, there is a document called Managing Public Money. And when I joined the Royal Mail in 2007, I remember being surprised at how often that was spoken about. But of course it's because it was important, because all public organisations are funded through public money.
In your statement, you refer on numerous occasions to the importance of the Post Office's reputation and brand. Paragraphs 47, 270, 293, 416B, 437, 454, 455, 456, 458, 460D, 467C, and 470D. Were you preoccupied with the need to protect the Post Office's reputation and brand?
Yes, but not to the extent of putting that over and above the suffering of the sub-postmasters. And
Did you know they were suffering?
I understood. That's a difficult question to answer because the answer is yes and no. I understood from clearly if people were being prosecuted, that was a very difficult thing. And the reason that we put in place the review with Second Sight and the complaint and mediation scheme was to look into that. I wasn't personally aware at the time because I wasn't involved in the prosecutions. But I would like to say that, and I do say this in my statement, whenever I spoke about the Post Office brand, it was a brand that was only ever built up through post offices. And it was a very strong belief of mine, which I mentioned at conferences and meetings. The Post Office Limited, as a corporate entity, there was no reason to build that as a brand. The reason customers came to the post office and people chose to work for it was because of the wonderful work that was done in post offices across the country and still is every day. And that was the brand I was talking about. In fact, when I became chief executive, people used to call the corporate entity they work for Pol. And I said, no, we work for the post office. Post offices are why we are here. So brand was absolutely important, but in the sense of the local post offices.
You just said that you did not put brand and reputation above the postmaster's suffering. What suffering were they undergoing?
We have heard through the inquiry, I sat through the human impact statements.
No,
I'm sorry?
You were telling us that at the time you did not put the post office's brand or reputation above the postmaster's suffering.
In terms of a personal approach, I don't ever recall that being a motivation. I can see with hindsight that there will be many examples of where that is clearly the case, because the post office got this very wrong.
You tell us in paragraph 49 of your witness statement that when you joined the post office, you had no understanding of the board's responsibility for the oversight of criminal investigations or prosecutions.
I'm sorry, say the beginning of that again?
When you joined the post office in
Yes.
2007, you had no understanding of the board's responsibility for the oversight of criminal investigations or prosecutions.
That's correct.
And nor did, in fact, you appreciate, you say, even that it brought its own prosecutions.
That's right.
Is that right?
Yes.
What was your understanding when you joined of the post office's geographical remit in respect of investigations and criminal cases involving sub-postmasters?
When I joined the post office, I was not aware that there were differences in terms of the different nations in the UK having different approaches to that. So my assumption would have been that the investigations and the prosecutions, which I now know were conducted, which were conducted through Royal Mail Group, would have been across the UK.
When you became managing director in October 2010, did you know by then that the post office conducted its own criminal investigations and pursued its own prosecutions?
No, I say in my statement, I don't believe I became aware of that until 2012.
Can we look, please, at poll 302-1422? This is an RCC, a Risk and Compliance Committee meeting of the 28th of March 2008. So 4 or so years before the date that you've given us. And we can see that you're present, yes?
Yes, yes.
And you were, I think, a member of the Risk and Compliance Committee at this time?
I was.
As Network Director?
Yes, yeah.
And can we look, please, at page 9? Halfway down the page. Keep scrolling, thank you. Thank you. Crime risk at paragraph 2.5. John Scott presented the crime risk elements of the revised pack. An overview of supply chain and network burglary and robbery incidences were presented. And John explained that supply chain losses were just in excess of the 2006-07 performance. this was indicative of losing more money per attack, and work was ongoing to establish if this spike was indicative of pre-funding over the IA period or whether ATM location was a factor. Turning to network, then year-on-year performance continued to improve, with 2007-8 figures some 22.7% below the same time the previous year. John went on to comment over investment programs introduced by competitors and their apparent successes in reducing attacks. However, as Post Office continued to invest in a variety of initiatives, then it was unlikely we would be unduly hit by way of displacement. A fraud update was detailed, which showed year-to-date fraud figures of 4.6 million captured within 292 raised cases. John advised the committee that a fraud strand restructure had seen greater focus placed on the identification and drive of proactive fraud initiatives as opposed to simply delivering investigative casework. What would you have understood to have been traditional investigative casework?
I don't recall, I'm afraid. I don't recall. I may well have asked in the meeting, but I don't recall.
Would that not tend to suggest that at this meeting there was a discussion about investigative casework conducted by the Post Office?
There could have been. Are there any minutes of the meeting? I'm sorry, I don't.
That's what we're looking at.
That's at the minute. No, in which case I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Can we go over to page 10, please? Sorry, we're on page 10. If we scroll down. John Scott then outlined the asset recovery position year to date. In summary, £1.6 million have been recovered against closed cases, and the 2 trainee financial investigators were performing solidly. Moving on, the 2008-9 Crown Loss Initiative would see security team personnel target Crown Estate losses with a view to reducing by at least 25%. Isn't this indicative of a discussion about the Post Office investigating itself, its own fraud?
Yes, it looks as though it is. I'm not sure that I would have taken anything untoward from that. That would be a sensible thing to do across the size of the Post Office estate.
So by at least March 2008, you would have appreciated that Post Office conducted criminal investigations in its own name?
I don't know that I took that from this.
Who did you think was doing the investigating? 2 trainee financial investigators, for example.
Yes, I can see that. I don't think I would have read anything more into... I can't recall the conversation. I'm very sorry, but 2 financial investigators would seem to be, or however many, a sensible resource for an organisation to have if it is managing money and it's looking into whether there are examples of fraud. But
isn't the whole context of this discussion that the Post Office is investigating? It has its own investigators.
It is, yes.
And so you would have known by March 2008 at least that the Post Office investigated crime itself.
No, I don't believe I would have taken that from this at all.
And why not?
Because as I read it, it doesn't say that.
Who would the trainee investigators work for?
I imagine they work for John Scott, for Head of Security.
And he works for the Post Office?
At the time, he worked for Tony Marsh and Royal Mail Group, yes.
But they work for him and he works for the Post Office?
Yes, yes.
So they would be investigating fraud? Yes? Post Office people would be investigating fraud?
Yes, that's how it reads.
And therefore you would have been aware, listening to this discussion, that the Post Office itself investigated criminal offences?
No, I didn't take that. I'm very sorry if I should have understood that from this conversation, but I didn't take that. My understanding would be, I did not know, and I certainly not at this stage, and the inquiries heard Alan Cook and David Smith as well, both predecessors didn't either. I didn't understand that the Post Office was bringing its, was bringing its own criminal investigations. I don't think I would have thought anything unusual of the fact, because investigation can be taken at all sorts of different levels. I certainly didn't read into this that Post Office was conducting criminal investigations to the level that I later understood, where these colleagues were then producing evidence to a particular standard in terms of, I think it was called the Police and Criminal Evidence Act or the Code of Crown Prosecutors. I didn't understand that. I didn't make that association at the time.
Mr. Scott is recorded as saying that the asset recovery position in the year to date was that £1.6 million had been recovered against closed cases. Doesn't that presume that the Post Office is doing the recovering?
Not necessarily. Excuse me.
Who did you think would be doing the recovering?
I don't recall the meeting from 2008. It's very difficult to, and I am not trying to be disingenuous in any way on this. I simply don't recall the meeting. I don't know whether more information was discussed in the meeting. I could speculate that I might have thought that if I didn't ask questions, that it was a combination of internal or external recovery. I'm very sorry, but I simply don't remember and don't know.
I wouldn't expect you to remember what's discussed at a meeting so long ago. But would you agree that this record of the meeting, from this record of the meeting, it's reasonable to infer that the position was that it was openly discussed that the Post Office was conducting investigations of its own staff and recovering money from them?
Yes, I think that's a reasonable inference to draw.
So why is it that you say that it was not until 2012 that you appreciated that?
Because the inference I may have drawn in that meeting is not the same as what I learnt in 2012, which is we were doing a very different level of investigation in terms of professional codes and criminal investigations. The only acceptable answer to the questions you're giving me on this is that I should have known and I should have asked more questions, and I and others who also didn't know should have dug much more deeply into this. When I joined Royal Mail in 2007, and this is a year later, it was an organisation in which postmen and women, sub-postmasters, were investigated and I now know, prosecuted by the organisation. It had been going on for many years. It was a historic reality and it became a continuing reality, and I simply joined that. And it was a serious mistake that I didn't understand before 2012 the extent of what this meant, and I didn't. And I am really sorry.
You're telling us that for 5 years, as network director and then as MD, so between 2007 and 2012, you did not know that there was a department called POID, the Post Office Investigation Division, that it employed up to 100 people, and that their job was to conduct criminal investigations around the country into your staff?
I certainly didn't know the size of the team, that's for sure. I understood that there were investigators and that John Scott led a security team, but I did not understand the extent of what it was until 2012, and I'm very sorry for that.
When and in what circumstances did you become aware that the Post Office conducted its own criminal investigations? That document can come down, thank you.
I understood that postmen, postwomen and postmasters were prosecuted. My understanding was that that was done through external authorities. It was in 2012 when I believe that we started to look in much more detail when the challenges were raised by Lord Arbuthnot and Sir Oliver Letwin. And I think it was in the time before that meeting with both those MPs that there was a board, either before or during a board discussion, I and others were made aware that this was the case.
When did you first become aware that the Post Office brought its own private prosecutions?
I believe in 2012, around about
the same time.
Yes, yes.
And again in the same circumstances?
Yes.
Were you surprised? I've been working for this company for 5 years. I didn't know we, rather unusually, prosecute our own staff.
Yes, I think a number of us were surprised.
Was there no discussion of that in all of the years that you served on the Risk and Compliance Committee?
Not that I can recall.
Was there any discussion, so far as you can recall, before 2012 amongst the Post Office board or the executive team concerning the discharge of the Post Office's prosecutorial function?
No.
And do you know how that is, that this little backwater of activity was going on without anyone at a senior level seemingly knowing about it?
That's the point I was trying to explain earlier, is that it's completely unacceptable that was the case, and that people did, including myself, that I didn't know. And my only explanation for that is that it had been going on for so long that it was an accepted reality. It was a status quo that I joined and accepted. I shouldn't have done.
But isn't accepting the reality an acknowledgement of an awareness of the reality? Mr. Beer's pressing you on how it could possibly be that you weren't aware of the use of a function which was highly unusual for a private company. When I say private, you know what I mean.
Yes, I do.
Not the CPS.
I agree, Sir Wynne. The way Mr. Beer describes it is that it was a function that one didn't hear about. We knew about cases being prosecuted, and I believe, I can't remember, the Post Office Board met infrequently, whether there were significant litigation reports that came to the Post Office Board before I became Chief Executive. I can't remember. Mm-hmm. But I think everybody's understanding, mine included, was that where prosecutions were conducted, they were conducted by external authorities.
Well, that's what I've been told repeatedly. But just two other stepping stones to this, and then I'll let Mr. Beer carry on. But there was at least one case 2 years before 2012, Mrs. Misra's case, which attracted a great deal of publicity. I mean, it does seem extremely surprising that it didn't filter through at that point, that it was actually the Post Office who was prosecuting, not the CPS.
I agree. I haven't seen anything in the documentation that points to the fact that one would have known that.
Well,
and actually,
if I may interrupt...
Sorry, yes.
I don't think I need documentation to infer,
no, I'm sorry, I
infer that this might be a point of discussion among senior people.
I apologise. My point about documentation was whether there was anything that would have prompted my memory. I have no recollection of Mrs. Misra's, of being involved in conversations about Mrs. Misra's case, which we may come on to. I do have two separate recollections on that. There were not, as far as I know, discussions about the fact that it was Post Office who had investigated and had brought to the prosecution. The assumption was that it was brought... The assumption is it was brought by external authorities.
And what about it? Sorry, Mr. Beer, and then I'll be quiet. But what about the discussions relating to separation? The Royal Mail and the Post Office were separating, but virtually all the lawyers were Royal Mail employees, weren't they?
That's right. Yes, they were.
So there had to surely be some discussion about what was going to happen when the prosecutorial function was going to be conducted not by Royal Mail employees, but by Post Office employees.
There was no discussion at board level about that. There was a huge programme of change. That the IT separation stream itself had over 200 different projects in it. So this was a massive, massive undertaking. And I know that Susan Crichton had asked Hugh Flemington to look into this, but I only know that from what I've read in disclosure. There was clearly discussion going on. The project itself was led by Mike Young, who was the chief operating officer at the time. But I don't believe there was any discussion about the fact that it was Post Office bringing prosecutions. For all of the separation projects, and some carried on into 2014 actually, but for all of the projects, we almost lifted and shifted because the timescale was so tight. So the investigation, the security team, the legal, the IT, etc., anything, HR, anything, company secretary, anything that was done within Royal Mail Group was moved almost unchanged into Post Office, and then in some cases was reviewed later where they could make changes as they did it. That took place. But my understanding on the legal side is that it was literally that the service was taken into Post Office in the same way that it ran in the Royal Mail Group.
Sorry, Mr. Beer.
Yeah, thank you. Did you know of the fearsome reputation of the Post Office Investigation Division amongst sub-postmasters?
Not at the time. There were... When we got into the feedback from Second Sight and the complaint and mediation scheme, yes, there were complaints made by postmasters, and those were picked up straight away. Part of the branch support programme, but also Susan Crichton commissioned a piece of work which I don't know what happened to it, but looked into the investigation team. I, at the time, was sponsoring a culture change programme in the Post Office, and so when I heard about that feedback, I personally spoke to John Scott and was involved with him in a couple of workshops on the culture change. The response I got back, as the inquiries heard, is that he was surprised at the feedback. But
and when you spoke to John Scott about this,
yes.
Did you say, John, I've been in the organisation 5 or 6 years now. I didn't know you had a team of 100 people that were investigating up and down the country sub-postmasters and sending them to prison. How come I didn't know?
I spoke to John Scott about this, I think, in 2014. I don't know, his team was that size at the time, and I spoke to him very seriously about the culture and the behaviours and the fact that sub-postmasters and colleagues that worked in post offices were really important to us. John understood that.
I'm concentrating, sorry to speak over you, I'm concentrating on how this thing was going on, that dozens of prosecutions occurred when you were network director, dozens of prosecutions occurred when you were managing director. Collectively, hundreds of prosecutions went on, conducted by the Post Office, having been investigated by the Post Office, and you didn't know about it until 2012. So when you spoke to John Scott, Did you not say, how's this all been going on? Who's managing you? Why doesn't the board know about this?
At the time I spoke to John Scott, all that had changed. We had stopped prosecutions, his team had been substantially reduced in number, and we were looking into the complaints made by the sub-postmasters.
So thank you. Can we take our second break? It means we're going to go into the traditional lunch hour a bit. I hope that's...
I think we'll manage that, Mr. Beer.
Thank you, sir. So until 22, I think.
Vennells giving evidence on day 1 of 3. She's going to be quizzed by lead counsel, the KC, Jason Beer, there for the next 3 days. We're halfway through day 1. Our business correspondent, Paul Kelso, is outside the inquiry in central London. And Paul, for those just joining us here on Sky News, it's worth summing up what we've heard from Paula Vennells so far.
Hey, Lewis, I just... in the last brief section of the inquiry is actually split into 3 parts, it seems, this morning. This break slightly snuck up on us. This last 40-minute section since we last spoke has been focusing on what Paula Vennells, the chief executive from 2012, knew about the Post Office's key, you might say absolutely unique function for a private company, which was that it could investigate and prosecute its own staff. This is a key fact about this entire affair, is that the Post Office didn't have to go to the police, didn't have to go to the Crown Prosecution Service. It could investigate and prosecute. It had those powers. Paula Vennells has been telling the inquiry this morning that when she joined in the company in 2007 until 2012, she had no idea. Now, it is worth remembering that Paula Vennells, in that time, became Networks Director, which included responsibility for the network of sub-postmasters across the country. So she is saying, insists, in fact, that she just didn't know that while she was doing that job, indeed until she became chief executive, that her staff were being prosecuted and in some cases sent to jail at the Post Office's own actions. And it's fair to say Jason Beer, the lead counsel for the inquiry, was somewhat sceptical. He showed her a document from 2008 that she admitted she'd read, which talked about financial investigators recouping money from fraud. He asked her, did it not occur to you that this must have been the Post Office? Who did you think was doing it? She just didn't accept that. The incredulity was shared, I think, on the basis of what we've heard by the inquiry chairman, Sir Wyn Williams, who interrupted at one point just to make sure he'd got it right, that that was her position. Should be said, she's not the first Post Office boss to say this. We've had 2 former managing directors who've given evidence in the last month who both said they had no idea that the Post Office could do this. It's a power the Post Office has had since the 17th century. It's the oldest investigating body. It's had the first police and investigation body in the Western world by some accounts, but Paula Vennells didn't know. Now, all of this matters because it speaks to...
Paul Kelso, I'm going to have to interrupt you there, Paul. We're going to have reaction to Paula Vennells' evidence throughout the day, but let's just return to Prime Minister's questions for the moment. Yes, thank you very much, Jane. We interrupted our coverage of the Post Office inquiry for that moving and powerful moment in the House of Commons. The MP Craig McKinley got a round of applause here in the Fenny Compton Village Hall as well. It's worth reminding you where we are reacting to Paula Vennells' evidence today. We are in the Village Hall where this long fight for justice began. It was in this room that the former sub-postmaster Alan Bates gathered other sub-postmasters that had been affected, and this long fight for justice began. We have been watching Paula Vennells' evidence this morning, joined by so many sub-postmasters and mistresses and their families today. Paula Vennells quizzed by the lead counsel, Jason Beer KC, about her experience of this scandal, about her experience of managing various parts of such a large company with a specific focus on the IT department.
You worked for the Post Office for 12 years in total, is that right?
That's right.
You joined in January 2007.
Yes.
You were made Managing Director in October 2010.
Yes.
And you left as CEO in April 2019.
I did.
In terms of your previous career before joining the Post Office, is it right that noticeable features of it are that you had no experience of managing a large IT team?
That's correct.
And you had no experience of an organisation which investigated or prosecuted its staff?
That's correct.
That's correct. Paula Vennells also said this morning that she wanted to encourage a culture at the Post Office that looked for mistakes and learnt from them.
I mentioned that I encouraged bad news is good news, and you will see in inquiry documentation that the word pre-mortem is used very often. And that was an attempt to, both from lessons learned, to read into actions going forwards where things might go wrong. So there was an intention from my leadership, certainly, and I believe the people I worked with, to look for and learn from mistakes.
There's been so much vocal reaction from everyone gathered here to the evidence we've heard so far this morning, but during this piece of evidence you could hear a pin drop. This was Paula Vennells asked about the case of Martin Griffiths, a sub-postmaster who took his life. And she became emotional when talking about a colleague she knew who had also taken their own life.
I had a personal experience of a previous Post Office colleague who had took their own lives. And I phoned the family and I spoke to the father, who explained to me that there were other issues involved. And I imagine that, I'm sorry, I imagine that I was probably...
Ms Vennells, just rather than trying to talk through your...
I beg your pardon.
Just pause.
Yes, OK.
Try and compose yourself if you can, and then continue your evidence, please. Your evidence, please.
Emotions running high. Let's bring in our national correspondent, Tom Parminter. Tom, I have to say there has been quite a few tears from Paula Vennells throughout the morning. Very little sympathy in this room. In fact, somebody here shouted, "Cry me a river," because, you know, while you know this is serious, and what Paula Vennells, the questions she's answering are serious, you have to remember the anger and the rage in this room. Lives here have been ruined and lost.
Yeah, it's 15 years since Alan Bates started this march towards accountability in this very hall in Warwickshire. And what all of these families have been through is often incalculable, and that there are people who are no longer here to see this reckoning, to see this accountability, to see the difficult questions being asked of the woman who was the CEO, the head of the Post Office, the person who carried the responsibility, took the big pay packet, took the bonuses, but also has to take the responsibility of what that organisation did. And we now know, over the course of this inquiry, through the ITV drama, through everything that we've heard about so many traumatic experiences that families have been through. And when you listen to them, it is just quite breathtaking, just the levels that, and depths that people have been taken to through this scandal. And it is a national scandal, there's no doubt about that at all. Paula Vennells was asked about brand reputation. Was that the thing that was really dictating these decisions, dictating the prosecutions that the Post Office was bringing. She said, yes, she was preoccupied with brand reputation, but not at the cost and expense of sub-postmasters. And we know in the hall here, we've seen the reactions, and I'm sure it's exactly the same for the other families watching on today who've been through this ordeal, that it just doesn't cut it.
Yeah. The day started with an apology, which many that I've been speaking to today in this village hall have not accepted it. Then went in to talk a lot about the failed IT system. We haven't moved on to the miscarriage of justice yet, but we have got 3 days of evidence. I'm going to come to Marion. Here you are. Marion, this is so important for you today. You lost your husband, Peter, before his name could be cleared. Can you give me an idea of how you feel so far? We're halfway through day one.
Probably as much as similar to what I expected to feel. We're getting a whitewashed version. I don't think we will ever know exactly why it was done, and that's what I want to know. Not, yes, don't blame anybody and everybody, and there's a lot of people involved, but why? Why was it done? Was it for bonuses? Was it to protect the brand name? Was it to make the place look profitable when it was failing? I don't know, and that's what I want to get out of this.
Nikki Archer's behind you, who ran a post office in Gloucestershire. Nikki, I just want to talk to you. You didn't go to prison, but you faced charges, and life as you knew it because of this scandal changed. It's worth reminding people watching what's at stake in this room today.
I think we all had an inkling that we may see a little bit of truth, but unfortunately she came in right off of the race line and lied the minute she got there. So that is why she's not going to get any sort of empathy from this room, or probably many other victims. It was her opportunity to possibly show some humanity, and she
shed tears.
Yeah, but they weren't real. Her recovery was remarkable, just like her recall. You know, we had the little cry bits, and then as soon as Jason said, you know, can you just actually get on with it, she recovered immediately. Well, we didn't recover at all. You can't just switch real emotion on and off, and yet she's doing a mega performance today. It's just, as you say, it's not cutting it. It's lies from the start. She's had her opportunity to maybe change people's view. She's blown it.
Over the page, please. Over the page. Sorry, at the bottom of the page, please. Thank you. Just for context, if we scroll up a little bit, thank you. An email from Michael Rudkin to Alan Cook of the 15th of October 2009. So by this time, there had been the Computer Weekly article of May 2009. The JFSA had been formed and complaints had started to come in from the JFSA. And Mr. Rudkin is saying to Mr. Cook, I presume you've already seen the article in the Convenience Store magazine. Is this article likely to have any impact on the contracts we already have with our existing banking partners, etc.? Next paragraph, a Horizon Pressure Group is formed there to meet at Fenny Compton Hall in the Midlands. And then if we scroll up, please, see Mr. Cook's reply. A little more, please. Mr. Cook's reply, thank you. 15th of October. I know, and this is to Mary Fagan. Do you remember who she was?
I do.
What function did she perform at this time, October 2009?
She was the Group Communications Director for Royal Mail. I
know you're busy right now, but in Richard's absence, can you get someone to see what we can about this developing situation outlined below? There's a steadily building nervousness about the accuracy of the Horizon system and the pressure on it as well now. It's the more strange in that the system has been stable and reliable for many years now, and there's absolutely no logical reason why these fears should develop now. My instincts tell that in a recession, subbies will have their hand in the till, or subbies with their hand in the till, choose to blame the technology when they're found to be short of cash. And then bizarrely, the author of the email below was a very senior sub-postmaster in the Fed, who I know well, but whose wife was found to be defrauding us. And we have prosecuted. Can you see that?
Yes.
And if we just scroll up the page, please. We can see that this email chain was sent to you. Yes?
Yes.
What would you have understood in reading an email which said, we have prosecuted the sub-postmaster's wife?
The same as I mentioned before. Which, so I beg your pardon, which was that a sub-postmaster was prosecuted by external authorities and that the case was made by the Post Office. I wouldn't have read into that the Post Office was a prosecuting authority.
Wasn't it the case that it was commonly understood by the senior management that the Post Office investigated its own cases and prosecuted its own cases? And that's why this is being spoken about openly here. We prosecuted her.
No, that isn't the understanding I would have had at all.
If we scroll back down to Mr. Cook's email, he says that his instincts are that in a recession, subbies with their hands in the till blame the technology when they're found to be short of cash. Was that a sentiment that you agreed with?
No, I never used the word subbies. I thought it was completely the wrong word.
What about the more important thing about them having their hands in the till?
I beg your pardon. I wasn't avoiding answering that question. Neither. Either calling them subbies or people with their hands in the till. As I explained earlier, the only understanding I had was from that conversation with George Thompson in 2010.
Yes. Okay, that can come down, thank you. Can I turn to the issue of complaints about bugs, errors and defects? In your witness statement, there's no need to turn it up. You say, at paragraph 104, page 39, I had no knowledge of the Horizon system when I joined the Post Office. I'd not heard of any problems with the system before I joined, nor was I briefed of any during my induction. No one at the Post Office told me that there were bugs, errors or defects, or that the system lacked integrity, or that there had been allegations or concerns about bugs, errors or defects in the system. Can we look, please, at, and we have this on the screen, please, your first witness statement, page 300, paragraph 634. Page 300. Six, 3, 4. And then if we go over the page, please. Yes, just at the foot of the previous page. Thank you. You're talking here about second sight, and in the second line from the bottom on the page, you say, reflecting on this now, if they, that second sight, had completed those individual cases, then we might have got closer to the real problem. The large numbers, 600 plus, of unknown bugs and defects being corrected by Fujitsu without the Post Office, as I believe at the time, or my knowledge. Can you explain, please, where the figure of 600 plus bugs and defects comes from?
I thought, I may have misremembered that, I thought that was raised in the Horizon Issues trial, and the I can't remember where I have that figure from now, but it was, I think, from the Horizon Issues trial or work that was done right at the very end in terms of numbers of interventions in the system.
That's essentially what I'm asking you, where you got the number of 600 plus bugs and defects in Horizon from.
I can't remember now. I'm very sorry, but it's a recent understanding of a number, not one that I had at the time.
When did you get the understanding then?
I think after either from reading something in the Horizon Issues judgment or in documentation very late on before that trial took place.
So you think it whilst you were still in the post office?
I can't remember. I'm really sorry, I can't remember that.
There's a briefing note prepared by Womble Bond Dickinson for the litigation steering group in November 2018, which says that statistical analysis conducted by Robert Warden, the defence expert, calculates that the absolute worst, there have been 672 bugs in Horizon over the last 18 years. Do you think that's what you're referring to?
Possibly, and not from the time, because I didn't see steering group papers. I don't believe so, anyway.
Are you aware of any documents produced in, for example, 2013 or in the years that followed, which demonstrate or suggest that there were 600 plus bugs and defects in Horizon?
I don't believe so, no.
When you refer to 600 plus bugs here, are you referring to bugs of any and all types, or
Yes.
just bugs that have caused or could have caused balance shortfalls in sub-post offices?
I imagine that I'm referring to any and all sorts. I think the two experts agreed on a list of, I can't remember if it was 21 or 29 that potentially could have affected branch accounts.
Thank you. So this essentially is referring to after acquired knowledge,
Yes.
essentially something that you're saying, I've read a document now
Yes.
that I didn't know about at the
Absolutely.
time. If Second Sight had carried on with its work, it may have established this.
Very possibly, yes.
Thank you. That can come down. Can I turn to a series of issues raised with you by sub-postmasters, by Detica and by Second Sight about the existence of bugs, errors and defects in Horizon? And can I start with the Detica report? You know that on the 1st of October 2013, Detica produced a report on fraud and non-conformance in the post office.
I don't have any recall of this document or the report.
That's what I'm going to ask about, why it didn't make its way to you.
Yes.
Can we start by looking at the report, please, the Detica report, poll 404408. Can you see that it's dated the 1st of October 2013?
Yes.
It's 51 pages long and it's produced by Detica. Now, this report, I'm not going to turn up the email in the interest of time, was widely disseminated in the upper echelons of the post office, including to Leslie Sewell, Chris Oyard and Angela Vanden Bogard. The cross-reference for that is poll 00342987. Now, the report is very familiar to the inquiry. It highlighted a wide range of deficiencies across the IT estate of the post office and its systems and processes. I just want to highlight a couple of parts to you. Page 11, please. And paragraph 3.2.3. Detica record the initial findings of Second Sight were published during the pilot. The pilot refers to an initial exercise conducted by Detica. The review was prompted by a public campaign by sub-postmasters who felt they'd been wrongly traduced by the Post Office following losses at their branch. Several of Second Sight's observations resonate strongly, notably the disjointed response by the Post Office and the habitual desire to assign responsibility to an individual rather than to conduct root cause analysis to close gaps persisting across the branch network. In order to have a consistent approach across the sub-postmaster estate, it's vital that Post Office has the ability to robustly identify and monitor anomalous behaviour so that the appropriate corrective action can be taken, whether this is tactical education, enhanced training, process or system redesign, or audit and investigation. The sentence that several of Second Sight's observations resonate strongly, namely a disjointed response by the Post Office and an habitual desire to assign responsibility to an individual rather than to conduct root cause analysis. Is that something that was drawn to your attention?
No.
Ought it to have been?
Yes.
If this was distributed to Leslie Saul, Chris Oyard and Angela Vanden Bogard, which one or more of them ought to have drawn it to your attention?
I would have said all three.
This is essentially marking some of Second Sight's homework and agreeing with it, isn't it?
It is, yes.
That's an important fact for you, isn't it? That independent consultants, Detica, have been brought in and they essentially agree with Second Sight on the points identified there.
Yes.
Do you know why Leslie Saul, Chris Oyard or Angela Vanden Bogard would keep this kind of information from you?
I don't know. I've since read the Detica report, and some of the recommendations in it were picked up through other work. Whether they thought, I don't know. I can't speak for them. I was not under the impression that people were intentionally withholding information from me. But
Well,
this is a report that should have gone not just to me, because the chief executive doesn't take every decision in the business. It should have gone to the group executive, and discussions had about it as to what could have been implemented or not.
Would it have affected your approach to Second Sight, that rather than them being slow, not sticking to their brief, producing unevidenced conclusions and taking the side of sub-postmasters, which is what we're going to see was the view ascribed by you to them, that instead the Post Office's own consultants believed that their observations were correct?
Yes, and it would have drawn my attention to the fact that other consultants are saying that the Post Office did not conduct root cause analysis. And I didn't believe that to be the case. I assumed that Post Office was conducting root cause analysis.
So that would be an independent red flag as well, apart from marking some of Second Sight's homework rather well.
Yes.
It would be a second red flag.
Yeah.
Can we go forward to page 37, please? At the foot of the page, sorry, if we just look at the top of the page to get the context, conclusions and recommendations. And then at the foot of the page, 7.2.2, under complex and fragmented systems, Detica concluded Post Office systems are not fit for purpose in a modern retail and financial environment. Was that conclusion drawn to your attention?
No, I mean, none of the conclusions from this report were drawn to my attention because I didn't see the report. That wouldn't have surprised me as a conclusion. The Post Office, what was the date of this report, please?
1st of October 2013.
Yes. We were beginning to look at restructuring a lot of the IT provision, because one of the additional challenges, as well as the points that are raised in this, was the IT needed to be much more fit for purpose in terms of a digital world. Many of the products and services we were selling were digital, or trying to sell.
Thank you. That document can come down. So you didn't read Dedeker's report at the time because it wasn't passed to you?
Yeah.
You knew they were conducting a study?
I don't know that I did.
Were you informed of either the fact of the pilot study or any of the findings?
I don't believe so.
Looking at it now, this is a detailed report by independent third-party contractors expressing serious concerns about Horizon, Post Office IT systems more broadly, and the Post Office's processes and procedures. Ought that to have been drawn to your attention?
Yes.
Was that a serious failing of each of Miss Sewell, Mr. Oyard, and Ms Van den Bogart?
I find it very strange that it wasn't brought to my... And it isn't just to my attention, it's the attention of everybody else who had responsibilities in terms of the running of the Post Office. There's information in here that would have been incredibly useful to the network director, for instance, in terms of conformance.
Have you any clue why they would want to keep you and the executive and the board out of this information?
No, and I don't. I don't recall either that they were colleagues that I would have suspected were withholding something from the board or myself or the group executive. I don't understand why the report didn't progress.
Can I turn more broadly to concerns raised by sub-postmasters as opposed to contractors? Would this be a fair summary? From at least February 2012, you received a series of correspondence directly from sub-postmasters raising concerns about problems they were experiencing at their branches with Horizon.
Yes.
Can we look at some of them, please? I'm going to try and deal with these at some speed. Poll 0014-0629. And page 3, please. Foot of the page. An email from Pervez Nakvi, dated the 4th of February 2012, directly to you. I'm sure you're expecting my email, but I've been quite busy in court, hence did not get time. On Wednesday, before I left for court, I turned down 7 customers who wanted to withdraw the £600 limit. And then I was informed by my wife that she and the staff also turned down another 8 besides the other usual withdrawals, during the period when the Horizon went on its usual mood swings. I'm sure there should be a clause in the contract to penalise Horizon for these constant breakdowns. As such, these can be passed on to the sub-postmasters to offset their losses and frustration when this happens. By the law of probability, I'm sure it will happen again at peak periods, especially at Christmas. And then if we go to the top of the page, and if we just scroll a little further down, that's it. We can see this is your reply the next day, directly in response, copying in Mike Young, George Thompson, and Leslie Sewell. You say, Mike, Leslie, Pervez is a respected sub-postmaster who also happens to be a magistrate, I think, hence the court references. I'd be grateful if you'd reply. It's very frustrating to receive emails like this. He's right to raise it. It is my understanding that Horizon is reliable and we're within the tolerances. But if trusted individuals like Pervez are now not feeling that's the case, are we monitoring the right metrics? If we think we are, might it be possible for you to get a direct link to Pervez so that we can monitor accurately what is happening in his branch? Pervez, it might be that the perception is worse than reality, as any outage is not acceptable to staff and customers, but it's possible that it's within accepted tolerances. Was it relevant to you that the person raising the complaint was a trusted individual?
I responded to all complaints in exactly the same way. I happen to know Pervez well, so that was an additional piece of information, but it wouldn't have made any difference whether I knew the sub-postmaster or not.
So all complaints raised by sub-postmasters and mistresses, whether they were magistrates or not, or held other trusted positions, should have caused you to investigate or caused to be investigated potential Horizon issues?
I would hope so. I'm sure there are cases where that was not the case, but I would have tried to have approached them in the same way.
You personally responded to this complaint, and as we'll see, not to a series of others.
I responded when I could. There's another example the inquiry has, a postmaster I didn't know, who, gosh, the name's just gone.
Well, we might come to it later.
Okay. But when I could, I would. This had come in an email. Sometimes when complaints came in letters, they went through a particular process. So, but when I got an email, if I could, I would reply personally.
So the fact that you personally responded to this one is not due to the fact that Pervez was respected?
Not at all.
Can we look, please, at poll 00117090? Moving forward to the next year, to September 2013, you can see the date there. It's a handwritten letter from a sub-postmaster, William Banville. Can you see that?
Yes.
And I'm going to cut through it by going to page 2. He's complained on page 1 about losses incurred due to Horizon. And he says, third paragraph in, if we just scroll down a little bit, that's it. Can I ask if management at the post office is now aware of the unexplained problems which we've suffered? It's not just the money which I have repaid for these losses, which in my opinion were not of this office's doing, but the personal attack on me and my staff, plus the ongoing thousands and costs incurred to cross and double-check our tills since 2008. And then at the foot of the page, just above his signature, I'm not a thief or a fraudster, but like a terrier, I'll never let go until it's sorted. This letter would have come directly to you, would it?
No, I imagine it would have gone through to the Executive Correspondence team.
If we look at page 1 and see the stamp at the top of the page, can you see Chief Executive's office?
Yes. So the process is that it would have come into my office. My PA would have sent it to the Executive Correspondence team. There would then have been... they would have gone out to different specialists across the organisation, depending on the content of the letter, and I would then have had a reply back to me with a file behind that reply that might detail the issues that were raised in the letter.
And so would you just get the draft reply, or would you get some primary evidence of the investigative steps that had been taken to substantiate what was said in the reply?
I'm sure there were cases where it didn't happen, but I remember when I first took on the role and had letters like this about many different things, and I was given a draft or a reply to sign, and I refused to sign it until I was given some of the primary evidence. So after that, I was then presented with a letter to sign and a file behind it that carried the details from the people within the organisation as to how the reply had been compiled.
So you wouldn't just sign off draft letters?
No, not.
You
I'm
wanted
sure
to,
you will find something where I did. I mean, I had hundreds to do and other priorities as well as these to deal with, but I remember asking to see files. I wouldn't just take something and sign it.
Thank you.
And I would always read the letter.
Can we move on, please, to poll 0011 6166? And I'm dealing with these chronologically. As you will have seen, we started in February 2012 and we're now in October 2013. Can we look at page 2, please? And an email to you from Mr. Warmington of the 2nd of October 2013. And he says, Paula, as promised in today's call, here are 8 examples of the incoming applications. So just to put this in context, Second Sight has produced its interim report on the 8th of July 2013, and now the mediation and complaint scheme was starting up.
Yes.
And he's saying, here are 8 examples of incoming applications. I've selected those that are more clearly expressed than most of the others that we've been receiving. I'm also enclosing a spreadsheet which shows which thematic issues each applicant has reported to us. It's probably not worth you looking at that before your meeting with Angela and her team tomorrow. And then in some cases, the mediation applicants were already on the spreadsheet, so are cross-referenced. And we needn't read the rest. And then if we go up, please. So if we just look before we do that. Yes, it doesn't show the attachments there, but if we go to the very first page, it says example applications. And I think we know that there were 8 attachments to this email.
Yes.
They were the initial complaints of sub-postmasters or former sub-postmasters. And they included, I'm just going to list them for the transcript and for future reference. There's no need to display any of these. Lee Castleton, poll 309-9683. Keith Jones, poll 309-9684. Jane Brewer, poll 309-9685. Alan Lloyd Jones, poll 309-9686. Pamela Stubbs, poll 309-9687. Noel Thomas, poll 309-9688. Jacqueline MacDonald, poll 309-9689. And Caroline Jack, poll 309-9690. And if we scroll back down, please. So he says, thank you. As promised, here are the 8 examples. And so those 8 examples were attached. If we scroll back up, please. And keep going. You say, Dear Ron, it was good to talk to you earlier. Thank you for being available. I've just read through the attachments. Apart from finding them very disturbing, I defy anyone not to. I'm now even better informed. And then there's some administrative detail. Why did you find the attachments very disturbing?
They explained in clear detail what the sub-postmasters were asking the Post Office and Second Sight to look into. So some of them referred to, as we discussed earlier, the approach and the style of investigators. Some of them referred to issues with the Horizon system. And in a number of cases, they spoke about the impacts on them and their families, that financially, the dreadful impacts on some people, and as I think I said here, the clarity of the form really, it was very disturbing and upsetting reading. And what I wanted to do, having read these, was to share them with colleagues, just so that everybody knew the seriousness of what we were dealing with. This was at the very beginning stage of the mediation scheme, so these were the applications before any of the reviews had taken place. But I just wanted people to understand the impact on people's lives.
They refer to a very wide range of issues, including a series of faults with Horizon, didn't they?
Yes, I can't remember the detail now, but yes.
Problems with misbalancing and shortfalls being wrongly attributed to sub-postmasters. Civil proceedings being taken against sub-postmasters, including Lee Castleton, resulting in his bankruptcy. Consequent impacts upon family and children.
Yes.
Some complaining, in particular, Noel Thomas, about his wrongful conviction and the impact that had on him and his family. Complaints about training, complaints about the helpline, essentially all of the things that were subsequently established by the two judgments of Mr. Justice Fraser.
Yes, and all of the things that the complaints and mediation scheme was going to look into. And the other thing, if I may, that I would like to say, because I've heard very recently that sub-postmasters saw the use of numbers, so these cases were anonymised, because of the sensitivity of all of that information. The Post Office was very concerned that it didn't share it, and I think there was a team of 20 or so an investigation team looking into this as part of the scheme. And so names were removed, but I am really sorry. There was no intention at all for sub-postmasters to become numbers in this case. It was actually the opposite, but I appreciate the points that have been made recently on that.
You said that you found these very disturbing and that you defied anyone not to.
Yes.
What happened between you finding these 8 cases very disturbing and you shutting down the mediation scheme? When did they cease to become very disturbing?
All the cases that came into the mediation scheme were by their nature disturbing. My purpose in circulating these was from a it was from a point of view of compassion.
What systems?
That the colleagues working on them and those who... There were many questions in the organisation... Sorry, not many. There were questions in the organisation at a board and a group executive level about whether, and this is in documentation, this was a distraction of management time. When I read these reports, it seemed to me that this was an important distraction of management time, and that any colleague who might think that this was not a good use of money to be invested by Post Office and time invested in investigating it was clearly wrong. And I wanted to make sure that there was no misunderstanding about that. To your question about what happened between them and standing down Second Sight, this was the ambition, was to look at all of these cases in as much detail as possible, and my understanding was that is what the team were doing. Second Sight and the Post Office team went through my understanding was they went through the details of these cases. This is right at the very beginning where we're simply dealing with application forms. And by the time Second Sight was stood down in 2015, I think, the view was that nothing had been found, that where the Post Office had looked at each case, there were explanations, and we were still waiting, I think, when Second Sight were initially stood down, for them to finish some of the reports. They then finished the reports, and the responses that I and the board and other senior management had back was that in every case there was an explanation for what had happened, and we would then go into mediation, and where we were dealing with cases that had been through the courts, they were going through the Criminal Cases Review Commission and could then go through a form of appeal if postmasters felt that was an appropriate next step to do.
Did the Post Office use a series of tactics and systems to iron away these very disturbing complaints over the next 18 months?
That was not my understanding.
How was it that what struck you as very disturbing complaints ended up as being without substance?
My understanding was that every complaint was looked at in detail. They were reinvestigated. Information from Fujitsu was sought, data was looked at. Second Sight, I know on one or two occasions, and this sounds very hollow now, I am very, very sorry, but complimented the Post Office on the standard and the detail of the investigation. And it's completely unacceptable and deeply sad, and I am very sorry that we didn't reach the right conclusion on these cases.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment. Might we break, please, until 2:15?
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Ms Vennells has spoken publicly about what happened in almost a decade. What a significant day for those caught up in this scandal. I'm here in the village of Fenny Compton with sub-postmasters and their families who have waited years to see Paula Vennells face questions over what she knew and when. It was right here in this village hall in Warwickshire back in 2009 where hundreds of sub-postmasters falsely accused of theft began their fight back against the Post Office, and what a fight back it has become. Well, first, before we get reaction from them, let's take you through a recap of what we've heard so far at the inquiry today. Just to warn you that there is some flash photography coming up. Well, Paula Vennells arrived at the inquiry venue this morning in central London. It was around 7:45. As you can see, a media scrum greeted her as she walked from her car into that building, but she wasn't given any answers. She wasn't giving any answers to any questions at that stage. Well, Ms Vennells began her evidence by apologising to the sub-postmasters who had been affected by this scandal.
I would just like to say, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to do this in person, how sorry I am for all that sub-postmasters and their families and others have suffered as a result of all of the matters that the inquiry has been looking into for so long. I followed and listened to all of the human impact statements, and I was very affected by them.
Well, as you'd imagine, her apology provoked a reaction here among the sub-postmasters and mistresses gathered in this Fenny Compton village hall. A lot of head shaking, people with their head in their hands. And there was a lot of laughter in disbelief at what they were hearing from Ms Vennells. Well, Ms Vennells was then quizzed by the lead counsel to this inquiry. He is Jason Beer, KC. He asked about her experiencing of managing various parts of such a large company with a specific focus on the IT department.
You worked for the Post Office for 12 years in total, is that right?
That's right.
You joined in January 2007.
Yes.
You were made Managing Director in October 2010.
Yes.
And you left as CEO in April 2019.
I did.
In terms of your previous career before joining the post office. Is it right that noticeable features of it are that you had no experience of managing a large IT team?
That's correct.
And you had no experience of an organisation which investigated or prosecuted its staff?
That's correct.
Well, Paula Vennells also said that she wanted to encourage a culture at the post office that looked for mistakes and learned from them.
I mentioned that I encouraged bad news is good news, and you will see in inquiry documentation that the word pre-mortem is used very often. And that was an attempt to, both from lessons learned, to read into actions going forwards where things might go wrong. So there was an intention from my leadership, certainly, and I believe the people I worked with, to look for and learn from mistakes.
Well, explanations and emotions today. Whilst giving evidence, Ms Vennells was asked about the case of Martin Griffith. He was a sub-postmaster who took his own life because of this scandal. Well, Paula Vennells became emotional when talking about a colleague she knew who had also ended their life.
I had a personal experience of a previous post office colleague who had took their own lives, and I phoned the family, and I spoke to the father, who explained to me that there were other issues involved. And I imagined that, I imagined that I was probably...
Ms Vennells, just rather than trying to talk through your...
I beg your pardon.
Just pause.
Yes, OK.
Try and compose yourself if you can, and then continue your evidence, please.
Paul Kelso, who's at the inquiry in central London for us today. And we've heard around 3 hours of evidence from Paula Vennells so far, Paul. We've just brought viewers who are just joining us a flavour of what's been said so far. But what have been the headlines from her evidence for you so far?
She will want the headline, Sarah-Jane, to be her apology and her contrition. But I think what's been taken from the sub-postmasters in the room here, very much like the ones you have with you in Fenny Compton, is perhaps incredulity at her position. I think Paula Vennells has had an incredibly difficult morning under tough questioning from Jason Beer, the inquiry counsel, who has somewhat dismantled her competence and her credibility as a boss. From the very outset, he put it to her that she must be Britain's unluckiest chief executive, given all the things she didn't know about, she claims not to have known about the post office and its IT system, the Horizon IT system, at the heart of these miscarriages of justice. He ran through a list of all the things she says she was unaware of that she sets out in a nearly 800-page witness statement. And Paula Vennells' account for that, she just says she was too trusting. She said she had been accused of being too curious, but not curious enough to know, for example, we've established today, she didn't know the Post Office could investigate and prosecute its own staff, a power it's had since the 17th century. She said she didn't know that till she was chief executive. His general questioning has been to establish the overarching her approach. For example, he's asked her whether her priority was the credibility, was the brand, the business brand of the Post Office. She said it wasn't. She never put it above the suffering that was being encountered by sub-postmasters. The follow-up question to that is, what suffering were they experiencing? Clear implication, she says she didn't know they were suffering any injustices until at least 2013. So I think this has been very difficult for Paula Vennells. That setting of the scene and running through the overarching areas of her management of the business, which has brought her to tears at least twice. And on one occasion, she just in the last 15 minutes, she's had to gather herself when talking about her approach to the investigation of sub-postmasters. That's now given way to much more detailed questioning. Remember, we're half a day in here to 3 days of questioning. And as we get into the detail, and Paula Vennells is confronted, one imagines, with document after document, which she either can't recall or can't explain why she didn't act, things are only going to get more difficult.
Paul, thank you. Well, let's get reaction from the people at the heart of this scandal, the sub-postmasters, dozens of whom have travelled to Fenny Compton here in Warwickshire to watch this all together today. Teju, I know you wanted to do that. You didn't want to watch this on your own. You wanted to share this experience with people who really understand. What's your overriding emotions? I've watched it here with all of you. You've been shouting things out, as Paula Vennells has been saying. What is it you want to say about what she said?
Well, the thing is, she was crying in between answers. But we have had over 2 decades of tears every single day, along with our families. Our children grew up in this, and some of us have gone. They are not able to experience this with us. But what I'm going to say is it has been an intensive morning, and I really feel that Mr. Jason Bear KC deserves a round of applause because he has brought out so many good questions that we couldn't be there to ask directly. And I feel that he has pulled out all the bullets. And I wonder what the afternoon is going to be like. So, you know, I say thank you to him. And Selwyn Williams, oh my God, that man has stolen my heart forever because I believe he could see that the justice system here is at stake as well. The people are questioning if there is any justice system in the UK. And UK abroad used to be the pride of justice system. So he is trying to fight that as well, to let people feel, and especially the sub-postmasters, that you are not on your own. And we are sorry that this happened to you. We didn't know on time. So that is nice to take on board with him. I love the man. I love him so much, and I love his team. I've met all of them, and I feel that, honestly, we couldn't have been in the right hand. We're just grateful for them.
You feel that he's working for you and he's doing your job. You might be here in Fenny Compton, or in fact, so many people are watching at home that are affected by this who can't be in central London today. Sally, you feel heard. I'm going to come to you, Sally Stringer. It was interesting. Paula Vennells started the day with an apology. She also started with a phrase that will be repeated throughout the coming days, that to call this a conspiracy would be far-fetched. So Jason Beer KC has then gone for her on potential incompetence. He started by calling her perhaps the unluckiest CEO by just not being aware of what was going on her watch.
I think Jason was being polite, actually, because she's grossly incompetent and her senior management below her are also grossly incompetent. That woman is beyond redress, really. I mean, I've sat here and I'm angry with her. How dare she fob us off like we're just flies on a wall. You know, they will take her to the cleaners, and I sincerely hope that she goes to the cleaners and then she has a spell in Her Majesty's prison, His Majesty's prison, and she might just truly understand what she and her organisation have put people through.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I do need to point out that Paula Vennells is obviously, not admitting any guilt. This inquiry isn't there to apportion blame or put into practice any criminal proceedings, recommend those. But you and your team of lawyers will be looking at what's said over the course of the next 3 days for that to be an avenue for you.
She also, as a sideline, is an ordained minister. So, if she's got nothing else, she should learn to tell the truth from that angle. And she's not telling the truth. So we'll see what happens over the next couple of 3 days, but I think that we're in for an extraordinary few days.
Yeah. Well, the anger, the rage, I can't even put into words that, what you're all feeling here. You're doing it so eloquently for me. Thank you. Damien, I'm going to come to you because, it's important to remember that you're all here because lives have been ruined and indeed lives lost. There are some people who couldn't even come to join us today, they can't even watch this on TV because it is so triggering. Such is the magnitude of what you collectively have all been through.
Well, yeah, you can't really put it into context, the whole, how big it is, really. It's lives lost, ruined, gone, not coming back. It's this woman's responsibility at the end of the day. She's carried on with it, and there's quite a few cases where she's just thrown legal money at it to try and make it worse for us all. And we're not talking small amounts of money either, we're talking millions. And she goes on about protecting the income of the post office and the public purse.
There was a bit there where she talked about looking after the people who weren't having any problems. You, all experiencing problems, were a small portion. I mean, you ran into your hundreds, into your thousands, but you were a small portion, so you weren't a priority. How did you feel when she said that?
Well, it just shows with the email she did respond to with the, was he worked in the court or he was a judge or something, but personally responding to him. Like, I don't think the CEO of many companies respond to complaints, do they? But she went out of her way for that one because he was a respected member of the community. And then the rest of us treats her like someone she stepped in.
Oh, I'm just stepping on equipment here, sorry. This is all live. VG, I'm going to come to you because you were just agreeing there with what Damien said. What's been your overriding emotion and thoughts from what we've heard so far today?
Lies. Till now. And trying to hide behind those lies and behind the people who are below her, saying it's their fault, they didn't tell me. But she is the head of the post office. She should have known everything was happening. Who signed the cheque for Deltica to do the investigation? Who signed the cheque for Second Sight to do the...
We haven't got onto the criminal injustice bit yet. We've been caught up in the weeds of the IT system and that being at fault, and it keeps coming back to who knew what when about that. But what we may see over the course of the next 2.5 days is talking about what happened to you, because the Post Office, an unusual organisation in terms of they have the power to investigate and prosecute the criminal injustice you face. You want serious answers about that, don't you, Vijay?
Yes, we do. We want serious answers and get justice at the end once it's finished.
OK, thank you. Well, look, we're going to be here all day at Fenny Compton. It's so important to be hearing from the people that this affected, that this is still affecting. We will be returning to Paula Vennells giving evidence shortly and, as I said, get more reaction. But right now, let's have a look at the rest of the day's news. Kamali standing by.
Sarah-Jane, thank you for that. And of course, as Sarah-Jane said, we'll have more from Paula Vennells giving evidence later and more reaction from those in Fenny Compton. Now, there is renewed speculation about when the general election will be called after the Prime Minister has again insisted the country will go to the polls in the second half of the year. Let's bring in our political correspondent Tamara Cohen now for more on this. So, Tamara, why is there speculation again about this election date?
Well, I think general election speculation is very much sweeping Westminster at the moment, and Number 10 have not chosen
And I am live in the village of Fenny Compton, where former sub-postmasters have gathered in the hope that they will finally get answers from the Post Office inquiry.
Paula Vennells, did you cover this up? Paula Vennells, did you cover this up?
The former boss of the Post Office apologises to the victims of the Horizon IT scandal at the start of her evidence.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to do this in person. How sorry I am for all that sub-postmasters and their families and others have suffered.
Disbelief and anger from sub-postmasters watching Paula Vennells' evidence here in Fenny Compton, where the push for justice began back in 2009.
I just hoped today would be a day where she would tell the truth. And she's not, you know, she is blatantly and utterly lying.
And in today's other news.
Are you going to call an election, Prime Minister?
As there is renewed speculation about the election, the Prime Minister insists there won't be a vote until the second half of the year. The Conservative MP Craig McKinley returns to Parliament for the first time since having his hands and feet amputated after contracting sepsis.
Hello, a very good afternoon to you. I am here in Fenny Compton in Warwickshire, and it's in this village hall, this very village hall back in 2009, that the long fight for justice began for hundreds of sub-postmasters who were falsely accused of stealing. Well, today, former Post Office executive Paula Vennells faced the Post Office inquiry. It's the first time that she has spoken publicly about what happened in almost a decade. Well, many here that have been in the room with me today have waited years for this moment to hear Ms Vennells face questions over what and when she knew about the faults in the Horizon IT software. Before we talk about their reaction, let's take you through a recap of what's happened at the inquiry so far today. And I should just warn you that some of the images coming up, first of all, contain flash photography. Well, Paula Vennells arrived at Aldwych House in central London at around 7:45 this morning. Plenty of cameras and reporters there, as you can see, but she didn't answer any questions as she walked a short distance from her car into the venue. Well, Paula Vennells began her evidence today by apologising to the sub-postmasters who were affected by the Horizon IT system.
I would just like to say, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to do this in person, how sorry I am for all that sub-postmasters and their families and others have suffered as a result of all of the matters that the inquiry has been looking into for so long. I followed and listened to all of the human impact statements, and I was very affected by them.
Well, it's been quite the reaction from former sub-postmasters and postmistresses gathered here in Fenny Compton today when they heard that apology from Paula Vennells. There was lots of people shaking their heads, people with their heads in their hands and over their mouths, and there was even laughter in complete disbelief at what they were hearing from her. Well, Ms Vennells began to cry when she was questioned about a meeting she had with MPs back in 2012. During that meeting, a document shows that she said the Post Office needed trustworthy and competent staff. She also said the Horizon IT system is very secure.
I fully accept now that the Post Office, excuse me, the Post Office knew that. I completely accepted. Personally, I didn't know that, and I'm incredibly sorry that that happened to those people and to so many others.
Well, this was the reaction of sub-postmasters when Paula Vennells shed tears. after she was questioned on false claims that all false accounting prosecutions had been successful. Ms Vennells cried for a third time when talking about disturbing sub-postmaster cases after Jason Beer KC records several examples of sub-postmasters complaining about the Horizon IT system.
What happened between you finding these 8 cases very disturbing and you shutting down the mediation scheme? When did they cease to become very disturbing?
All the cases that came into the mediation scheme were by their nature disturbing. My purpose in circulating these was from a point of view of compassion.
Well, our national correspondent Tom Parmenter is with me now in Fenny Compton. And Tom, let's start by talking about the headlines, if you will, from what we've heard so far today from Paula Vennells.
This is a really significant day in the unravelling of this scandal, a scandal that is truly spread across the United Kingdom. There are people watching in the village hall here. 15 years ago, of course, this is where they first gathered to start this fight for justice, and what a distance they have come in that time. And they've heard today that triple apology that she offered at the start of her evidence at the inquiry in London. Not many people in this hall accepting those apologies or having much time for them whatsoever. They've also heard her talk about she was being very cautious around the protection of the reputation of the Post Office, but she said that that wasn't to override the or her concerns for the suffering of postmasters. Again, in the hall here, we can see that just doesn't cut it with the people who have suffered so much. We've heard and seen the tears of Paula Vennells today, and we just have to remember the emotional wreckage that has been left behind in so many people's lives. There have been many tears from sub-postmasters and their families over losing their homes, losing their life savings, losing their liberty. People sent to prison. We heard from Damien, one of the postmasters from North Wales earlier. He missed his child's first birthday because he was in prison, wrongly convicted over this scandal. That is what's cost these people over these decades. And there is very short shrift, really, in this hall for what they have seen so far today and what they'll continue to see.
Yeah, we'll be getting reaction from the postmasters and mistresses gathered here today. They're breaking for lunch and a much-needed debrief because, you know, they have been very vocal as Paula Vennells is speaking. Somebody shouted, "Cry me a river," when Paula Vennells started crying. Shouts of lies. You know, they've waited so long for this evidence. What's going to happen over the course of the rest of the day and another 2 days to come? Because we're only really scratching the surface of her evidence so far.
Yeah, we're going to get into some of the real detailed evidence of who knew what and when, which, of course, is crucial in understanding all this. At the start of her apologies today, Paula Vennells said that she apologised for what was to come, really giving a big clue the fact that this is going to be something that really sets the record of this, what has happened
it would be uncomfortable
in all
for
this.
her and everyone else.
The fact that she's apologising ahead of what she's about to say gives us, I think, an indication that she's going to go further than she has ever perhaps done before. This is the first time we've heard from her at length since she left the job of CEO of the Post Office in 2019. So it is a huge moment for the people in this hall, for the families who are watching all around the UK, who have been affected on so many levels for so many years. They want answers. They want the truth. They want to know why this has happened. Why were they persecuted like this? Why were they the victims of this? What was the motive? And so far, from what we've heard this morning, they've not had those answers. Will they get them at all? We don't know. But it is something that is quite gripping television, really. And they want answers here, and they've not got them yet.
Well, there is much more to come. There's more evidence from Paula Vennells coming up shortly after the inquiry's break for lunch, and, of course, days 2 and 3 as well. We'll have a special programme for you tonight. The UK Tonight will be live from here in Fenny Compton this evening. It's at 8 o'clock here on Sky News. A look back at the day and reaction to what's been heard, so do join us for that. Let's hand back now to Kamali for a look at the rest of the day's news. Kamali.
Sarah-Jane and Tom, thank you for that. Now, there is renewed speculation about when the general election is going to be called after the Prime Minister again insisted the country will go to the polls in the second half of the year. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Tamara Cohen, for more on this. Tamara, so look, I can't stop scrolling Twitter to see all these election rumours. What's going on here?
Well, Westminster is going into overdrive about the possibility of a general election being called by the Prime Minister as soon as this afternoon. Now, nothing has been confirmed by Downing Street, but they haven't ruled it out. In fact, the Prime Minister's spokesperson was asked repeated questions from journalists about it just in the last hour following Prime Minister's questions and did not rule out a summer general election. The Prime Minister himself was asked about it at Prime Minister's questions today by the Westminster leader of the SNP, Stephen Flynn, and this is what he said.
Mr Speaker, speculation is rife, so I think the public deserve a clear answer to a simple question. Does the Prime Minister intend to call a summer general election, or is he feared?
As I have said repeatedly to him, there is, Mr Speaker, spoiler alert, there is going to be a general election in the second half of this year.
So, second half of this year, well, if it was to be at the beginning of July, that would just about be the second half of this year. Why might the Prime Minister be calling an election now? Well, we know that inflation has just gone down to just over 2%. That's the lowest it's been in 3 years and hitting one of his targets. Rishi Sunak has been out and about this morning saying the economy has turned a corner. Perhaps he feels things aren't looking any better for him in the opinion polls, and it's time to just go for it, even though he has until the end of January 2025. What we can tell you is that there is a cabinet meeting this afternoon that doesn't normally happen on a Wednesday. It normally happens on a Tuesday morning, and the Prime Minister was in Austria yesterday, so couldn't hold it. But ministers seem to be going to quite extreme lengths to be at this cabinet meeting. We know that Lord Cameron, the Foreign Secretary, is returning earlier than expected from a trip to Albania that he's on to attend. And we know that Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, he was due to be visiting Lithuania and Estonia, has delayed his departure. So if the Prime Minister did want to run the idea past his cabinet, most of them, I think Michelle Donnellan will still be in South Korea for the AI summit, but most of them will be there and have made an effort to be present. So we'll bring you more as we get it. We wait to hear whether the Prime Minister has decided to go down that road, as some in his party are urging him to do, others are urging him to wait. But certainly Downing Street doing nothing at present to dampen down that speculation, escalating speculation, that the calling of a general election is going to be happening very soon. Whether that is an election that happens at the start of July or whether he sets the date for later in the year in order to head off that speculation, we wait to see.
We do wait to see. And add to those rumours that you gave us there tomorrow, the King is in London as well. Let's just add that to the mix. All right, tomorrow for now, Westminster, thank you. Now, the Conservative MP Craig McKinley has returned to Parliament for the first time since having his hands and feet amputated after contracting sepsis last year. The MP for South Thanet was put into a coma when the infection took hold. His wife was told he had just a 5% chance of surviving. Well, Mr McKinley met with the Speaker of the House, Sir Lindsay Hall, ahead of Prime Minister's questions, and when he entered the chamber, he received a standing ovation. Well, Mr McKinley has said he wanted to be the first bionic MP in Parliament. He addressed those in the Commons earlier.
And in the public gallery, they can't quite see me, unfortunately, are many of the staff from the NHS who took me from where I was, close to death, they took me from close to death to where I am today, so thank you for that. Can I ask the Prime Minister, there is a question here. Prime Minister, can we please ensure that we embed recognition of early signs of sepsis? It wouldn't have worked for me, mine was too quick and too sudden. But for many people, they do get a few days. If we can stop somebody ending up like this, I would say that's a job well done.
That's Craig McKinley speaking in the Commons earlier. You're watching Sky News Today, and still to come. Inflation falls, but not by as much as expected, throwing into doubt whether or not interest rates are going to be cut soon.
Dowd, and I'm Sky's Midlands correspondent. We can reveal that the driver who hit Harry Dunn is 42-year-old Anne Sakoulas.
Just met the President and we never thought we'd get this far.
This is what they're up against, is back-breaking work. Water levels are dropping, but no one knows what impact further rain will have. What would you do if this place wasn't open? We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
It's really scary.
In this community, I'm told that everybody knows someone affected by COVID. Change seems tantalisingly close in this corner of the UK. This is my patch, my specialism. It's also my home.
Welcome back. Now, inflation has fallen to 2.3% in the year to April, the lowest level since July 2021. While it's being hailed as a welcome return to normality, the rate is still higher than the Bank of England's target of 2%, casting into doubt whether interest rates will be cut. Now, both the Chancellor and his opposite number in the Labour Party said they were cautiously optimistic about the effects of the fall on the public finances. Here's what Jeremy Hunt had to say, followed by Rachel Reeves.
It's very close to its target level now. It's returned to much more normal levels. And the Bank of England, who decide these things independently, once they're confident that it has reached its target level and it's going to stay there, they can start to bring down interest rates. That would obviously be good news for mortgage holders. But I think families will still be feeling quite bruised after the last couple of years, because although the inflation rate has gone down, prices are still higher than they were a year ago.
Let's resume our coverage of the Post Office inquiry. The former boss, Paula Vennells, giving evidence, questions being put by Jason Birkasey.
This is from a Mr. Pennington. It's dated as having been received on the 13th of September 2013 in your office. And in the second paragraph, having said, "Dear Paula," he says, "First, though, may I explain my background? I worked conscientiously and loyally for the Post Office for over 20 years. In this time, it was very stressful due to the economic environment. However, at the same time, customer service was very satisfying." Next paragraph. "My complaint is from when the Horizon system was implemented. There was a loss from the system due to incorrect procedures on the staff side, lack of training. That resulted in a shown loss of over £18,000. I was assured that it would all return. However, only £13,500 returned. And I had to, as the expression was, quote, make good the shortfall. At the time, I took my grievance to the area manager level, only to be told that the contract stipulated all shortages must be made good, and there was no appeal procedure. Looking at that complaint, is this the kind of letter that you described before the break as one that would have been sent down the Chief Executive Office correspondence to be dealt with route?
The route, yes, it would. The route wasn't just the Chief Executive, it was for all executive correspondence, and I imagine this would have gone through that particular process.
The thing that Mr. Pennington complains about, that he was told that the contract stipulated that all shortages must be made good, was that your understanding of the contract at this time, September 2013?
Yes, it was my understanding of the contract. Once a postmaster had gone through the various stages of, and I realise now from all that we know that this was done in some cases very inadequately, but the complaint and the dispute would go through a particular process, and if it wasn't resolved, then the contract was to make good. My assumption through this time was that that resolution process worked, and clearly for many cases it didn't do that.
Where did you get the understanding from that the contract said that all losses must be made good, irrespective of cause?
My understanding... it was a fact within the organisation. So contract managers would say that, area managers, as we see here, would say that. It was known that that was the requirement of the contract.
You say it was known that it was the requirement of the contract. In fact,
Yes.
the contract didn't say that at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sure it didn't. In fact, I've read the contract. The contract doesn't use the words "make good," but that was the.
Nor does it say all losses.
Surprised. Sorry?
Nor does it say all losses.
No, I'm sorry. Could you ask me the question
Yes.
again? Thank
Where
you.
did you get the understanding from
Yes.
that the contract said that sub-postmasters had to make good all losses, i.e. irrespective of the cause of them?
I'm not sure that I had that understanding.
What was your understanding by September 2013 of the operation of the contract so far as sub-postmaster losses was concerned? I'm sorry, I don't know that I could recall. I'm not sure that I can recall now what I knew the contract said at that time. I have read the contract a number of times. What I can recall from that time is colleagues saying that the post office could not, in all cases, determine what had happened, and so the contract held the sub-postmaster liable for losses in the office. My understanding was that that was following a detailed dispute resolution process, but I can't recall the details of that contract. If the contract said that the sub-postmaster was responsible for all losses, what was the point of an investigation?
The point of the investigation would be to make sure that would be to find the cause of the loss, because
why was the cause of the loss relevant if the sub-postmaster had to make good all losses?
Because it would be highly irresponsible for an organisation to be, as we will come on to discuss, I'm sure, to be prosecuting and finding people guilty of things that they were not guilty of, and vice versa.
At the moment,
there's a requirement to investigate anything that is unsatisfactory, and shortfalls either way, where they're disputed, would need to go through a proper process.
At the moment, I'm not talking about prosecution at all. I'm exploring at the moment your understanding of the contract and the extent to which it permitted recovery against the sub-postmaster and in what circumstances. Was it your understanding that it permitted recovery of all losses, irrespective of cause, from a sub-postmaster?
I honestly can't remember what it was at the time. I would have completely relied on the people whose job it was to determine what the contract did or didn't say and how it was applied.
When you were network director, were you the ultimate line manager of such people?
Yes, they reported through a general manager. There were contract managers, and they reported through three or four different levels through to me.
And you can't say now what your understanding of the operation of the contract was. Is that right?
I can't say now. What I'm saying is that I cannot recall now what I understood the wording to be in the contract, in the clause that applied to this. But I trusted that this was a process that had been in place for many years, and it was run by an experienced team. The inquiry has a witness statement from Lynn Hobbs, who was the general manager in charge of that team, and she was I knew Lynn, she reported to me, she was a very responsible and very assiduous general manager. So I had a number of different areas of responsibility, and I had to rely on the experts in those different areas. I wouldn't have trusted my own interpretation or memory of a contract in an individual case.
Thank you.
I wasn't involved in that level.
Can we move on? Poll 0010 1783, please. An email to you, we're in late 2014 now, from Tim McCormack. And if we scroll down, please. Thank you. Dear Paula, so it's directly to you. Yet again today, Mark Davis, speaking on behalf of the Post Office, relied on the defence that there are no systemic errors in Horizon, and that this is proved because we deal with so many customers per day in so many branches. Just stopping yet there, that was a frequent refrain of the Post Office at this time, wasn't it?
It was, and it was one that I used, and it was true, and it was completely unfair in these cases.
I think Mark and yourself might like to review the periodic message to branches that are sent out via Horizon. There are a catalogue of systemic errors that arise from time to time and are fixed, some involving automatic transaction corrections. Paula, as I keep saying, you're surrounded by people in your office that tell you all is well. You have no personal knowledge of operating Horizon, nor probably any in-depth technical knowledge. What if the people that are telling you all is well have the same attributes? Over the page, please. So forget systemic errors for the moment and consider intermittent errors, which by and large are caused by communication problems. I know of more than one, but one in particular. It exists. It occurs at different times in different branches. It is noticed. They're reported to the MBSC. I'd really like to see the number of times this has been reported. It causes financial loss to the sub-postmaster. They're not fixed, but the wise sub-postmaster knows how to get his money back, so you don't hear many complaints. You'd hear from the audit team if they caught someone doing it, though. So why haven't these intermittent errors been fixed? To put it simply, because they're intermittent. There's no sequence of events that can cause this error to reoccur in any particular branch. How can you fix something that you don't know what caused it in the first place? You have to throw the whole thing out and start all over again, the only way. On our chat forums, there are documented reports over the years of the same error repeating itself randomly in a wide number of branches. I'm pretty sure I can arrange for the error to be replicated, etc. What steps did you personally take in response to Mr. McCormack's email?
I can't remember in terms of this particular email, but I'm aware that there are others that I responded to Tim personally. I responded to Tim personally and then asked for issues to be followed up.
Did you, were you advised to stay away from Mr. McCormack by Mark Davis or Rob Williams?
Rod Williams in 2016.
And why was that?
I had... So, first of all, I am very sorry, because Tim McCormack had an insight into what I said earlier, which is the lesson of me being too trusting, I think. The comments he makes in this with hindsight ring true and are hard to see again. I had numbers of emails, but over the years, probably half a dozen. So when you add them all together, it looks to be quite a few over a period of time. I don't know that I noticed it that much, but I replied to Tim. And he has said this in his statement, his emails became more extreme in their tone to me. I understand today exactly why that's the case. And
exasperated.
Yes, yes. And I understand why that's the case.
But what did you do? Sorry.
But the tone of the emails became difficult to deal with, and I was advised that the best way of responding to this was to... so in every case, as far as I recall, we picked up the issues that Mr McCormack raised.
And properly investigated them?
I beg your pardon?
And properly investigated them?
The one I can remember clearly was I think, around 2016, where a full investigation was put in place, and what I was told back was that we had found the explanation for the issue that he was raising. I can't remember in this particular case.
Do you know, in this incident, whether you caused to be reviewed the periodic message to branches or the catalogue of systemic errors that he is raising with you?
I can't remember, no.
Can we
but
move
generally,
on?
I followed things through. But clearly, if I had, not sufficiently.
Can we move on, please, to poll 0015-0178? If we just look at page 2, please, there's an email from Hayley O'Brien. I'm not going to read it out now. It's long, it's 2 pages long. I just want to see what you did with it on page 1, please. And scroll up, please, to the top. Your email to Kevin Gilliland and others, summarising what Hayley O'Brien had said. She said that there was a shortfall of £33,000 at the Griffithstown sub-post office being attributed to her. And you email Mr. Gilliland and others saying, this may be more complex than it sounds. I know Angela will look into it properly. I want to be really sure, not just on the individual case, but as much on the issues Hayley identifies in the whole process around this. I'd like you to sponsor the review of this case and see if it raises any wider issues. You need to bring in other SLT colleagues in EXCO. I'm only flagging it to Chris A at this stage in case you do uncover more than meets the eye. And then skipping a paragraph. Hopefully this is a one-off. It sounds unusual, but we've said that before, exclamation mark. Hopefully, with the emphasis on risk, Rod's team is completely up to date. And then in the last sentence of the penultimate paragraph, I know I don't need to point out the sensitivity of this as we face yet more difficult times over Sparrow. What were the more difficult times over Sparrow you were referring to there? This is December 2014.
Thank you. So we were a year into the investigation scheme. I'm not sure what I meant by more difficult times over Sparrow, but this was we were clearly dealing with sensitive issues in Sparrow, and we were looking into Sparrow being the name of the project name for the complaints and mediation scheme. And what I'm flagging here is to make sure that we follow this through. It may be something that needs to be brought into the Sparrow scheme, and that I'm trying to, I imagine, keep a sense of proportionality around this. But I think it's also important to draw attention to the paragraph you didn't read out, where I asked lots of questions about it. So why didn't security get in touch? How do we monitor situations like that? How many of the branches are in this situation? Is it monitored and controlled? What is the regular review in place? So I'm doing what I've said before, is I have stepped into asking the detail, probing and asking for something to be looked at properly. And I'm
why
also
was this sent to Mr Gilliland?
Sorry?
Why was this sent to Mr Gilliland?
Because he was the network director, so he was responsible for branches at the time.
Was there an established procedure for dealing with correspondence that raised complaints about Horizon?
That by this stage, there was the hub meeting which collated issues relating to Horizon, and within the organisation, Angela van den Boogaard was heading up the review and complaints went into her, and the executive correspondence team, but this has come through me, would have picked it up as well.
So far, we've seen you reply to some direct.
Yes.
Some not seemingly pass in front of you and going to the executive correspondence team. And then some dealt with on an ad hoc basis, like this one, being sent to a collection of people.
That sounds as though they're different. They're not. Because the end person in all of this would, for instance, would have been Kevin Gilliland and Angela van den Boogaard. When you spoke to, I beg your pardon, when Mr Blake spoke to Alistair Cameron last week, Alistair mentioned... Sorry?
That was me.
I'm so sorry. Alistair mentioned that he wasn't quite sure why things always went to Angela. They went to Angela because it was her job. And so that's why she's copied in this. Complaints and issues were raised in numbers of different places across the organisation. What was important was that in resolving them, they went back to the technical teams, and this would have gone to IT, to Kevin, around the operational procedures, and Angela.
You said this sounds unusual, but we've said that before, exclamation mark. What were you referring to there?
I don't know that it's anything more complicated than what I'm saying, which is that I presumably have raised issues previously which have been new news to me, and then found out that necessarily they wasn't. I don't think I'm making any deeper observation than that.
Was there any system in place to collect together correspondence of this kind? So far, we've seen quite a few letters coming to you raising issues with Horizon, to see whether there were trends or any links between the complaints.
I don't think there was a good enough system in place, if I'm honest.
Was there any system in place?
Well, there was a system. There were two systems in place. One was the process through the executive correspondence team, which would have had a fact file, and they would have gone to, as part of that process, the expert in the organisation. So in terms of Horizon, they would have gone to, this time I think it would still have been Leslie Sewell. And the other was the hub, which was set up, I didn't realise as a result of, but as a result of the advice from Simon Clarke in 2013.
So this should have got sent to the hub?
This should have been logged at the hub, yes.
And so anything from essentially mid-July or early July onwards, 2013, should have been logged with the hub?
It should have, and it went to Angela, and she had a colleague who sat on that group.
And so if in the inquiry we've seen a series of individual responses pass through the executive team, quite often with Mark Davis's input to them, which say Horizon conducts so many transactions a day, so many transactions a week, it processes so many millions of pounds a year, there isn't a problem with the system. Would that be the right process that's been undertaken?
Mark would have only added, as he said last week, the communications overlay to that. I wouldn't have expected Mark to have got involved in the investigation of what had gone wrong. That was that was Angela's job.
Can we move on, please, to poll 0015 0182? Foot of this page, please. It's the same chain of correspondence involving the Griffith Town Sub-Post Office. And by now, Kevin Gilliland has responded to you. And you say, thanks, just watch that Angela doesn't jump to any defence, or even worse, assume she knows the answer. She did say to me that the woman's daughter had caused the problem. If we've been negligent in following through, we should think about how we manage it. It also begs the question of how the business is now being run. Why did you ask Mr. Gilliland to watch that Ms. van den Bogaard doesn't jump to a defence?
It was the right question to ask if I had a concern about it. Angela had...
Did you have a concern about it?
Angela had worked for the organisation a long time. She had very deep understanding and had come across, I think, most things. There is a danger and a risk with that, which is people become too close to something. Whether at the time I sent this email, I had been alerted to that in something else she had responded to. But my job is to call this out and to make sure that people don't get drawn into. I hesitate to use the word pattern or complacency, but that's always a risk with people who've worked in an organisation for a long time. They have a huge added benefit because of their experience and their expertise, but they don't necessarily always see things afresh.
Was it simply that she had worked for the organisation for a very long time that caused you to write this? Or was there anything more specific which led you to think that she may be, by default, a Horizon defender?
I don't believe so.
So you would administer this warning for anyone that had worked for the company for a long time, would you?
No, as I say, I can't place this in time, and there are many other things going on at the same time. Whether I had bumped up against something where Angela had been particularly defensive on something, and I mention here, she did say to me the woman's daughter had caused the problem. We shouldn't be just making assumptions. We should be looking into things in detail. But I can't remember the detail, whether there was something that prompted the comment. But I think it's a valid challenge. It would have been worse if I had said nothing.
Can we move on, please? Poll 00199 This is a letter to you from Toby Perkins MP, the member for Chesterfield, of the 16th of December 2014, about Mr. Harjinder Singh Buttoy. You'll see in the first paragraph he says that he's been contacted by Mr. Buttoy re his conviction of theft. In the second paragraph, it says that following audit, Mr. Buttoy was arrested and convicted of 10 counts of theft through false accounting, totalling over £200,000. He's always denied the allegations and pleaded not guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. This forced him into bankruptcy and having his reputation ruined. And then Mr. Buttoy asserts, like the many other sub-postmasters wrongly convicted of theft, it was errors caused by Horizon transaction processing system that created the financial discrepancies that led to his conviction. Would you have seen this as a different angle, namely a sub-postmaster's constituency MP making the suggestion on behalf of his constituent that the Horizon system was responsible for losses that had led to a man's wrongful conviction?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. Would I see it as a different angle?
To the emailed and letter complaints that had come directly from sub-postmasters versus a complaint on behalf of an individual by an MP?
Not personally, I don't believe.
And so would this have been administered in the usual way through the Executive Correspondence team?
Yes, it would. I believe, but I can't recall now, that there was No, I think it would have been the same, actually. There was a flag process for MPs because I think the Post Office had a commitment to copy it to bring other people into the loop or something. But from a personal point of view, I wouldn't have seen this as any different.
And so this would have, would you have even seen this letter?
I don't know. It wouldn't. From memory, it wouldn't have made a difference that it was from an MP or a sub-postmaster. I worked very long days, and very often my days were back-to-back meetings. Sometimes I would see letters as they came in. Sometimes I would see something on my PA's desk, and I would ask to look at it. Other times I wouldn't get them until they'd come back from the executive correspondence team. It would really depend on the day in the diary.
Was there a way of keeping you informed, essentially, of the temperature of the business in relation to this issue? I.e., how many complaints from sub-postmasters you were getting about Horizon? Or did it depend on you spotting something on the edge of a desk?
No, there wasn't. This could have been done much better. There wasn't a regular report on it. But as you're showing, this was over such a long period of time that the challenge is the organisation didn't keep, I think, a good enough record on this type of matter. They were dealt with, they were followed through, I believe, very, very thoroughly, and they were looked at by the experts in the business. Fujitsu were involved where they needed to be. I did not have a regular report on the numbers of these coming through, but there may not have been, in the context of the timescale that this spans and the numbers coming through, it may not have seemed to people that there were that many. When you put them together like this, it clearly paints a very different picture, and one that we should have been looking at, which I think goes back to my earlier point about the institution versus the individual and how you get the right type of data reporting.
Can we move forwards, please, to 2015, poll 00102381. Page 2 at the foot, please. An email from you, if we scroll down a bit further, to Angela Vanden Bogard, Harry Clark, Rod Ismay, and others. In March 2015, it's about a complaint raised by the sub-postmaster at the Ashton-on-Trent sub-post office about scratch cards. You say, I'd really appreciate your help. This complaint simply shouldn't have reached me. It's my understanding that the MBSC and Chesterfield are supposed to be on the alert for any calls that relate to missing money, and especially any that relate to the Sparrow themes, of which this is clearly one, and ensure they are dealt with. I.e., I understood there was an urgent escalation process in place so that we avoided any unnecessary additional noise or reference to Horizon, as all the investigations have so far shown problems to be mostly branch operational issues rather than the system. What was the basis of your understanding that there was an urgent escalation process in place at the MBSC and or Chesterfield?
That this was part of the branch support programme that became the business improvement programme, and there were some changes that had been put in place, I understood, in the MBSC to look at or to deal with some of the issues which Second Sight had raised in terms of training and support to sub-postmasters. One I can remember was the number of times as a sub-postmaster would call through to the MBSC, that was logged and flagged, and the MBSC, and there was a separate team in place who would then contact sub-postmasters proactively to see whether they could help them find out. So this was falling out of the work that was done on Horizon. And that I think is what I was flagging here. I'm not very happy with my wording about avoiding any unnecessary additional noise or references to Horizon.
You're not the only person that said that they don't like their use of the word noise. Is that how, in fact, it was seen at the top end of the post office when sub-postmasters complain it's just noise.
No, and I'm sorry, it's not a good word, but you've also seen how I've responded personally to individual matters too. No, it's a word I regret using.
But why was it used? Does it in fact reflect the workings of the minds of those at the top end of the post office, that sub-postmaster complaints about Horizon are in fact just noise?
I think it reflects a wrong understanding, yes, that people believed that Horizon worked, and this is me deploying a word that was unwise. It did not in any way mean that I personally didn't take issues seriously when they got to me. I regret this here, but there was an understanding that the system worked. And the word just shouldn't have been used by me and other people.
Can we turn forwards, please, to poll 0035 5692. And look at the bottom of page 1, please. The MP for Ashfield, Gloria Di Piero, sent you an email of the 28th of August 2015 saying, I've been contacted by the above constituent, that's William Banville in Eastwood, Nottinghamshire. And if we go over the page, please, you'll see that the MP attached this text here. And you'll, if you just scan the first couple of paragraphs, or the first 5 or 6 lines,
Mm-hmm.
and then about 10 lines in, it says the entire losses had to be made good, which they were. My initial questions are, 1, 2007 to 12, the Post Office management knew of many offices in a similar position. So was this a pre-arranged standard riposte from the ASM, as most sub-postmasters were told this? Was this to isolate us? And you'll see that's a reference to, I think, the 6th line, quote, he was told, we were the only office in the country experiencing such problems. So he's asking, or his MP's asking the question, was there a line deployed that you are the only office in the country experiencing such problems? Was that a standardised riposte? Was this to isolate us? Do you know whether any investigation was carried out as to whether that was true or not, that a standard line was deployed by the Post Office?
I don't know that any investigation was carried out. I had never heard it as a standard line. Ever. I can't imagine why. Well, I can imagine, but I didn't come across it. When a colleague in a call centre may have said that, when they're dealing with hundreds of complaints, it is possible that it seemed to them that it was the only one, but I have no recollection or understanding or appreciation that it was a company line at all.
I think here the complaint isn't about the call centre, it's to the area sales manager, the ASM.
Yes, you're right.
Saying you're the only office in the country
Yes.
experiencing such problems.
Yes.
Was there a strategy, to your knowledge, deployed to divide and conquer sub-postmasters in this way? To say you're the only person who's got this problem, pay up, it's in your contract?
No. No, I never came across that at all.
Can we move on, please, to later in 2015, poll 0011 7614. This is Mr McCormack again. If we start at page 3, please. "14th of October, Mr McCormack, to you. Subject, it had to happen sooner or later. This may be the last you hear from me directly. It's a last chance for you to accept what I've been telling you these last few years is true. I now have a clear and unquestionable evidence of an intermittent bug in Horizon that can and does cause thousands of pounds of losses to sub-postmasters." And so it goes on, and he explains in the balance of his email what the problem is. And then if we go over the page, sorry, I should have dealt with the bottom of page 1. Sorry, the bottom of page 3. I have 3 options. A, this email's the first option: appeal to your sense of decency and compassion, to accept that many of the claimants in the JFA are honest and decent citizens whose lives were destroyed by your organisation. B, go to press and see what happens, or over the page. C, await the inevitable judicial review where you will be personally exposed and perhaps leave yourself open to criminal charges. We can stop this farce now. You can wake up and realise that the people you rely on to tell you the truth about what's happening don't have the ability to do so. And what did you do as a result of this?
I don't recall. I genuinely, I don't recall what if you have further emails, I'm happy to be taken to them.
I mean, this is quite a direct form of communication, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Would you take from that that this is a person to be put to one side
and
ignored, or would you think the way he's expressed himself means that I should take what he is saying seriously?
You will find an email from me, I don't know if it's in response to this, where I say to my team, we must take Mr McCormack professionally and, I can't remember the other word I used, no matter how rude people were, and sometimes it felt like that, because he would say other things than are necessarily here. First of all, in hindsight, I think he was right. And I regret that the matters he was raising took too long to address. But I would always respond to people courteously. And I don't know genuinely what happened to this email, whether it was picked up by the team, whether I sent it on to somebody, but I would never ignore something.
So if we look at the foot of page 2, we can see that Miss O'Farrell, who I think was your PA,
yes,
or executive assistant, sends that email on to Angela Vanden Bogaard, the executive correspondence team, and the flag case advisor. What was the flag case advisor?
That, I think, was what I was trying to remember earlier, is that there were, I think, an accelerated process around the executive communications team for flag cases. So, and MPs would have gone into that, I believe.
And then if we go to page 1, please. At foot of the page. This gets forwarded on to Roderick Williams by Angela Vanden Bogaard, and he says, "Thanks, Angela. I agree we should ask for the information, but recommend we write to him in the same terms we have every other person who says they have evidence of flaws, i.e. Kayla Nell, Second Sight, Nick Wallace, Sandy Patel, Professor Button. I have sent those letters and happy to do so again." Was there a standard text letter that went back to people that raised complaints?
Well, it sounds as though there was. I wasn't aware what Roderick Williams had.
I'm also pretty sure I know about the JR he's referring to. I've already sent a holding letter to that former sub-postmaster acknowledging receipt of his complaint. If you agree, I'll circulate something shortly. I want to send it in hard copy rather than an email, with Aveen sending a short email saying a response is in the mail. Generally, my view is that the guy's a bluffer who keeps expecting us to march to his tune. I don't think we should do so, but instead respond with a straight bat. Was it your view that Mr. McCormack was a bluffer?
No, as I say, when I responded to Mr. McCormack, I took his challenges seriously, and as I can remember one particular case where Angela went to meet I think it was the Core and Outreach branch that he had raised a query on.
I mean, in his email, he said, you, Chief Executive, are not getting the right advice from the people you've surrounded yourself with. This email gets forwarded to the people that you've surrounded yourself with. Can you see a problem?
I can, yes.
Can we move on, please? Sorry, I should have said top of page 1. Mark Davis, the PR guy, says wise advice, with which I agree. Can we move forwards, please, to poll 0011, sorry, poll 402749. And look at page 2, please, at the top. This is mid-2016 from Mr. McCormack directly to you. He says, a typical head-in-the-sand reply from the team you've placed too much trust in. Let me be very clear. Once the police investigation is completed, it's highly likely, indeed probable, that members of your staff will be sent to prison. A custodial sentence is mandatory for this offence. Your role in this will not escape attention. This is Seema Misra's phone number. Call her and apologise and ensure her suffering is ended as soon as possible. I do wonder what kind of God you worship. What happened as a result of this being sent to you?
I believe this is the one I referred to earlier where I forwarded, I think, to Tom Weschler and asked him to suspend any preconceptions he may have as a result of some of the Sparrow work that had been done, meaning, although we have said we haven't found any issues, that we should look again. And I can't remember what happened, but I'm reasonably sure that Mrs. Misra's case by this stage had gone to the CCRC.
Can we look, please, at page 1? And scroll down. Thank you. Follow-up email from Mr. McCormack. What I've heard today is frankly totally unbelievable. By now, you should have acquainted yourself with the Dow-Mellington error and its consequences. You should know that Fujitsu said they were going to fix this earlier this year. You should know I stated it would be highly unlikely they managed to do this, as they didn't know what caused the error in the first place. You know, because I'm about to tell you, that the same error has just reoccurred in another branch in far more serious circumstances. If you want details on this, I'll be glad to help, just as soon as you call Seema Misra and put her out of her misery. You're a complete bunch of idiots playing havoc with the lives of people you have little interest in. Did you, after this time, refuse to engage with Mr. McCormack?
I don't believe so, but I think by this stage, I can't remember. I think Rod Williams had taken on the responses, which I'm very sorry about, on behalf of the Post Office, but honestly, I can't remember. This may have been the one where Angela went to look into the details of the bug.
That can come down, thank you. Taking a step back, would you accept that you routinely receive correspondence from sub-postmasters and people speaking on behalf of sub-postmasters, raising complaints or concerns regarding the operation of Horizon at their branch?
Yes, I would.
Did you see a pattern between them?
I saw the theme of Horizon coming up, yes.
Was anything done by you to join the dots between them?
The dots, I believed, were being joined through the investigation work in the complaint and mediation scheme. And in every case, I believed we had looked at it in some detail. And I regret today that clearly neither of those exposed the issues that we came to find out about through the common issues, the Horizon Issues judgment.
Thank you. Can I turn to my next topic, which is your knowledge of the facility for remote access? You described, there's no need to turn them up in your witness statement. It's paragraphs 1,262 to 1,307, the state of your knowledge across time from 2007 onwards as to remote access, however defined. And you refer to documents provided to you by the inquiry which show that the Post Office knew that a form of remote access was possible from at least October 2008. I want to explore some of that material so far as it came to your attention. Can we start, please, with the Ernst & Young audit and the APSUP issue of 2011? Can we look, please, at WITN 0074 0126? If we look at the foot of the page, please. There's an email from Donald Bryden in September 2011. Can you remind the inquiry the function that Mr. Bryden performed at that time?
At this time, he was the group chairman of Royal Mail, which included Post Office.
Yeah, so he was chair RMG, would that be right? And if you read, he says, I was a bit surprised to see the article in Private Eye this week about a class action by sub-postmasters. It may be a bit after the horse has bolted, but it may be appropriate to have an explicit litigation/legal report in the Post Office board papers for the future. Obviously, Alice's call. She, amongst others, is copied into this email. The article raises some questions about Horizon. I suspect the Audit and Risk Committee ought to take an interest. Have we ever had an independent audit of Horizon? Now, if we scroll up, please. You say in reply, you remember this has reared its head before. I'll get a brief circulated for new board members. In summary, each time any cases have gone to court, the Post Office's position has been upheld. And from memory, in at least 2 cases, fraud was proven with subsequent imprisonment. Just stopping there, this is obviously before the January 2012 board meeting, where we saw earlier on page 6 of the minute, Susan Crichton had said that, or words to similar effect. Where were you getting your information at this time that each time a case has gone to court, the Post Office's position has been upheld?
I can only imagine it would have still been Susan Crichton, because she was the either head of legal, or I think she was at this time head of legal. It may have been Claire Wardle, I'm not sure. But it isn't something that I would have known without either having heard it or spoken to someone who headed up legal for the Post Office.
I'm not sure I caught the surname of the other person.
Claire Wardle.
Wardle, yeah.
And was this kind of thing said in conversation? We always win, or we have always won?
No. It's obviously a fact that I had either in my head because it had been discussed, presumably in a meeting somewhere, or I had gone to somebody. I'm just looking at the time when yes, it's possible I spoke to somebody before I replied. I don't know.
There are a series of statements or facts or pieces of folklore that seem to have circulated within the Post Office, including every time we go to court, we've won. Horizon has no faults in it. Every time it's been investigated, no faults have been found. The contract with sub-postmasters said they're responsible for all losses. No remote access is possible for either the Post Office or Fujitsu, each of which things turn out to be false. How is it that on all of these critical issues, so many false statements were circulating within the Post Office?
At the time, they were not considered to be false statements. And the source of those statements were, it's unfair to say because I can't recall clearly, but on something like this, the only possible source of this statement would have been through the Post Office legal team. So the answer for all of them would be to look for where the expertise sat within the organisation as to the genesis of what we now know are false statements.
Would you agree that it's a serious issue on those four points that I've mentioned, what the contract said, whether we win in court every time, whether Fujitsu has remote access, and whether investigations into Horizon have turned up faults?
Yes,
it's a serious issue if folklore develops, which in fact has no foundation in fact.
I agree.
Does it say something about the culture of the organisation if such folklore developed and was perpetuated and nobody checks the real facts?
That's a difficult question to answer because in hindsight it is completely valid. At the time, certainly where I was concerned, I believed that I was getting information from the people who were employed to give me the best advice because of their expertise. I didn't believe that any of those statements were folklore at all.
You say in the last paragraph, however, to avoid future doubt, the Post Office took a decision several months ago to have Horizon and the newer Horizon Online independently verified by an external systems auditor. This is currently in process and we should have the results at the end of next month. Is that a reference to work recommended by Ernst & Young in their 2011 audit letter?
I cannot remember at the moment when I've seen this in the bundle and I can't remember what it's a reference to.
That can come down. In your witness statement, it's paragraph 1276 at page...
Excuse me,
yes.
I did see there is another document in the bundle which refers to a piece of... I go back to Mike Young and Leslie Sewell and ask why a particular piece of work is late. And I think I mentioned KPMG. I don't know whether this referred to that or to a piece of work by Ernst & Young.
Can we look at your witness statement? Page 546, paragraph 1276. You say, Ernst & Young's management letter for the 2011 audit stated that they had reviewed privileged access to IT functions and that there were inappropriate system privileges assigned to the AppSup role and system_manager role at the Oracle database level on the branch database server supporting Horizon Online. The risk identified by Ernst & Young was that unrestricted access to privileged IT functions increased the risk of unauthorized or inappropriate access, which could lead to the processing of unauthorized or erroneous transactions. and then you go forward to look at the 2012 audit. Do you accept that what you were told in the 2011 Ernst & Young audit was that Fujitsu had an ability remotely to access and make changes to the Horizon Online live estate?
I don't believe that I took it, that I understood that degree of detail. What I did here in my witness statement was to look at the EY document because I couldn't remember it from the time. At the time, I had been promoted to managing director just a few months previously, and this was the first time I had come across an IT audit, and I think this is the time that I asked for a briefing document to explain to me the issues that were being raised in the audit. I accept fully that this is what the document said. How much of that I really understood at the time, I'm not sure. What I did do was to make sure that Mike Young and Leslie Sewell picked up the issues that were identified, and I think in my statement I'm going to talk about that.
The risk identified by Ernst & Young was that unrestricted access to privileged IT functions increased the risk of unauthorised or inappropriate access, which could lead to the processing of unauthorised or erroneous transactions. It's implicit in that a form of remote access by Fujitsu is possible, isn't it?
Reading that today with everything we know, yes, absolutely. I am not sure at the time that I would have understood that.
At the very least, and you accept that you read this Ernst & Young letter, you were aware that unauthorised or erroneous transactions could be processed on Horizon that weren't carried out or approved by the sub-postmaster?
I don't want to challenge because I don't want to be seen to be being defensive in any way about this. This was my first audit that I was involved in, of any kind, actually, of an IT system, and I fully accept what the document said. At the time, the focus was on the fact that the audit was late and it had run dramatically over budget, and the CIO, Mike Young, was very frustrated about the challenge he had from the board because of those things, because it had happened during the year that he had just completed the rollout of Horizon Online. I'm fairly sure that, it says this, I absolutely wouldn't challenge that at all, that I didn't pick this up at the time as something that I was unduly concerned about. It talks about a risk and the role of businesses to manage risk. I asked for a briefing document to help me understand the nature of the technicalities, but I accept the proposition that you're putting to me.
I.e. that there was a facility for unauthorised access and therefore the facility to carry out unauthorised or erroneous transactions.
Yes, that's what it says.
Yes, it can't be read in any other way.
No, that's right.
You tell us.
Just so that I understand, is the gloss you were putting on it, can I summarise it in this way? Anyone with the relevant knowledge and or expertise in Post Office reading that Ernst & Young report would have understood it as Mr. Beer describes?
Yes,
you are introducing, from your personal point of view, in effect, a caveat as to whether you understood it in that way at that time.
Yes, thank you. I wasn't meaning to put a gloss on it.
But that's it, isn't it?
It's a regret that I didn't understand it at the time. Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to called Remote Access 1, the Ernst & Young management letter. Can we turn to Deloitte, Project Zebra in 2014? Can we turn to paragraph 883 of your witness statement, which is on page 395? You refer us there to a board briefing prepared by Deloitte in draft. Yes?
Yes.
And just by way of background, and if I can summarise what's happened before, Deloitte's 2014 report was the product of a request by the board to determine if Horizon was robust, fit for purpose, and operated in an appropriate control framework. Agreed? That's the genesis of the Deloitte 2014 report.
Yes, it was a desktop exercise to look at existing documentation and assurance material.
It was therefore an important piece of work because the board wanted to know whether Horizon was robust, fit for purpose, and operated within an appropriate control framework.
Yes.
Thank you. And in addition to its main...
I'm sorry, but I should be clear, it wasn't a fresh piece of work. It wasn't asking Deloitte to give their view on those matters. It was asking Deloitte to review existing documentation. So, for example, the Ernst & Young audit material, 2 or 3 other independent audits that were done for regulatory requirements, plus internal documentation.
Yes, we'll come to see the complaints, essentially, that Deloitte made about the limitations of the exercise that they were asked to perform in a moment. But in addition to its main report, Deloitte were asked to draft a board briefing, weren't they?
Yes.
And you accept in this paragraph here, 883, that you read the draft board briefing of the 4th of June 2014.
Yes.
And then in paragraph 884, you say, my first impression was that this was a critical report which raised serious concerns. Yes?
Yes.
I needed to understand whether the caveats, that's the caveats in their report, could be addressed. If they couldn't, it could have serious implications with whether we continue to use the system. That's the Horizon system.
That's right.
Whilst I recognise the limitations in this thinking now, I certainly felt at the time that I had some contextual reassurance that the system was working simply from the enormous number of successful transactions which were completed each day. However, it was clear we needed to understand the gaps and caveats over the page and whether they could be addressed. And then you say there were also parts of the report that I did not understand. For example, I don't think I understood the reference to the exceptional balancing transaction incident in 2010. And then in paragraph 885, you say, I spoke to Leslie Sewell, and just what follows here, this is one of those things that isn't documented, is that right? This is from your recollection?
Yes, that's right.
10 years on?
Yeah.
My recollection is she assured me that the Post Office had more background documents which hadn't been taken into account, which provided assurance with respect to the caveats. On the balancing transaction incident, I was told that it was an emergency measure, it had only been used once, it wasn't about remote access, and that the Post Office had documents showing that the sub-postmaster was aware of the incident. I trusted what I was told, and on the basis of that reassurance, felt able to put that issue aside. Given that you'd received a board briefing, which you say was so serious that it caused you to think whether you could continue to use Horizon, you then say, but I was told this by Leslie. Was this not documented in any way?
I'm sorry, was what not documented?
What we see in paragraph 885.
What is really curious about this is I recall that I seem to be I can recall being concerned about this report. It was a very difficult report to read. It was full of caveats, and you had to work quite hard to find what conclusions there were within it. I'm not an IT expert.
Sorry, I'm not asking you about the main report. I'm asking you only about the short 10-page board briefing.
Yes. No, this wasn't about the main report. This was about the board. The main report, I think I looked at after I saw the board briefing, and that was 70-odd pages, something incredibly, much more technical than this. But my recollection is that I was concerned about this, and others seemed to be less concerned. There was reassurance taken that if you could find your way through the paragraphs in this report, it said, or perhaps it was in a covering email, that Deloitte had not found anything to show that the Horizon system was not working as it should, but it flagged 2 or 3 issues that needed to be looked at. And the balancing transaction was one that I picked up, and I spoke to Leslie Sewell about. And the reason I remember this clearly is because I had to go back to her twice. I spoke to her twice about it. To your question, and I can talk to you about that if that's helpful, but to your question about why there was nothing documented on this, there isn't, and I find it puzzling because it was discussed at a board meeting very briefly, and I can remember that the board essentially were disappointed that this report could not be used in the way that they had hoped it would, which was alongside the Linklaters report. And so the business was asked to pick up the details that were in this and to progress it, which became the project, some of it became the project's action report. But I'm not sure that I would have documented my conversation with Leslie Sewell, because by the time I'd spoken to her twice on the balancing transaction, I came away quite reassured as to what it was.
This is one of the incidents that I referred to earlier as exculpatory evidence for you, i.e. you receive something in writing that's very serious and warrants attention. You say you spoke to somebody that reassured and calmed you, but there's no record of it.
No, because I'm not sure why I would have put the record of a conversation. The reason, to your challenge earlier about me only remembering elements that might assist what I might like to say, the reason I can recall this is because I had to go back twice. And the first time Leslie explained it to me, which was that it was similar to a transaction correction. I understood transaction corrections were about remote access, but they had to be accepted by the branch. This one was, I didn't understand the technicality of how it happened, but it was a similar process. But for whatever reason, this single incident, permission was still sought from the sub-postmaster because for whatever reason it didn't happen through the normal process of automatic acknowledgement in branch. I took that information, I went away, and then I thought, I actually want to know that what she has said is right. So I went back to Leslie and I asked her to check that this documentation was right, that we had got it documented, and the inquiry has that document in its disclosure, which shows that the sub-postmaster had approved it, and this was what had happened. And that it's because I had to go back twice that I have that quite clear recall in this example.
We'll look at the board briefing itself after the break, so I wonder whether we could break until 22. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Beer.
Thank you, sir. We were dealing, Ms Vennells, with the Deloitte board briefing of June 2014.
Yes.
Can we look at it, please? Poll 0003 0159. You'll see it's a board briefing in draft dated the 4th of June 2014 with the title document further to our report, Horizon Desktop Review of Assurance Sources and Key Control Features, dated the 23rd of May 2014, responding to 5 specific matters identified by the Post Office as critical to the Post Office's legal position. And then look at page 2, please. Sorry, page 3. Summary, if we just look at that paragraph at the top, please. Blow that up. First paragraph. The work we carried out to support our full report, and thus this briefing document, did not constitute an audit or assurance engagement in accordance with UK or international standards. In order to deliver a formal assurance opinion, we would need to have carried out testing to address the scope limitations. Our conclusions and findings are therefore limited to the design of Horizon. They're therefore also subject to the accuracy of the assumptions and limitations set out in section 3. If we go to the foot of the page, limitations and assumptions, our findings and conclusions are presented in the context of the following limitations. 1, as a desktop exercise, we've not validated whether Horizon has been implemented or operated as described in the documentation reviewed. That's quite a significant limitation, isn't it? Would you agree?
Yes.
We're just looking at pieces of paper about how the system was designed. We haven't actually looked at whether it does the things that the pieces of paper says it does.
The issue that was faced from memory was that the software, forgive me because I'm not a technical expert, but my recollection is the software was essentially the same. And as the inquiry has heard from the very beginning of the implementation, and I think this was Mrs. Cipriani's evidence, that fix upon fix had been applied and documentation had not been kept. And so what Deloitte discovered, and this had also been discussed at the board prior to this being commissioned, that it was going to be difficult to find all of the documentation that could have confirmed this. So there was always an outstanding question as to whether one could go back and to validate the implementation of Horizon back in the 1990s, early 2000s.
They didn't, for example, look at pinnacles, peaks or kells?
I don't believe they did, and they were not words that I had, I think, ever come across. I believe that the word kell may have been mentioned once in an email right towards the end of my time at the Post Office, but they were not words that I had understood. I am sure that there are people who were involved in this piece of work and who were talking to Deloitte who did, but I wouldn't have been able to point them to those individuals because I didn't know.
Second limitation or assumption, our work was limited by significant gaps in the information available relating to both the granularity of information and the existence of the Horizon features over the entire timeline of the operation of Horizon, the effect of which is that there are gaps within what we're able to comment upon over this timeline. Our findings below are written in the context of the information available, which relates to the current system. An event occurred in 2010 which required the use of the exceptional balancing transaction process in Horizon to correct a sub-postmaster's position from a technical issue. Information has not been provided on the circumstances that led to this system issue and how the issue was identified. It's assumed that verbal assertions received from Fujitsu that this was the only time this process had been used hold true.
If I may, that was one of the comments when I spoke to Leslie Sewell that she challenged back when she said that there was more information available, and there was on that.
So again, what you're telling us is that there's a conversation, unrecorded, outside of the written document formally produced by Deloitte, raising this as a concern, which reassured you.
Yes, what I'm telling you is that in my statement I mentioned that when I spoke to Leslie, she was frustrated because she knew that there was more documentation and that would explain some of these things, and this happened to be one of those.
Fourth, we've not had any direct contact with third parties other than named contacts you provided to us. Fifth, we've not validated or commented on the quality of the documentation supplied to us. The line in the third bullet point, last line, it's assumed that verbal assertions received from Fujitsu, this was the only time this process has been used, hold true. It's not much reassurance, is it?
It isn't at this stage, and that's precisely one of the points that Leslie was making and that I saw and that the inquiry has in its documents, that there was documented evidence about this particular once-off use of a balancing transaction. And I understand that the Project Bramble work, which I was not involved in and did not see, also validated that up to a certain date as well, that was the case.
It refers in that fourth bullet point to the balancing transaction process being used to correct a sub-postmaster's position. Did you understand this to be a single sub-postmaster?
Yes.
Just one?
Apostrophe S, yes.
Yeah. And then if we go forward, please, to page 4. They say our work was also based on the following, page 5. You say, or it says, these errors were reviewed in the context of 5 matters. They're the 5 specific issues, I think, raised by the Post Office as relevant to its legal position. They say, noting the limitations and assumptions, our overall findings are, and then it's 5 that I'm interested in. Matter 5, Horizon provides visibility to sub-postmasters of all centrally generated transactions processed to their branch ledgers. That statement in quotation marks, that's what the Post Office wished to be assured about. Is that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And then the answer comes back. From the documentation we've reviewed, it appears that Horizon is designed such that the sub-postmaster has visibility of all centrally generated transactions to their branch ledgers in that accounting period. So that's reassuring, isn't it?
Yes.
Central transactions require sub-postmaster approval to be processed. That's reassuring as well, isn't it?
Yes.
And then this, except for balancing transaction postings. That's saying, isn't it, that for balancing transaction process postings, sub-postmaster approval is not required.
That's what it says, and that was the conversation with Leslie, and which Deloitte confirmed at this stage and later that there was one example where a balancing transaction had taken place, but that it was incorrect what is written here, because a balancing transaction could not take place without a sub-postmaster approval. It had only, the protocol was such that the sub-postmaster had to approve it, and that was what I went back to double test, to check that that was
Why
the
did you
case.
go back to it? Why are you so concerned about it? Why this amongst all of the pages?
There were a couple of other things too in the report, so risk registers and ability to edit and delete transactions. But this was important. I think I can't remember how the conversation with Leslie started, whether she raised this with me or I raised it with her. But the fact I had the conversation twice was clearly something that was significant. And
why were you focusing on remote access, which is what this is about?
Because I think this is 2014. There had been in 2013, and I understand ongoing, but I didn't know at the time, the challenge raised by Mr. Rudkin via Second Sight about remote access.
So you're saying, I mean, the only thing that you mentioned in your witness statement that you checked with Leslie was about these paragraphs,
Yes, yes.
which are concerned with the facility for remote access by Fujitsu.
Yes.
You're saying that you checked those things with Leslie in this undocumented conversation because of something that had happened the year before, i.e. Mr. Rudkin's allegations.
No, you asked me why I was talking about remote access.
Yes.
And the only... I can think the only... So remote access was raised by Mr. Rudkin in relation to the basement at Bracknell, and it was also a challenge in the cases that were going through Project Sparrow. So it wasn't, remote access wasn't a new news item, it was a very, very important item. So to focus on that would have been a sensible thing to do.
You know that this issue that we're addressing now is directly relevant to evidence that you were subsequently to give to Parliament.
Yes, I do now, and I'm sure we'll come on to that. But as I say in my witness statement, I don't know that once it had been explained to me, I accepted the explanation and moved on. And the explanation I was given remained valid, actually, for a number of years. What I didn't understand at this stage, and I don't think I understood until after I left the organisation, was that the balancing transaction tool could be used partially without permission of sub-postmasters to make interventions in the system. And I may have not understood this properly, but to, for instance, reboot a stock unit if it had crashed. I don't think I ever understood that they could be used in terms of remote access in the way I think they were, but I didn't know that at the time, I think until I left the organisation.
Would you agree that on its face this board briefing from Deloitte clearly states that Fujitsu could inject or insert or make balancing transactions into a branch account, a sub-postmaster's branch account, without the approval of the sub-postmaster? Hence, except for balancing transaction postings.
Yes, that's exactly what it says.
Yes. Never mind about whether it was exceptional, never mind about how often it had been used, never mind whether there was some assurance that the sub-postmaster in fact knew about it. Just on the basic fact, this is written evidence to you and the board that Fujitsu could alter branch transactions without the approval of the sub-postmaster.
I accept what you're saying. I think there's an important distinction between what you are saying and what I know now to the way and I can't speak for the board, understood it at the time. And I think that's an important distinction.
And the distinction arises because of the conversation that you had with Leslie Saul, conversations you had with Leslie Saul.
Yes, and there are also documents which I think refer to that when I do go to the Select Committee in 2015 as well.
Quite aside from all of that, you agree that on the face of the board briefing, you had no information at all on which to conclude whether and to what extent Fujitsu had used balancing transactions before 2008?
That's correct.
The board wanted to know that, didn't it? It wanted to know the position from the inception of Horizon.
It did, and it had a conversation. Leslie came to the board, and I recall approximately the conversation where she explained what I stated previously, actually, that it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to get the data to look at some of the questions, for instance, about this, because it didn't exist, either because it had been destroyed because of data retention policies, but more likely because it simply wasn't there any longer.
And do you know what I'm so sorry. Do you know what investigation was carried out to find that documentation? Because we've got it. We've got the documentation which shows, one witness described it as the Wild West, the extent to which Fujitsu could inject, amend transactions pre-2010, completely before 2004, unregulated, unaudited and unauditable. And we've got those documents that show that.
Yes, and the Post Office, I should have seen those documents. I didn't know they existed. I don't know whether my CIO at the time knew they existed, but she was very clear in her communication to the board that it would be very difficult. And I can recall the chairman asking the question and how much it might cost us to get that data, well, it wouldn't be extracted, but to recreate that data. And it may even be in one of the minutes, a six-figure sum was talked about to be able to do that, which in hindsight would have been an incredibly wise investment to make.
So it wasn't
but actually it didn't need to be made, did it? Because, as you say, the information was there.
So it wasn't that the documentation wasn't available, it was that it would be costly to find it.
No, it would be costly to recreate it.
Recreate in what sense?
What was explained was that the documentation was not there in terms of whether the system... It was the point that Mr Cipriani was making in his evidence statement, which is that when the system went in, there were multiple faults and fixes were applied, and documentation, which I understand is a frequent issue with systems, documentation was not updated as each fix was applied. And so it was very difficult, it would be difficult to know how well the system had been implemented.
I'm talking about a different thing, Ms Vennells. I'm talking about documents from Fujitsu, some of which were passed over to the Post Office, saying we have got a team of people, support level 3, that have privileged user rights that are unauditable and unaudited, that allow them access to the live estate to insert or amend transactions.
Yes, and that information wasn't shared. Deeply, regrettably.
Can we go on, please, to your evidence before the Select Committee? At paragraphs 1,000 to 1,307, sorry, that document can come down, you refer to your evidence before the Select Committee, including an email that you sent to Mark Davis and Leslie Sewell on the 30th of January 2015, requesting help in preparing for the committee hearing. And can we look at that now, please? It's poll 302-9812. Can we look at page 5, please? Foot of the page. And so just in context, the committee hearing was on the 3rd of February 2015, and we're now on the 30th of January 2015. To Mark Davis and Leslie Sewell, urgent, accessing Horizon. I think this is the first email in the chain. Dear both, your help, please, in answers and in phrasing those answers in preparation for the Select Committee. 1. Is it possible to access the system remotely? We are told it is. And so what you're doing there is you're attributing to the committee a statement or a challenge or a question. Is that right?
That's right. Yes, I'm positing a question.
Imagining that which they may ask you.
Yep.
And then asking for assistance with the answer.
Yes.
And you say, what is the true answer? I hope it is that we know this is not possible and that we are able to explain why that is. I need to say, no, it is not possible, and that we're sure of this because of XXX. and that we know this because we've had the system assured. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And then I should also read the balance of this because some of it's relevant to the question that you asked there. 2, you said this is such a vital system to the Post Office. What testing do you do and how often and when? And then you say, Leslie, I need the facts on these. I know we've discussed before, but I haven't got the answer front of mind. Too many facts to hold in my head, but this is an important one. I want to be sure I do have it. And then Mark, to phrase the facts into answers plus a line to take the conversation back up a level, i.e. to one of our narrative boxes or rocks. But why did you consider the issue of remote access to be an important issue at that time?
It was, as I said earlier, it was an ongoing question. It was something that was raised by postmasters in the cases that were being looked at. It was a question that Mr. Rudkin had raised. I may well have been reminded that Second Sight were going to ask about it or would have been asked about it. It was an important matter to know about and to be able to answer honestly and truthfully to the Select Committee.
Hadn't Mr. Rudkin's allegations been put to bed by the Post?
I thought they had, yes.
He was
yes.
either lying or mistaken, according to the Post Office. He either hadn't been to the building, or if he had, he'd got it all wrong when he went there.
I think the Post Office had explained to him that there was a test rig in the basement and that it wouldn't have been possible to access the system at that stage.
But you thought this was an obvious question you were going to be asked?
Yes.
And going back to the previous page, please, at the foot of the page. You say, what's the true answer? I hope it is that we know that this is not possible and we're able to explain why that is. I need to say, no, it's not possible. Why did you need to say publicly to evidence to a Select Committee that remote access was not possible?
I expected that this might be a question, as you explained before, that would come up. And my understanding was that it was not possible. And so I wanted to be able to say that. But what I also wanted to be able to do was to explain why I knew that was the case, which is why I go on to say, and that's because of XXX.
But why did you need to say no, it's not possible?
I phrased this point very specifically, and I can remember why I did this. Alice Perkins, not related to this particularly, but I can remember Alice Perkins saying to me at some stage, Paula, if you want to get the truth and a really clear answer from somebody, you should tell them what it is you want to say very clearly, and then ask for the information that backs that up. That was why I phrased this that way.
That's an odd way of going about things, isn't it?
I beg your pardon?
That's an odd way of going about things, isn't it?
I
want to know the answer to the question. Here's the answer to the question. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, yes, I hope they would do. This was a very genuine attempt to be able to reassure the Select. I believed this was absolutely the case. I had an obligation going before the Select Committee to be able to share the information that I knew and to be able to answer their questions correctly, and this is what I was trying to ask for from the team. I was not in any way, if you are, forgive me, if you're suggesting this, trying to tell them what the answer should be.
I thought you said that's what Ms Perkins said you should do in trying to get information out of people.
Yes, but it was not done because I necessarily knew this was the answer. This was a...
I thought you said a moment ago that you believed it to be the answer.
I did believe it to be the answer, and so I wanted to be able to say to the Select Committee in complete truth and sincerity that it was not possible to remotely access a branch account without the sub-postmasters knowing, and I wanted to be able to explain why that was the case.
Wouldn't the honest and straightforward thing to have done would be to stop your reply to the question that you asked with the question mark after the word answer?
I wanted to be really... I'm very sorry. I am giving you completely the truthful answer on this. I remember why I phrased this way. Not because I was trying to tell people what the answer was at all, but because I was trying to get them to phrase something in a way that said, from my understanding, this is what it should be. I had been told over all of the time that it was not possible, and I wanted to be able to explain to the Select Committee that that was absolutely the case.
You refer to a briefing that you received, a briefing pack, and then an addendum to the briefing pack that you received. You refer to that in your witness statement for the Select Committee hearing. And you tell us in your witness statement, sorry, this can come down. You tell us in your witness statement that you have no memory of seeing the addendum to the briefing pack, which addresses remote access, at the time of the Select Committee, yes?
I simply don't recall. I don't know whether I did or I didn't.
Well, in your witness statement, you say you have no memory of seeing it. By that, do you mean I undoubtedly got it, but I just can't recall its content?
Yes, I think so.
Right.
Yes, I think so.
Can we look at how you got it first? Poll 0011 7096. An email with now the day before the Select Committee hearing at 5:54 in the evening. So it's the 2nd of February 2015. An email from Jane Hill, the Head of Public Affairs, to you with an attachment addendum document and a scheme key facts document. It's only the first I'm interested in. And she says, "Dear Paula, please find attached 2 final briefing documents. 1, addendum to Friday's briefing pack. This includes our position on claims, suspense accounts, second site information, requests and remote access. I will bring hard copies with me to breakfast tomorrow. See you then." Just looking at the distribution list on that, given that the document is significantly about IT issues, do you know why Leslie Sewell isn't one of the people mentioned?
I don't. I assume that Leslie Sewell was involved in the process. But these are the... I don't know why Leslie's not copied, actually. I hadn't noticed that before.
You, is this right, wouldn't have known how the document itself had been created, i.e. what work had gone into it?
No, I do now, but I didn't at the time.
Let's look at that addendum, please. Poll 0011 7097. This is the attachment. If we can display pages 1 and 2 side by side. Looks like we can't display the whole of page 1. It's a 2-page document.
Yes.
Yes? So it's quite a short document, quite pithy. Yes?
Yes.
With, thank you, with bullet points. with headings, mediation stats, claims, suspense accounts, second site request for information, and then remote tampering, as it's called, yes?
Yes.
So if we just look at the briefing you were having for your appearance before Parliament on remote tampering. If we just look at that page 2 then, please. And blow up a bit, thank you very much. So this is essentially the answer to your email.
Yes.
And just looking at the way that it's arranged, would you agree that the first 4 bullet points set out what you're to say? If you're pushed, you can then say the next 3 things. And then if injection of new transactions into a branch account is raised, then you can say the next things, yes?
Yes.
So just looking at the scheme of the document, it contains a top line, essentially, of what you're to volunteer, then an account of what you're to say if you're pushed, and then what you're to say if you're really pushed. Is that right?
That is the way it appears, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I don't suppose I would have taken it necessarily that way, but yeah.
Let's look at what you're allowed to say before you're pushed. The first 4 bullet points, transaction data in branch accounts can't be changed remotely. There's no evidence of malicious tampering. There is no functionality in Horizon for the Post Office or Fujitsu to edit, manipulate, or remove transaction data once it's been recorded in a branch's account. There's also no evidence at all of any malicious remote tampering. If pushed, stress again that there is no remote access that enables branch transaction data to be edited, changed, or manipulated. As you'd expect, support staff can review and monitor the system, part of the standard service contract, but as above, transaction data cannot be manipulated. As part of day-to-day business as usual process, Post Office can post correcting transactions to a branch account. These are transaction corrections and transaction acknowledgements visible to the Postmaster, which enable accounts to be brought into balance. These have to be accepted by a user logged into the branch Horizon terminal before they're recorded in the branch accounts, so they're fully visible to the branch. And then if injection of new transaction into a branch account is raised, that's raised by the committee, there is functionality to add transactions. This is the balancing transaction process and would only be used in the event of an error that can't be corrected by a TA or a TC, a transaction acknowledgement or transaction correction. It's good industry practice to have this functionality, but the use of the process is so rare, it would only take place after a full discussion with the Postmaster involved. These will be visible and also have a unique identifier in the audit trail. It's only been used once since March 2010, Horizon Online Go Live. The overall system is tightly controlled via standard industry protocols, and it is assured independently in internal audits for ISO 27001, Ernst & Young for IAS 3402, and part of PCI audits. There are numerous tests and checks, including daily checks. You accept that this addendum was prepared for you and emailed to you, yes?
Yes.
If we scroll up, please. It concerned an issue that you had expressly requested to be addressed in a briefing.
Yes.
And which you regarded as important.
Yes.
It's a very short document. Yes?
Yes.
Your Public Affairs Director, Jane Hill, had said she was going to print the document and bring it for you to read on the morning of the Select Committee hearing at breakfast.
Yes.
In those circumstances, do you accept you're very likely to have read this addendum?
I'm sure. How much I read and how much I took in, I have no idea, because it was the inquiry scene, there was a lot more documentation than just this. But yes, I would have tried to prepare as best as I could.
As we've discussed, the addendum includes a strategy to hold to hold 4 lines, the first 4, give certain information when pushed, and further information if pushed further. Did you agree with that strategy?
No, as I said, I'm not sure that I would necessarily have taken it this way. I didn't ask for that strategy. I don't suppose I even considered it on the morning of the Select Committee.
Why did you think you wouldn't consider it, having identified the topic as an important one, having asked specifically for a briefing about it, and having been given a briefing? I meant I wouldn't have considered the strategy and the way this is set out in terms of 3 different ways of approaching it. And the reason I wouldn't have considered that is that I would respond to the questions as they were asked, and I would respond to the Select Committee openly and honestly with what I knew and could recall at the time under the pressure of the Select Committee. But I wouldn't have gone in. You can't do that. It's like sitting here today. You can't come into these sorts of very high-pressure environments with a strategy as to how you're going to handle it. Why would the Post Office adopt a strategy of withholding information in the first instance unless pushed, and in the second instance unless pushed or asked directly?
You would have to ask Jane Hill. I don't know that I've seen anything else.
Would that be an appropriate strategy?
No, I've simply said that I've just said that I would have approached I did approach the Select Committee with an intention to answer their questions as openly and honestly as I knew.
You say in your witness statement that this document would have reinforced your belief that it was not possible to change branch accounts without the sub-postmaster's consent. Yes?
Yes, if you say so, yes.
Yes. Where does it say in the document that it was not possible without the sub-postmaster's consent?
The thing that I remember very clearly from this was, is the point about the function. There is no functionality in Horizon. Was a very reassuring line to have read. The point that it made further down about the balancing transaction process would have reminded me what I knew from 2014, from the conversation with Leslie from the Deloitte report.
But if we just go to the top of the page, please. Bullet point 3, there is no functionality. And if we scroll down, if injection of new transaction is raised, first bullet point, there is functionality. I mean, what this is doing is it's saying, come out with the clear, easy, straight denial first. Say there's no functionality. But then the more nuanced answer is only if they really push you on it. Is that the way the Post Office operates?
I agree, that's what it's saying. No, that certainly is not the way that I operate or operated at the Select Committee in 2015. My retention of the branch accounts can't be changed remotely, and there's no functionality in Horizon. Are statements that stayed with me. And given this at very short notice, either overnight or that morning, I wouldn't have had time to take account of some sophisticated strategy about how the message was going to be managed. And I wouldn't do that. Whatever anybody asked me to do, I would only tell the truth.
Thank you. That can come down. Now, because of rules concerning parliamentary privilege, I'm not permitted to ask you questions the effect of which would be to impeach or to question the evidence that you gave to Parliament on the 3rd of February 2015. You understand?
I do, yes.
We've asked you in a witness statement to tell us what your state of mind was immediately before you gave evidence to the committee. You know that?
Yes.
Asking questions on the basis of the evidence that you subsequently gave to the committee.
Yes.
Can we look, please, at WITN 0102 0200? So, second witness statement. And can we look at page 9, please? Question 27. Or paragraph 27. Thank you. And just by way of context, we ask you to set out what your state of mind was, what your belief was, at 10 o'clock on the morning of the 3rd of February.
Yes.
And the issue we asked you to address was, quote, there was no functionality in Horizon for either branches, post office or Fujitsu to edit, manipulate or remove transaction data once it had been recorded in branches' accounts. And you say, at 10 a.m. on the 3rd of February 2015, I believed it to be true that there was no functionality in Horizon for either branches, post office or Fujitsu to edit, manipulate or remove transaction data once it had been recorded in a branch's account. My belief was based on the material provided to me in advance of the Select Committee set out above, and that includes the addendum document that we've just looked at.
Right.
How could you believe that there was no functionality to remove transaction data once it had been recorded in the branch's accounts in the light of the addendum briefing that you received, which said that balancing transactions could be undertaken, which involved editing, manipulating or removing transaction data once they had been recorded in a branch's accounts?
Because the information that I was given states exactly that, I think, that there was no functionality.
Well, the top line does. The
Yes.
first bullet point, the if you're not pushed on this issue, does.
Yes.
But the bottom line says that it can be done through balancing transactions. How could you only state the former, only believe the former to be true, when you knew that balancing transactions allowed precisely that to be done by Fujitsu?
I knew that one balancing transaction, and I didn't understand the technicality behind it, which as I explained earlier, I understood it as to be similar to a transaction correction and did need a sub-postmaster's permission and had been sought. So
Ms Vennells, that's a different issue, whether in fact, on the occasion that it had been used, the permission of the sub-postmaster had been sought. This is whether the facility is there. And on the basis of the briefing that you were provided, the if pushed twice at the bottom of the page revealed to you that the facility was there.
Then at the time, I didn't register that. This was my understanding that it was not possible to access a branch's account remotely without the sub-postmaster being aware of it. And that was based on my understanding of what was explained to me in 2014. I accept what you say is that there is more information in that brief further down. But
Ms Vennells, it goes further than that, doesn't it? We've seen that in 2011, you were told by Ernst & Young that unrestricted access to privileged IT functions increases the risk of unauthorised and inappropriate access, which might lead to the processing of unauthorised transactions. We've seen that in 2014, you had the Deloitte board summary, which says that sub-postmaster approval is required except for balancing transaction postings. and you'd received the addendum document that in those final bullet points makes that point again. How could you have believed that there was no facility for Fujitsu to edit, manipulate or remove transaction data?
Because I imagine in the timescale that I'm looking at, as I explained in 2011, I looked for a briefing document to try and help me understand the wider issue around the technology audit, which I had never encountered before. In 2014, I was completely reassured by the CIO, who was the expert on this. I had no idea at any time that a balancing transaction could have been used in the multiple ways that it was. So by the time I get to the select committee and I get a brief on the morning or overnight, and I'd been away the night before, I did not reach a conclusion that meant that I was giving inaccurate information to the select committee. That is not something that I would have done.
Lastly on this topic, before we break for the evening, can we look please at poll 304-1258. This is after Parliament, and it's after the letter of claim has been received from Freeths, and it's a discussion about the content of the letter of response. And if we look at the foot of the page, there's an email from Jane McLeod, then General Counsel, to you. She says, as you'll recall, Post Office is committed to responding to the letter of claim received from Freeths by this Friday. In the second paragraph, none of the underlying arguments set out by Freeths are new. However, as a result of the work undertaken by Deloitte in relation to Horizon, we will be flagging that within Fujitsu there are a number of individuals who have super user rights, which can only be used in very limited and controlled circumstances. We do not believe this causes us any concerns from a legal perspective. However, it is a different positioning to the public statements that we have previously made, and therefore we should be prepared for adverse comments from the usual commentators. And then if we scroll up, it's on the page, you say, thanks Jane, this is clear, my only query is, I think that's
yes.
Fujitsu super users. What did we say previously? Answer, we haven't previously addressed super users, and the phrasing of some previous statements as to who can access and edit branch data is quite narrow. We're collating previous statements made as well as referencing what we've been provided by Fujitsu historically, so we can assess the extent of the communications gap. However, it's clear this is an area where we could face adverse media commentary. Did you understand at this point that the issue was about different positioning that the Post Office was taking in relation to previous statements?
Yes, I think that's right.
Was that because the existence of super users was already known to you?
I'm sorry, just ask the other question again.
Yes.
I'm not sure I picked the link up.
This was about Post Office's positioning?
Yes, this was about information Post Office was putting into the response to the letter of claim, I think. Is that right?
Yes, and you say, my only query is super users. What did we say previously?
Yes.
What you don't say is, what are super users? I've never heard of super users before.
Right, I'm not sure.
Were you aware of so-called super users before this, July 16?
I don't think so. I'm assuming that the reason I asked this question was that I wasn't. There was the Deloitte, the Ernst & Young audit, which talked about privilege access. And I think I'm asking here as to what super users are, whether I can't remember whether I had that in mind or not. There was certainly privileged access that had come up in the Ernst & Young reports. I think APSUP was something that was referred to.
Ms MacLeod says at the top of the page, we haven't addressed ... the phrasing of some of the previous statements as to who can access and edit branch data is quite narrow. Did you understand that to be a reference to the evidence that you had given to Parliament?
I don't think I made any connection to what I'd given to Parliament.
What statements had the Post Office made previously, publicly, as to who could and could not edit branch data?
The Post Office. Well, I don't know what it had done, stated previously. Presumably, there was a piece of work being produced to look at that. I can't remember now, and I clearly didn't know at the time what the Post Office had said.
But the short point is you didn't read this as a reference back to what you had said to Parliament?
No.
Thank you. So those are all my questions for today. It's just gone 4:30.
Yeah, just before we break, can I just go back to that additional briefing document that you got the day before or during the morning of, excuse me, the Select Committee hearing? And Mr. Beer asked you questions on the basis of it was laying out a strategy for you, all right? And you had that debate.
Yes.
If I were to suggest to you that you were being advised to be very precise, very circumspect, and very guarded about what you said, that was the effect of that document, would you agree?
I would, Sir Wynne. I'm not sure I would have noticed that on the morning of the day.
But you'll see the point in a moment. That was the effect that was trying to be created by those who created that document.
It could have been, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Why?
With hindsight, because possibly.
And if you need time to think about it,
No,
you can tell me in the morning.
No, I don't.
No, that's enough now. It's a question that I have to pose for myself. So I'd like your help with the answer.
Yes, I understand the question. At the time, I didn't answer the question. I didn't ask the question. It didn't cross my mind at all. And this may be back to the point I made at the beginning of the day that I could be too trusting of people. I took the information that I was given and went into a select committee. Why might they have set it out that way? With what I know now, it is... But I find it very difficult because I knew that the people who were producing that document. But from what I know now, maybe other people knew more than I did, and they were trying to direct me to answer in a certain way.
All right. So I think we'll adjourn at that point, Mr. Beer, till tomorrow morning. Is it 9:45?
Yes, please, sir.
Can I say to the members of the public and the core participants who were present that it would have been possible for there to have been a lot more verbal intervention than there has been from the floor, and I'm very grateful to you for your restrained behaviour during the course of the day. But that's not to encourage you to be less restrained. That is to encourage you to be, if anything, even more restrained during the remainder of this week. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.